Hey, hello, hello. Welcome to our new early episode. As you might have noticed, Nretsew isn't here at this very moment. There was a small miscommunication in the starting time, so he's rushing. Yeah, he isn't real again, indeed. Now he's miscommunication at the time, so he's busy quickly getting up from bed, and so we'll be here very soon. Meanwhile, well, my plan was to do a quick game awards recap, as it's a little bit more difficult when I'm doing it alone, but the recap. Yeah, skip the pants. No, he has to. Otherwise, you might see. Otherwise, will show up on the screen. You never know, right? Now, Game Awards. There is maybe a small thing that I want to say about the Game Awards. The controversy, the discussion, the discourse on the Game Awards. If you haven't seen or heard about it, is that how all those winners got shooed off the stage the moment they got the award, right? Yeah, I'm not that surprised that Spider-Man didn't win anything. But that all the winners of the awards didn't even get the time to say from, hey, this super important guy to me died, and I dedicate this award to this guy. And if you've seen the Game Awards, and if you've seen that when Zelda won Best Action Adventure, Numa had a very, very short speech prepared, and that was not quick enough, right? There are on images on the Twitter that show a big screen that says "wrap it up," even though Nauma only said like how many lines? Barely anything. Even he was shooed off stage because it took too long. But by contrast, those announcers, right? The guy with a broken leg, he got all the time in the world to say how he broke his leg. The other guy said, I love games all my life. I've played Super Mario Kart. I am a real gamer, guys. And Sean Murray from No Man's Sky, Light No Fire, he got all the time in the world to awkwardly speak. And of course, Coach Jeff loves Kojima. So Kojima got every all the time in the world to talk about his fancy game that he didn't even really show off. But the awards, the people who won the awards, the awarding, now those only get 30 seconds at maximum. And the big Dorito Pope, Mr. Jeff, already responded to some of that criticism, and next year will do better. But still, not good for Dorito Pope. You basically made the thing a commercial when you said it was about celebrating the industry. Also, people wanted to, put a spotlight on that there was big layoffs and big exploitation in the industry, especially this year, and there was nothing of it. Now, I actually don't care. I actually don't mind people bringing their own social causes into speeches in award shows. It's their award, it's their stage for a second. They can do what they want. But I did expect some call out against all those layoffs and whatnot of quality of bug testing people. Also, Nretsew is real again.
Fire them all! Fuck them! This is all Ellie's fault. He said the time was fucking 9:30 instead of 9, and so I literally just got up. So I'm literally him. Oh wait, shit. We can get into this watch together. Fucking. There we go. I'm in. I've arrived.
Alright, I was just talking about Game Awards because I just want to say that stuff like
was this the fact that he didn't give enough time for the speeches?
Yes, that's also my big criticism.
So my theory on that is, do you remember last year?
Yeah, but that was funny. Right? I kind of like that.
Okay. I get that it's funny, but at the same time, it was really fucking boring. So I can understand Dorito Pope Man, right? Wanting to kind of be like, hey, let's put like a little cap on that. Let's put a little cap on it, right? Let's make it like, I don't know, 5 minutes or whatever, right? But I think what happened was he overcorrected, right? He overcorrected because I think it was like a 7-minute speech or something.
Yeah, he's 6 minutes and 48 seconds or whatever.
So I'm, on the one hand, I'm like, okay, kind of understandable. On the other hand, I feel like it's a bit, and I mean, he's addressed this on Twitter. He said that, yeah, it was a bit of a problem, right? Because there were some people that got more time than others. Obviously, the celebrities got more time than the actual fucking devs, and I feel like that wasn't really a good scheme. And I think, yeah. So I think he deserves the flack he's getting. Basically, is where I'm coming from. I think he deserves it. But I don't want to have like, every game developer has like a fucking 10-minute acceptance speech.
Yeah, but you saw Aonuma with his Zelda speech. It was a very bare bones speech that was over in 10 seconds.
Yeah, hey, I got an award. Nice, bye.
Yeah, that was too long.
Yeah, that was bullshit.
Yeah. There's a big screen for the people on stage to tell them they need to fuck off. But Noma was told to fuck off. It was taking too long.
Yeah.
That's impossible. That speech was so short. It was shorter than the guy that said, "Hey, my friend died," or something. That's kind of important. To tell, hey, it's a life story thing. He played a gay vampire, so and whatever, and he was abused as a child or in his youth, and this character is also an abuse victim, and so he could play a victim. deal with some trauma processing, all that stuff, all the things that made people like the character because it was felt real and whatnot. And now he was told, nah, get off. Nauma, you're taking too long. Your 5-line speech is too long. Hey, actual winner of the Game Awards, you in the armor. With guns now. We can shoot through it. Get off. Yeah. So I always think the Game Awards doesn't live up to its potential. Still doesn't. But yeah, Jeff giving all the time in the world to his own friends, and the actual winners get no time at all. Kind of, yeah. Do some look in the mirror, Dorito Pope. You're not.
Look in the mirror, Dorito boy. Look in the mirror.
You wear that suit, but the guy in armor was way more fun than you. Know that.
That shit, yeah, that shit was great. I mean, to be fair, it did spoil who Game of the Year was gonna be.
Nah, I don't. I mean, Unknown came on and said the actual winners are predetermined, or they know already who wins.
They are, but at the same time, no, I mean like for the audience. I don't mean like for the fucking, because it's like, because I said this on Twitter. I was like, look, as soon as I saw him in that suit of armor, I'm like, okay, he's clearly gonna fucking win something, because there's no way that you'd get dressed up in a full suit of armor and not get up on stage. Right?
Well, the thing is, he does wear that armor more in other places as well.
No, but that doesn't matter though. Like, it's like I'm watching the Game Awards. I see a man in a suit of armor. I'm expecting suit of armor. Like, if he didn't come up on stage, I would have been disappointed. Like, I would have been like, oh.
Yeah. Well, maybe it's true that the winners already know they've won, but
Iron Mouse didn't seem to on her stream because she was freaking the fuck.
Yeah. So
I don't know what I feel like it's more a case of maybe they kind of know, kind of don't, like, because unless Iron Mouse is doing some fucking good acting, she had no idea that she won. So maybe they were like, hey, send it in an acceptance speech in case you do win, and then see what happens.
Well, maybe like there were 5 nominees, and there 2 of them have to make a speech or something.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't really care either.
Anyway, I didn't think him wearing armor was a guarantee that he was going to win. It was, for me and the audience, he should win because it's way more funnier if he wins.
It is pretty good. It was pretty good. I have also been enjoying the molding over Spider-Man not winning.
Yeah, but I just, brushed them off as crazy Sony fans.
A lot of people molding, yeah. A lot of people been molding about that. I'm like, ha, stay mad, fucker. Man. Yeah, overall, I thought it was an alright awards. I did about right at the end, but I thought it was alright. I think outside of, the obvious criticism, I do think that it wasn't, there was some fun moments, but it wasn't really that fun. I feel like I was there mostly just for the announcements. There wasn't anything like, moments where I was like, damn, that was cool, outside of infield, which happened at the beginning, because I fucking love my infield. So, but speaking of that, before we move on, because it is because Genshin Honkai, if you could see what's up on the screen right now, it would be very relevant.
Oh no, I this is the.
I know. I have the stream open. I see what's on stream.
All right.
So for the beta, so they're doing like the closed technical test for infield, right? And they have like the survey that you have to do to get in, right? Or to apply, right? And the survey is pretty bog standard, information about what kind of games you play, what your experiences are, what your age is, right? And then they toss in this question that's like, which of the following characters isn't in Arknights? And it's fucking great. Because it's a list of characters that are in Arknights, and one of them is in Arknight's infield. So people that don't read are gonna get fucking tripped up by it. Because you obviously have to pick the Arknight's infield character, because they're talking about Arknights, the game that's you know,
Mm-hmm.
it's been going for years. And so people are like, they literally put in a fucking filter to get people that have played the game. So I think that's fucking great. They clearly want people that actually have played the game to test it, so, or played the first game, so prior knowledge, right? So I felt that was quite funny. But anyhow, yes, I've fully woken up. I got my energy drink. I got my shit together. I got my tabs open. So today is the date. We're gonna be covering part 1, because this is a 2-parter of sexualization in and body image in video games. So I will let
Yep.
Ellie switch.
Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh.
And while he's doing that, I'm
Swish, swish, swish.
gonna do that.
You know, I had started up my Switch as an emergency measure.
Yeah, no, you're lucky. See, I always I set an alarm for like half an hour to an hour before we start streaming. So I did get up, but I'd literally just gotten up the moment I had my alarm go off, and I was like, all right, time to get ready. And then I see Critical Critique has gone live, and I'm like, wait, what the fuck?
It clearly says in the post.
It said on my calendar, it said 9 o'clock. So what the fuck? But anyway, this is going to be an interesting episode. So I have pre-watched this one.
I have watched it, but it's been a little longer than Nretsew.
I think it's probably been a while for both of us, because we've both watched the video, and I like it. I like this video. Getting that out the gate, right? I really like this video. So this is gonna probably be 6 hours of me going based, and Ellie going, no, Nretsew, I have a nitpick about the video. There's something, I have to find something to talk about that's wrong about the video. And then we debate about it for like an hour. And that's gonna be today's stream.
I will be the one who keeps the tradition of Critical Critique alive.
Well, I mean, it's all well and good for us to shit on things that are clearly bad, but sometimes it's good to cover something that we actually like. Mostly so that because I wanted to cover this more just because I like his points and I want to go over his points, right? So I kind of, because they're points that I think should be distributed, right? If that makes any sense. So anyway, without any further stalling and pausing and doing things, let's get into it. Yeah, let's get into it.
This was always going to come up at some point, and I've always wrestled with how to approach the subject of sexualization in video games, because I know I don't have the popular opinion here. Like, I know I'm not going to get an award for saying what I'm about to say. Think deep down, everyone knows it. Boobs are great. I still think...
You like that bait and switch?
I did find his choice of using boss music quite particular.
Well, he's right. He doesn't have the popular opinion, that's for sure. Yeah, Samu! Samu was like, wait, hold up. That was me when I started watching this, because everything from the thumbnail to the way that this guy titled his video was screaming to me that this was just going to be another... I hate the boobies. Oh, they're so scary.
Really? I didn't get that impression.
I got it from the because I think it's because I'm just so used to that. You know, I'm so used to, like, there's that Xenoblade video that's like 40 fucking minutes or something. It's just nothing but whining about fan service. You know, So
I watched
I'm
that
kinda
one
like
and
that.
I didn't like it. I watched the one that you quit halfway and I finished and I said,
I can't remember if that was one that I quit halfway. I don't even think I actually watched that one. Because because I haven't played Xenoblade, so I'm like, oh yeah, I'm not gonna have a lot of good things. I can't really counter a lot of this succinctly if I haven't played the game, right? so um so yeah, no. I was bait and switched pretty hard, and I was like, oh damn, all right, let's get into it. Let's see what let's see what the man's cooking.
Back to the first time I saw Guinevere in Dark Souls. I mean, holy moly, praise the suns. This character kind of stands out in Dark Souls, and there's a reason for it. During the DesignWorks interview for Dark Souls, the director, Hidetaki Miyazaki, said this, quote, "Talking of glamour, her breasts have nothing to do with me. They happened without my knowledge. It's all the artist's fault. I think I mentioned earlier, but I always seek a certain refinement in all my designs." Really? Yes, but the artist had such a happy look on his face, I didn't have the heart to stop him.
and they say design by community is always bad.
Well, it kind of is. But no, I'm
Creator's
pretty sure
intent,
he put-
Nretsew. This wasn't the creator's intent.
No. Listen. No, the creator saw the spark in that young artist. He looked at that young artist and he said, "Yes, you are going to go places. I'm going to allow it. I'm going to allow it." um, I was going to say, I think that if I'm going to copy the video URL and open it outside of Watch Together. So mostly just because I want to see, because he did have sources. So did he have a? I don't think he had sources for that quote.
Ooh.
So I don't actually even know if that's a real quote. He's got sources for his studies, but he doesn't have the source for that quote. So I don't know if that quote's real or not. So I'll criticize him on that. Cite your shit, because I would have actually liked to have read the whole interview if that's real. Doesn't look real, but it's man, holy shit, he's got like over close to 700 fucking thousand, Jesus. His views on that video has gone way up since the last time I watched.
Yeah, because you said you wanted to show this to a wider audience, and I thought, hey, maybe that he doesn't need our help for that.
No, he doesn't. But anyway, yeah, let's get back to it. Oh, wait, sorry. I hit the wrong button.
End quote. There's something about the candid nature of Miyazaki's response that makes it seem even more grin-inducing. On the other hand, there are people that don't share this point of view and find these developments disturbing, especially in the context of female characters. It's difficult for me to understand, but I'm going to try to do my best to relay what I have heard on the matter. Doesn't have to be Dark Souls, could be Nikkei Goddess of Victory, any of the good Mortal Kombats, Tomb Raider, Bayonetta, Dragon's Crown, I could go on. Dead or Alive, The Witcher, Resident Evil, Street Fighter, Final Fantasy, Soul Calibur, Honkai Star Rail, Nier Automata, Red Alert 2 and 3, the Metal Gear series, Catherine, great game by the way, Blood Rain, Overwatch, I mean definitely on Reddit, GTA, Red Dead Redemption, and Duke Nukem. Let me know if I missed any. So anyways,
it's a good list of games he's got there.
Well, it's not the... Well, he mentioned Overwatch, and I wouldn't include that in the good games section.
Well, it's not a good game, but...
Well,
it does have a lot of lewds. Man,
yeah, I guess.
Senran Kagura. Yeah, you did forget Senran Kagura, which is a shame. But
Bayonetta doesn't have much in the way of lewds, though.
Well, no, but Bayonetta is lewd. I think that's more the point.
All right.
I think he's talking about like I think he tossed Overwatch in there as a meme because he mentioned Reddit, so maybe he's just tossing that in there as a joke, a nod to the whole like Overwatch has like shitloads of porn thing.
More than Battleborn.
More than Battleborn. Yeah.
Remember those days?
Oh fuck, that was the funniest shit. Please make lewds of my game, guys. Please. We made a subreddit for it. It's fucking great. But anyway,
Understanding is threefold. The first being that gamers feel misrepresented by the characters they play as, or even compare themselves to those characters and feel shame for not meeting the standard set by media. I mean, duh, you don't have cat ears. The other is that the current state of gaming is nurturing males, in particular in the direction of misogyny, by holding women to unreasonable standards set on screen and then treating them as objects of sexualization or rewards to be possessed. The third is that they just fail to be immersed in the game because it's plainly unrealistic to them. Now, I'm not perfect and it's not my intent to strawman people, but obviously I'm going to have my bias as any human being does. If you give me a well-reasoned comment or correction, I may even do a follow-up video.
spoiler alert, he did.
Though I didn't
Spoiler
really
alert.
get a well, it's getting ahead of ourselves, but I didn't really thought much of the follow up. But that's
No,
another.
I thought the follow up was really interesting, and I think he addressed a lot of the criticisms that came up. So
Really, because
we will
it
probably
didn't address
we
my
will
criticisms, but that's another.
no because yeah, but you didn't tell him your criticisms though. That's the problem.
What he
We
made it
haven't done
before
that.
I had criticism. Well, whatever. It's
It's
his fault.
You can't time travel and fucking. But no, we'll probably cover the second video. We might not do it right away, but I do want to cover it because it is I honestly think it's just as good as this one. So let us continue.
But you also remember that we don't have the time to dive into the nuance of every perspective within the bucket of for and against in every scenario. For example,
See, I will say that was one thing that I don't recall. I don't know. I think he might have brought it up in the response video in the new X one, but he also because he did another thing where he like responded to some VTuber that watched his video,
Hmm.
and he
Yeah.
brought up like because one of the criticisms that chick had was like, oh, why didn't you talk about this? Why didn't you talk about this? Why didn't you? And he had to be like, listen, I only have so much energy and time and resources to you know get to get the shit going, right? To actually do it. So I could only cover a few topics that I felt were the most important, right? So obviously when you're doing a video like this, you're gonna get nitpicked to shit because the opposing team of sexiness are some pedantic motherfuckers. so so you know, not surprising that that was a common issue. But I think that we'll look at the points that he does cover, and we'll kind of see how we go. Um, let's see where we go.
example, some of you might be fine with Bayonetta because her sexuality is rationalized in a way that makes sense to you, but maybe you find the scantily clad Katana from Mortal Kombat 9 so unreasonably proportioned and clothed that the only possible reasoning is that men find it hot. I mean, it doesn't exactly take a soothsayer to put that one together, but we'll get to that. I first want to tackle physical representation, and I think that this one is generally expressed more so by females, and yeah, I kind of feel the same. I, as a male, struggle to relate to most male video game characters. Most guys that are gamers struggle with this as well, they just don't talk about it. This is going to take a while, but let me cook. I'm doing something here. This is me in my 20s, and then I did many years of gym, and finally I did my first fitness competition in 2018. This is me then. I don't look like this at the moment. The reality is that maintaining a low body fat physique is really hard work, especially if you're trying to hold on to your muscle mass and you aren't using steroids. Now, even if I did jump on gear, there isn't any guarantee that I would blow up. I mean, I'd get bigger and my jawline would widen, but the thing that most people don't know about steroids is exactly how prevalent it is. And it's not just bodybuilding. I still talk to people that didn't know that Arnold Schwarzenegger was openly on gear.
So this is an interesting part of the video because we've all kind of heard the whole, oh, I can't play the game because the game doesn't, I can't represent myself in the game. Oh, the character's not pudgy enough, or the female character is not just literally me, TM, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so this is an interesting. I do feel I have my own criticism here, right? I'm not.
One is that he
gonna.
didn't. He skimmed
I'm
over on
biased.
gear. He just says on gear, and
yeah.
then
What the fuck is gear? Yeah. What the fuck is gear?
when
right?
I
Like,
got
this
it
is-
now, but it took like
So
3 seconds longer than it should.
Well, this is the thing, right? I think that this is an important point, and it's a good point because you often don't get this perspective of male representation, right? Because he's right. We don't talk about it because most of us don't give a shit. Most of us are happy to play Kratos or Big Muscle Man or sneaky ninja thief man or like peak physical condition dude, right? That's 9 times out of 10 not representative of how we actually look in real life. How, funnily enough, I didn't link that directly to you, but I linked it in LG chat. I linked it to someone in DM, but I'll link it to you in DM so you can maybe bring it up on screen because it is actually relevant. I didn't know this was relevant. I didn't remember that this would be relevant, but it actually is relevant. It's a social survey. Apparently it's from something called Social VR Lifestyle Survey. Where are you on my DMs? I'll just DM it to you because it means you can get it directly and you can just plop that on the screen maybe. So it's biological sex and avatar appearance, right? So note, by avatar appearance, we imply the avatar's physical characteristics, such as female or masculine avatars. Does your avatar, the one that you use the most, look masculine or female? If not, list, please, fill in other, right? Almost no change in 2 years. And so you have the physical sex of the user is 82% male, 16% female, and 2% other, right? And then the appearance amongst males is 75% female avatars, 18% male, 8% other. And then for females, it's 83% female, 8%, 10%. So the conclusion is both male and females use feminine avatars.
Mostly majority.
Mostly majority, yeah. So I find that fascinating. I think that ties into this, right? That clearly men have absolutely no problem with playing a female character, looking feminine in a game. And this is even better because it's VR, right? So you're like in the first person, right, of the thing, right? Usually, right? You're playing the VR. Yes, your drawing tools are working. I can see them working.
Yeah, I didn't turn it on yet, and I quick test if it works.
So, I think that this is fascinating to me, because it goes to disprove this idea that it seems to me that the whole I need to play the game with the representation, Ellie. I have to do it. I can't consume the media unless I look it looks exactly like me, literally me. I think that's bullshit. I think most people are capable of a little thing that I like to call empathy and a little thing that I like to call the ability to understand experiences outside of their own, right? And be able to go, hey, that's cool. I can play as, Hellblade girl, Senra, right? I can play as her. I can go through the big fights, and she's in pain because of the mental issues and the stuff, right? And go, oh man, that's I can relate to that some way, or I can empathize with that, It's not a big problem. But there seems to be this very loud minority of people that they just can't do that.
So Nretsew, I do think that feeling represented doesn't mean playing somebody who is you, right?
Not necessarily, no. It can mean just, oh, you see the Dutch flag in Skull and Bones, and that makes you tingle.
Hey, hey, we don't see that often.
See, I know what you're talking about, right? I see what you're cooking, Ali.
Yeah.
And
So
I will address, and I'll address that. I think that while yes, there is some level of, hey, that's cool. I think there's still a very like vocal minority of people that demand that kind of representation in quite literally every single thing they want to consume. Right? It's not okay because honestly, it's more special when it's like, oh, how cool! Look, it's a Kiwi thing, or oh, look, Kiwi man, he's got the coral on, or he's got the tattoos or whatever, right? Like I feel like it's a lot more special when it's rare, but then you have these people that think that it's like, no, I have to be it. This has represent the Dutch flag, Ali, has to be in every video game.
So, Nretsew, one thing, right? One thing that I know that in the black community,
the black community. Yeah.
I'm good with the Brothers of the Hood, so that's why I know.
Okay, all right.
Honorary member. I got the pass and everything. Don't worry.
All right, Mr. Gangster. All right, Mr. Gangster's Paradise. Go ahead.
One complaint is hair.
Right.
That the hair options and even sometimes just skin color is super lacking. That
okay, but wouldn't that be that's less an issue of representation and more a criticism of character creation?
Well, because hairstyles is a part of culture, or you can't, if you have a black character who or are more often have very curly coarse hair, that means that you can't just make the color black for the hair and that's it. You need to have more hair options for coarse, very curly hair if you want to play as a black ethnic character. You can't just go. Your option is either bald or bad afro.
So my thing with that would be I can agree that character creations can always be improved, right? Character creators can always better represent the peoples, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna sit here and be like, no, Ali, they don't deserve to have the like that's stupid, right? Like obviously, I'm more options good, right? Most of the time, so most of the time, more options good, right? However, I do think, like I feel like we're kind of talking past each other because the subset of people that I'm talking about that's often complaining about these things, it always tends to come off more as we need to get rid of the other thing so that our thing can be in the spotlight, right? It wouldn't be like, oh, we kind of would like some better hair options for African American or African styles, right? It's more push the whites to the side, right? Push them out the building. We need the black only space, right? We gotta do that. So that, and I think that's a big problem because that honestly makes it less likely that you're going to get what you want. Because it shouldn't be, because it doesn't have to be like one or the other. We can have both. We can literally have both. It's not
So Nretsew, the thing, right? So
a problem.
So this video is, I assume, about the being reasonable people, right?
Trying to be reasonable, yeah.
Yes, so I am talking on that level, right?
Right.
I'm not talking about the ethno-states people.
But I'm saying that these crazy people fucking exist and we should mock them and call them dumb.
Yeah, but this video isn't about them.
No. So we're probably getting a bit too out in the weeds. Probably we should let's reel it back, right? Let's reel it back to talking about male representation, steroids, all that
Yeah.
stuff, right?
So, well, that is kind of what I was trying to say in the beginning of having more hair options. There was this image going around of female athletes, right?
Right.
Remember that image?
I may or may not remember the image.
It was an image of.
I can hear you typing, so it's probably gonna pop up on.
Oh no, I'm tapping. This is the pen, and I'm typing on my face near to the mic, so it maybe sounds like typing, but it's just the pen.
Okay.
No. It was an image of a bunch of female athletes, and they're all from different fields. So.
Right.
And the thing is that you have the cyclist and the swimmer and the and the boxer and the disc throwing.
They all look different, yeah.
But the female image in video games is just one. It's the whatever, the runner or something.
Right.
I
haven't seen that image. I would like to see that image.
Well, I may. It isn't a very.
Doesn't have to happen right away, but I get what you mean, though. I get what you mean, right?
So that image was a direct. The image was a direct, a critique of why there's only one type of female body when this is the range of physical athletes' female bodies.
So I can understand that, but I think this gets really complicated when we're talking about video games because of how diverse video games are. Because if you're talking about like a character creation game, right? Yeah, there's no excuse, right? When you're talking about a game where you can create your own character, there's no excuse. However, when we're talking about games that are we have a singular like set of characters, right? That have a singular set of characteristics, right?
Right. I found the image.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, big diverse. Look at that. Look at that. Big demonetization coming.
Yeah. Oh, it's not even the full image, right?
No. Oh no, we're showing the skin of a woman on stream.
Oh no.
Oh no.
But you see the weightlifting lady, she looks fat as fuck, but she probably can beat me, right?
Because it depends. Well, the guy's about to get into this, right? That it kind of depends on what you're doing,
Yeah.
And he also makes the point that, steroid use is pretty common these days. So
yeah. Well, we're getting off the steroid use, but
I want to kind of drag us back to what I was actually going to say about like I feel like this relation to bodybuilding is good because one, it's a thing that he can relate to and he can kind of talk about.
So, I have one lead in back to video games.
Yeah,
remember when that streamer got introduced in Call of Duty Warzone? That female streamer in full pink.
Dude, all fucking kinds of skins get introduced into. They've got fucking Homelander and shit now. Like, I don't fucking, they're trying to do like a Fortnite thing in fucking Call of Duty. So I don't follow the news. So you're gonna have to enlighten me.
So there's this, was it Nikki Haley or whatever?
Nikki Haley? I don't know, man.
I found the skin.
Yeah, you're gonna have to show me because I got no idea.
Alright, I need to, open image, a new tab, wrote out tab, wrote in the Discord, in
Mia, don't worry, Fivo, you didn't miss much. We're just Nicki Minaj. Oh yeah,
Nicki.
It's 3 minutes into the video and we're already disgustingly off track, which is normal for us. This is why we wanted to start this early, because I knew this was going to happen. So anyway, no, make your point. What's going on with Nicki Minaj here?
So the thing is that when you start the game, you start the Warzone game. you have your character, Nikki in this case, walks to the plane and then jumps off and then does the Warzone stuff, the battle royale.
Yeah, pretty simple. Yeah.
Thing is, the character skeleton is made for somebody who is wearing the most thickest of armor gear possible.
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah.
That's also a kind of a thing of, representation, diversity.
Well, I don't know. I wouldn't call that a represent. That's a laziness thing. That's devs were fucking lazy and they wanted to just fucking slap the character in there with no, like, they didn't want to take the time to actually re-skeleton the models or have models that actually, function properly for what they wanted to do, right? They were like, damn, we got Nicki Minaj to collab with the game. We better fucking just slap her in there, or we're not going to get the money or whatever. Like.
So this is most diversity or most representation / diversity things are laziness. Not having proper black hair in a character creation is laziness because it's just one more model.
Well, yeah, because I mean most anything that like Pride goes, oh, look at how diverse. So it typically tends to be token bullshit. So I'm not surprised in the the slightest that Call of Duty would be like, oh yeah, we'll just add Nicki Minaj as she is to the game. You know what? You know what would have been cooler, Ellie? You know what would have been cooler? They add Nicki Minaj, but she's in like the full fucking get up, and so you can't even tell it's Nicki Minaj. Because she's in the full like Warzone get up with the armor and the fucking the body shit, doesn't even. That would have been fucking hilarious. But anyway, getting back to Arnold Schwarzenegger here.
All right, I'll get Nikki off the screen.
Get Nikki off the screen. Goodbye, Nicki Minaj.
This one as well.
Yeah,
this one as well. Well, maybe I'll save this one because it might come up later.
Well, keep them in the back pocket, right?
Yeah.
So back to this. The actual critique I was trying to get back to of the video, Ellie. You're right, because I'm the only one who can nitpick. Is I feel like he kind of assumes that everyone works out and knows all of this shit.
What on gear is.
Yeah, what gear is, what, because I think most men can understand, like, you can intuitively kind of understand what he's talking about, but I feel like this section where he talks about, because he's about to talk about bodybuilding for quite a while, and while it is interesting, and I think that it is important to his overall point that he's making, right, I felt like he didn't do enough to kind of prime. He could have done a little bit more to sort of prime people. Like, okay, what this is the steroids, right? Gear. What actually is that? Why is it used?
Mm-hmm.
That kind of thing. But then I guess at that point you're kind of getting away from the video game, right?
Well, and I get maybe we'll times 2 speed this part or whatever. But
no, we can. Well, if we shut the fuck up and let him speak.
But because I was going to spoil the segment a little bit more, that I get his point of representation of bodies, and that the default male or a version of the default male skin body type in games is the Arnold Schwarzenegger super on the highest of steroid uses ever.
Big Kratos, yeah.
The biggest Kratos skin, which is not the modern day Kratos, I guess more of the
I mean, even past Kratos, you could say is the same.
Well, but even more, the more past Kratos, I think that they're so 100% muscles. You can't achieve that without being high on steroids all day, all the time.
Yeah. All right. Well, before we leave, I just want to good old 5-0 comes in and says companies have the time to model horse balls, but they can't do blackie. Yeah.
Yeah.
Priorities, right? Priorities, right? But anyway, we've rambled on enough. Let's get back to it.
Gear, and everyone competing in Mr. Olympia when he was competing was also on gear. In reality, if you look like you belong on stage and you're very close to 90 kilograms as a man in the world of bodybuilding, then I have my doubts. Though I am being very loose here, there are some very average looking steroid users that don't have the genetic talent or know-how to be exceedingly impressive, or they could seem unimpressive because, well, they've got quite a bit of fat on them. A lot of them are purposely trying to keep these things under wraps for obvious reasons. It's a topic that is surrounded by a lot of taboo and nonsense that gets in the way of clear consensus. Now, what makes this even more sinister is that our current day and age makes it very easy to take advantage of people that don't know this. There are tons of influencers and movie stars that have been on gear and then claim that they
calling out.
Well, I remember there was a controversy about that. The Rock basically being like, yeah, no, I don't do the gear, I don't do the steroids, and then it's like, yeah, sure, bro.
Yeah, this part of the video is, fun for the first time, or if you know nothing, but it really gets away of his representation argument.
Well, I think that it, like I said, I think it kind of is important because he's making the point of, I think it's kind of a pain because there's like two lines of thought here, right? There's either you don't care about representation at all, which I kind of lean towards because I feel like if the game designers want to make something, they should make what they want to make, right? I don't feel like game developers should be forced to add representation for the sake of adding representation, right? It's not like for example, you remember at the Game Awards, to tie it back to that, there was the African American guy who came up and he was talking about his dad and stuff, and I'm making this game for my dad.
Was he American though?
No, I don't know if I think he was American. I don't know. He was of the African persuasion, right? And he had the big cape. Remember, he had the big cape thing on, right? I'm not going to go to him when he's making his game about African mythology, and I'm going to be like, you have to add a white man into your game for diversity, right? I'm not going to do that because that would be fucking ridiculous, right? So that's where I'm kind of like, no, let the devs cook, let them do what they want, right? If they don't want to add diversity, they shouldn't have to. Or you have the other road, which is diversity is super, super important and it needs to be, prioritized in everything, right? And I feel like we're kind of like stuck in these two roads when I feel like the actual answer is it depends. Because as I said before, if you're in a game where there's like a character creator and it's like, okay, you have to make a custom character, you want as many options as possible, right? Be that, better hairstyles, better color options, proper stuff, right? That's where I think it becomes important, right? That's where I think it is important to have the ability for people to be able to create those diverse characters and stuff. And I also am not going to say, oh, if you wanted to make a game that is quote unquote diverse, right, and has diverse characters, I don't think there should be anything, stopping you from doing that, right? In the same way that I think the, African fella, right, should be able to make his game about African mythology and not be forced to include, like, I don't know, an Indian person or something, right? You know what I mean? Like, shouldn't be forced to do that if he doesn't want to. So I think that he's kind of going through sort of the, like, I feel like he leans more into the look, just let the devs kind of do what they want kind of thing. Like, recognizing that diversity is a thing. It's a thing that, should be talked about in certain contexts, but it isn't the be all end all, right? And a lot of people don't actually give a shit, right? So
I do think there are different conversations in there. More in the sense of you got diversity because the only real example I know of people wanting diversity in a game where it may not be justified was Kingdom Come Deliverance in Bohemia.
Because it was a historical historical game. Yeah.
So, and I remember that people got angry because there was a black guy in The Witcher in some place, whatever.
well, yeah. There's two sides of the same coin, right? Like people getting mad about black guy in The Witcher is stupid because The Witcher is a fantasy series, and there's, I mean, what if this is probably a black country in The Witcher world, right?
Yeah.
So naturally, they might not be as common, right, in that particular region of the world, but they can still exist, right? So that's a side where I'm like, okay, yeah, guys, calm down. It's fine. Gotta tell my own side to calm down, right? Just chill out. And then you've got the flip side with Kingdom Come. That's why what I'm saying is, look, just let devs cook. Just let the devs cook. If they want to, construct a world where it's, either for, like, I don't even think you should have to do it for historical reasons, right? I think it's just, no. If you want to make the world and you want to have the place where the world is set be like, because Final Fantasy, what was it? The new one. Was it 16? I think
16, yeah.
wasn't it? That got a lot of flack because the director came out and he said, listen, I'm making the game based on medieval Europe fantasy, right? There's not going to be any black characters or black people or whatever in the game, because we want it to be set in this very hyper-Pacific location where that just isn't happening, right? And people got fucking mad at him for it. And I'm like, no, let him cook. Let him cook.
Well, there is I do have a there is a maybe a problem or whatever, a consideration. That is that he's basing his medieval fantasy on something that never existed, right?
Well, here's the thing. I'm going to cut through all of that and just say that I don't think it matters. I don't think it really matters at all, because I don't think devs should be demanded to have to fucking, because what ends up happening when you do that, when you go, no, you have to have diversity. It is demanded of you that you have diversity. You're just going to get tokenism. You're just going to get Yoshi P or whatever his name is, right? He's just gonna come in and he's gonna go, okay, fine, we'll just add like the token black character. Are you happy now? Right? It just breeds resentment in people when you're demanding shit of them, right? So that's why I'm saying, look, it doesn't matter if it's a historical setting. It doesn't matter if he's basing it off like a fantasy version of medieval Europe, right? Or whatever, that doesn't exist. It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter, right? It's his game. If he wants to make it not diverse, quote unquote, in terms of skin color or whatever, then he should be allowed to do that. There shouldn't be any like controversy around that, is what I'm saying. And just in the same vein, you can cringe about it, right? And go, oh, it's cringe or whatever. But if some SJW whatever Tumblrite bloody blah pejorative, right, wants to make some diverse game with 50 gazillion different shades of brown and no white people or whatever, right? At the end of the day, you can cringe about it and think that it's stupid, but they if they want to cook that, that's what they want to cook, Like, they should be allowed to make that game, and then at that point the market can decide, right? What game is going to be more successful or not.
Yeah,
right?
I just wanted to say that in the case of that Bohemian Kingdom Come Deliverance,
yeah.
There is.
Yeah.
I did find that the arguments were kind of shaky on both sides. I felt, in the sense of, no, there can't be black people because of the time period, and no, there totally was, because there were people over there.
This is why I'm saying it shouldn't matter. Because you can cut through all of that bullshit by just going, look, who cares? You know what I mean? Like,
well, people care. That's why people
thought. Yeah, but that's the problem. That's the problem, is people care when they shouldn't, because it's like, oh no, the devs trying to make the historically accurate medieval hardcore.
Well, that's where you kind of go into problem.
Not fantasy game. Like the historic timepiece simulation game, right?
Yeah,
Oh
but
no, they didn't add like the one black person that was in medieval Europe at the time, right?
the thing
You
is,
know what I
right?
mean? Like,
This is big tangents, as you all expect.
look,
That's why you're here, aren't you? No,
look, we
they.
started early for a reason. Okay?
Yeah, yeah. So, but the game, touted historical accuracy, and historical accuracy means sometimes a black person shows up, right? That's how he. That's the argument.
Well, yeah, but I think the problem is you have to. Yeah, it's a fucking pain in the ass because I don't want to just default to stop giving a shit, because obviously people aren't going to stop giving a shit, so you do have to kind of come up with some kind of argument, right?
Mhm.
But I feel like there's a difference between how do I put this, because there's a difference between historical accuracy and realism versus immersion, right? I feel like when they were saying historically accurate, that was they shouldn't have been saying accurate. And this happens a lot. Like, I think the best example I have for that is Battlefield. Because Battlefield 5 had this issue where they kept saying, oh, the game's going to be historically accurate. It's going to be historically immersive. It's going to be historically... So, and then you play the game and it's just made
Yeah,
up
running at each other.
Well, not like from a game. No, I mean like the campaigns were historically inaccurate.
Oh, also that. All right.
Like they were based off historic events that happened during the war, but they weren't accurate to those. Like there was this whole thing about the was it the Swedish? I can't remember. It was the skiers. They had this whole. There was a mission where the skiers had to get. They were like left alone, and they had to infiltrate this Nazi base to do this thing, and they managed to complete the mission, and it was a big historic thing. That was really a big deal, and they turned it into some girl power thing or something. It was really fucking weird. But this is what I mean, right? There's a difference between accuracy and immersion, right? I think for most people, they can forgive a little bit of fudging, right? As long as it remains authentic to the experience.
Yeah,
right?
but you get into a
there's-
lot
but
of
there's a
arguments when you say
Yeah,
historical accurate.
yeah, because everyone has their own line. However, when you say accurate, that implies a level of authenticity, right? Authenticity, I think, is the right word for this,
Yeah.
right? Where, oh, you did your research, you're going to make it as accurate as possible to what actually happened. And then that means people that do know what happened and have done their history are going to be going through it with a fine-tooth fucking comb to find things that aren't accurate, right? So it's better to say, oh, we're going to make an immersive experience, right? It might not be 100% accurate, because I don't think a video game could be like, it's still a video game, but everyone has their own lines. Everyone has their own lines with that, right? And this is reminding me. Have you ever seen the 4chan meme of It's like, oh, you're in this fantasy world with it's like Lord of the Rings, right? And it's like, oh, you're in this fantasy world with dragons and monsters and orcs and swords and sorcery. That means it's perfectly okay to have a Bugatti Veyron car in the fantasy world, because why should it matter, right?
Sounds kind of like a bad D&D player that wants to OC.
Put a BMW. I think it was like a BMW something or another, right? And it's like, because I heard that argument a lot with the Battlefield thing. It's like, oh, but in Battlefield you die and you respawn and you have health and you can heal yourself and all of these unrealistic things. So that means it's okay for them to, completely get history wrong and tell history the wrong way in the quote unquote historically immersive game, right? You know what I mean? Like, it's it's a bit of a thing. But anyway, we've gotten quite a bit off track. Let's get let's
Yeah.
get back to talking. We got to talk about bodybuilding for another few minutes. Let's go.
Even worse, in fitness programs while claiming that their physique is obtainable, and yeah, a better physique is obtainable, but maybe not that particular one. Liv, where are you going with this? Okay, I'm getting there. The point is that the collective majority opinion on what a peak natural male looks like is unrealistic. It's just not on the cards for a lot of men, not without drugs. This is Eugene Sandow, considered the father of bodybuilding, but also he lived before steroids, so you can trust that he's 100% a real man.
I like that one of him on the right. He looks like he's about to fucking go. Look at him.
Well, I like the left one, like he sees dark thoughts.
Oh, he's me when. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna make it funny. It's gonna be really bad. Okay. So left is me when woman in video game.
Oh.
Right. Me when no woman in video game. Only men. But nah, I just wanted to have a funny.
Now, you could make reasonable arguments that more people are in the gym now, so there's a greater genetic pool in the sport and therefore more impressive physiques. And you could reasonably say that sports science has improved to make bodybuilding more efficient, and this is true. Something to consider, but I don't think it's astronomically different. To give you an idea, the winner of the WNBF, Bodybuilding Federation, which is one of the few that does random drug tests, so, you know, you can still cheat, but it's better to be charitable, you know? Anyways, the winner in 2023 is Bada Lakan, and he weighs in at 86 kilograms.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I don't consider that peak physique.
Peak physical condition. You might not like it, but this is what peak physical condition
And
is.
I don't like it at all.
Well, that's what he's saying though, right? He's saying like this is yeah, you can obtain this, but it's fucking bullshit. You know, like
I might I'll look for a peak something else somewhere else.
Peak physical condition, yeah. No, well, I mean, I would say that, like, if I to critique the video, right, I feel like he went a bit too long on this.
Yeah.
I feel like he went a bit. I think he's made his point. You know, I think he's kind of made the point, and he spent a bit too much time on this bodybuilding stuff.
You know, the point being, look at this. This is completely unrealistic. This is 100% drugs. You person behind the screen, you won't look like this, not ever.
Yeah, to simplify the argument, it's because the common complaint from women, right, is the body's in
from woman.
The bodies in the games are not obtainable for the woman, right? But his point being, yeah, but the male bodies in the games are also not obtainable for the men, right? They are obviously exaggerated peak performance. You know, there's very few people that can probably get the physique of someone like Kratos, or even like, because it also he kind of gets into this later, but like there's also like a difference in culture, because in Asian cultures they value like the pretty boy look, like the slender. You know, you can see it in Genshin that's on screen behind the big muscle man, right? Like the male character is more, you know, he's sleek, he's slender, he's, you know, got the pretty face. You know, they value, different cultures value different things in their beauty standards, right? So it's not, you know, but even then, it's like the amount of work that would go into maintaining like the pretty boy look is probably comparable to the amount it would take to maintain Mr. Peak physical performance. Right?
There's a reason why the femboy regime exists.
The femboy regime, yeah.
Because you need to keep to it, otherwise you lose your femboy look.
Yeah, femboy death, right? Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
Or 100 on stage. For reference, Arnold Schwarzenegger was 107 kilograms on stage, and Mr. Olympia of 2021, Big Ramy, is 140 kilograms on stage. Broadly speaking, the biggest guy on Gear is approaching double the muscle mass of the biggest natural bodybuilder. We need to talk about something else as well.
So,
The average
alright, critical critique. You should have shown some statistics, some numbers on screen.
Numbers of what?
Of the bodybuilders. He's throwing out a lot of numbers.
So you mean, well, I don't know if he's got like an actual study on that, but I mean, I guess you could have taken those numbers and plotted a graph or something.
Something, or you know, a table.
So you want something that's a bit more visual.
Yeah,
basically.
because you know, I don't mind the numbers. I hear the point is those numbers are bigger, and that's all. And I get that's the point. Number bigger, that's the thing. But you know, if I want some real insight on how big of a difference it is,
the being able to visualize it. Yeah, okay, I get you. Yeah, fair enough. No, fair enough.
Percentage of an athlete is around 14% in males. Generally speaking, your abs start to really show at around 12%.
Yeah, here we go. Look at this. Look at 3 to 4% right there. Look at that, fucking ripped.
oh no, it looks like you have cancer or something with all those things.
You got cancer, muscle cancer. Yeah. I mean, tag yourself. I'm probably like, I think I'm at like 20 right now, maybe. I don't know. I'm probably 25-ish. Probably somewhere in between. Tag yourself, Alex. You're 10 to 12. You're looking a little ripped. You got those abs going. You got
Oh, I'm a 2%.
Oh, you're at 2% body fat, so you're literally dead. Okay, because he's about to get into that.
This is the point where people will start to notice, but high-level bodybuilding requires single-digit figures, around 4% at the most professional level. Here is a barbarian from Dragon's Crown. This character is in single digits of body fat. I don't know of a single professional athlete that stays in single digits all year round because it's so incredibly difficult to maintain, and it's simply not beneficial. So let's talk about male characters from a video game. I'm going to choose Soldier 76 from Overwatch. I mean, he's basically the Captain America of the universe, but he's also the average-sized male body in the game. This works with Hanzo and Cassidy as well. Here's a side-by-side of Soldier 76 next to Frank Zane, 3-time Mr. Olympia. And yes, he was on Gear, but he's also considered the father of aesthetics and competed directly with the likes of Arnold Schwarzenegger. Now, obviously, there's going to be no perfect perspective here, and we're going to ignore the massive hands and forearms of Overwatch characters, but I measured out Frank Zane's shoulders, waist, and thigh, and then traced them over Soldier 76. What do you know? It's almost like the average Overwatch hero has a very similar frame and musculature to bodybuilders of the golden era. What's crazy?
So I can see the point that he's trying to make here, but I would say that he should have accounted for the fact he kind of did, but Overwatch is obviously a stylized game, so I wouldn't necessarily trust the exact
but you know,
body proportions.
The anime character, the pretty anime characters are also stylized, so I kind of think it's fine.
So it's fine. I just kind of wanted to toss that in there. You know, I can't be saying based all the time, right? I have to come up with something, right?
Be critical.
I have to be critical. I have to be critical sometimes.
Crazy to me is that Frank Zane was known for his narrow waist, and even though Frank Zane has the more flattering angle, he still doesn't have Soldier 76 beat. My point here is that the point of reference for many artists when they go to pencil out these peak male physiques starts beyond what is naturally achievable for most men, especially men that are not spending substantial time pursuing these physiques. Now, for full disclosure, you can definitely find male characters that fit more realistic ideals. Ethan Winters from Resident Evil and Nathan Drake from the Uncharted series come to mind, but all these guys are classically handsome, and I'm gonna tell you something. You can change your mass, you can get some abs, you can put on some muscle, but the face you got is the face you got, and I ain't got that face. Also, a lot of games that try to appeal to more Eastern standards don't really value muscularity as much as Western cultures, but rather slim, tall figures.
Yeah, so so I knew this was coming, which is why I kind of told you.
I do. This is the second time I'm watching the video, and I'm not. I don't know if this game background was a good choice.
All right.
I don't know. It feels just very disjointed. Now it's relevant because it's Genshin, but before that it was Neo White, kind of a speed running game, and I don't know why that game was picked to be shown.
I guess it's just he's trying to show a diverse amount of different male characters, right? And perhaps that was just a game that he had installed on his hard drive or something that he had to be able to do it. When the base isn't enough, vocabulary, yeah. But anyhow, back to the point at hand, right? It's true that in Asian culture there's a bit bigger emphasis on the pretty boy look, right? And even then, you still got the guy there on the right who's look, he's got some abs.
Yeah,
He's a bit more. He's a bit more on the rough side. He's a bit more gritty. But then so it's definitely not to the same extent as like a Kratos type character. But so it is interesting how there are differences in the beauty standards, and I feel like a lot of the criticisms online of these games don't factor that into account.
well, that's because if anything, the female beauty standards are a little bit more uniform. I feel.
Well, yeah, I guess, but maybe I don't know. I feel like sometimes I don't know because no, I don't have a counter to that yet. I was cooking
Debate.
something.
I won the debate.
Ellie wins. No. I was cooking something, but then I'm like, I think there is still differences, but I just can't think of any off the top of my head. That's the problem. I'd have to like compare and contrast. I mean, if you look at the absolute fucking state of Western video games right now, you could probably see a difference in how female characters are designed these days, right? So I don't know. Anyway, let's continue.
Figures with more of a focus on aspects like face symmetry, eye size, and fair skin. The takeaway is that there are tons of male video game characters that don't even have naturally or unnaturally achievable physiques. Most of them are nowhere near the average male, and what's scary is that the general population are largely incompetent in discerning this, whether it be from the perspective of a male or a female. In fact, there is no study on this. Literally no one talks about it. For the sake of fairness, what I'm talking about here is applicable to women as well. For example, women retain a higher body fat percentage naturally, and they can't get as low as men.
There we go. So yeah, is 40, 45, 50, 22. See, I would say peak is probably 20 to 22, 15 to 17. I think when you go in 10 to 12, that's a bit too much. What do you think?
Oh, being low. I don't know. I mean, that 40% woman still looks good.
Yeah, she doesn't look that bad. Yeah, like 45 and 50 is a bit too much. But yeah, 40's not bad. That's solid. It's pretty normal. The muscle Samu's like the muscle one, yeah. Oh god. Anyway.
And without dying. Women generally have their abs show at a higher body fat percentage. Here is an example of a bikini pro. What's important to note is 1, her physique is very impressive. I believe she's a natural athlete, but there are no guarantees. What I can tell you is that one thing is real. Boobs are mostly fat, and you need to lose fat to show definition. You don't get to choose where fat comes off of your body. All this to say that if you drop body fat for definition as a woman, your boobs are going to diminish substantially. Compare this to Miss Olympia winner Maureen Blanquisco, who appears to have not lost any mass in the ordeal. For those that can't do simple addition, breast implants are extremely prominent and sought after. And like steroids, by the way, a lot of bikini pros do use performance enhancers, but we're not getting into that now. But like steroids, it's more than you think. I mean, I sort of feel like people know in the back of their minds, they just prefer not to address it since, it's harder to hide and they like it. Society approves. Anyways, if you're female, you can pick one. boobs or definition. And if that's not acceptable, then you're going to have to go under the knife. Female video game characters seem to have it all without any of the compromises.
So yeah. I don't have a lot to really say about that. I mean, he's not wrong.
Yeah, but this is all still setup, right? It's not. I don't hear any.
I think he's about to get into comparing it to like anime type stuff, like because I mean he's got Nikkei on stream right now, so I assume we're going back to talking about, you know, the extreme side of it, right? But he's not wrong, you know, like if you want to have the defined tone, you typically have to lose the fat, and if you lose the fat, you lose the breasts, unless you get the implants, right? So
I don't.
I feel like
there is a. This might come up later in the video, but this tone, I don't like this tone, this how do you call it? This perspective that he sometimes has right now, in that he kind of assumes that the reason is because people don't want to talk about it, right?
Well, I think that part of, at least on the male side, it's less that people don't want to talk about it and more that no one actually gives a shit.
Yes. Also,
well, to kind of add to your point, right? I don't think it's a deliberate
conspiracy almost.
Conspiracy, right? I think it's, and I don't think that's the point he's making either. I think the point he's making is that it doesn't, because he mentioned, you know, it's societally acceptable, right? To do the well, then again, I don't even know if I would say it's societally acceptable to do the implants. I mean, it probably is in a sense where it's like you don't really talk. I don't know if I would say that there's a problem off the tone on that, because I do think that there is this idea of, you know, implants are kind of bad because they are kind of bad because they do have side effects, and they do, you know, anytime you're doing an excessive body modification like that, there are stigmas somewhat attached to it. However, I feel like people do kind of not talk about it because it is attractive, right? Because you see the booba and you go, "That's nice booba," and then you don't kind of think further than that, right? So I think I kind of get where he's coming from there, and I think that there is a different expectation between men and women in that regard. Because because I mean, he brought up before like the whole steroid use thing, right? If they found out that, you know, The Rock used steroids, right? That was a big fucking thing because he tried to hide the fact that he had steroids. Like, why would you try and hide the fact that you've got the steroids if there wasn't a stigma attached to it, right? Whereas with implants, it's kind of like everyone can kind of somewhat tell, but at the same time, they just don't really talk about it as much.
Yeah, but the thing is,
if it is found out, oh, that woman's got implants, a lot of people will just kind of be like, oh, all right, whatever. You know?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? I don't really believe in the conspiracy of people somehow wanting to hide the fact that woman has implants. It really feels more of a, oh, she did implants. Oh, I think that looks good. Oh, I don't like that look.
But I don't think he's necessarily implying that it's. I think his point is that they're not the same, because that was kind of what he said before. He's like, you know, there's different. It's reacted to differently, right? And that's kind of the problem.
Yeah, but I don't. You know, having implants or using steroids for bigger muscles. One is, you know, kind of, you know, it's also cheating at the competition, right? Bodybuilding, that's cheating the competition. Using breast implants, is that cheating at the competition?
Well, it would kind of depend, I guess. What kind of, you know, I don't know what the competition. I mean, obviously they must allow it because, you know, they fucking, you know. But would it be comparable? I don't know. I wouldn't.
So this is kind of why I disliked the tone, because he compares you know, taking in or, you know, getting breast implants with, you know, conspiring and hiding the fact that you're using steroids, and that's not the same, my dude. One is a kind of a personal choice, and to be pretty, forced on society.
I would need more information. Because, I mean, obviously there are models that... Because, I mean, he showed a model that wasn't using implants, right? Initially. It's his first example. So I don't necessarily think that it's a case of, these women are being forced to get the implants, right? To compete. Because I don't know if it fake... Because I don't know what the winning... What is the criteria for winning one of these competitions, Ali? Like, what is it? Oh, she's got a big bust size and she's still toned as well? Is that the criteria, or is the criteria something else? Because I have no experience in the field, so I don't.
All right, so Jay,
let me finish, and then I'll let you address Jay's point, right? Because my problem is I can't tell whether or not having the breast implant gives the woman a advantage over someone that doesn't, right? Because with steroids, you'll obviously have a physical advantage over the person that doesn't take steroids.
Because the competition is about muscles.
Yeah, because the competition is about muscles. So I don't know how these Bikini Babe or, and this kind of ties back into my earlier criticism where, because I'm not familiar enough with this bodybuilding stuff, I can't make a determination on whether or not having breast implants conveys a actual advantage. Because for all I know, they might not give it. They might not even judge based on breast size, right? They might be like, that doesn't matter. We're only looking at how much muscle you've got and how toned it is on your body, right? We don't care about the sacks of fat, right? So that's where I'm kind of like, yeah, I don't have enough information is basically my answer.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Jake in chat if he could say which rhetorical assertion is flimsy, just so we know.
I was interested in that too, yeah. And while that's happening, I'm going to continue the video.
Yes.
By the way, Junker Queen are on gear. Sorry, not sorry. Women don't produce enough testosterone to get that big without help. Oh. And then there's Abby from The Last of Us Part 2, who as far as I can tell is the only person in the apocalypse that has access to PEDs, a rigid training regime, and ample protein to sustain that otherworldly muscle mass. The primary driver for muscle growth is free testosterone, and comparing the high end of testosterone in women versus the low end in men is 11.6%. Women have 11.6% of what men have in terms of potential for muscle growth if we're being charitable. Now don't get that number twisted, it's not 11% of muscle mass, but 11% of the hormone that is the driver for muscle growth. Yada yada yada, no one cares, Liv. Women that lift are kinda gross. This is
All right. Okay, so Jake's responded.
Oh.
So do you want to? That's why I paused, because I was like, oh yeah, let you respond.
All right. Yeah. All right. All right. So you feel the vibes that I'm feeling.
Right. All right. So anyway, his point here is, he's pretty much just continuing on the body.
Yeah, I do feel
women and men are different.
I do feel there's a slight determinism here, in the sense that he's talking about muscle growth potential, right?
Yeah, and he specifies specifically it's not 11% of muscle growth. It's 11% of the hormone that grants you the potential for muscle.
Yes. So there is a caveat that I want to put on this, in that it's because it's potential. I can have 100% testosterone. I can be naturally producing steroids. I know biology. Don't worry. That doesn't make sense.
Doesn't make sense. No.
Doesn't make sense biologically speaking. I know. Don't worry.
For the sake of your argument, though, continue.
Yes, but I'm not using that. Even most of protagonists, in games, aren't bodybuilders or even super special trained people. They often are, unlikely heroes and whatnot. Yeah. And even if they are, trained in some way, they are not, 100% using all their potential. So I don't really buy the argument that in games women should, by default or by standard, have less muscles because of this potential.
Well, I think it's I think the point he's trying to make now, I think, is less about, okay, well, women in games shouldn't have muscles. I think what he's trying to, the whole point of this entire section is men are sexualized just as much as women. Men are being held to just as high a standard as women within games, right? It's two sides of the same coin, yet only one side gets talked about, right? The problem is that he's I feel it's like I said before, he's kind of leaning a bit too much into his own field of expertise, because clearly he knows a lot about this bodybuilding stuff.
Yeah, and he also
right?
speaks he speaks too fast. He leaves things out.
But the problem is that he's speaking as if everyone else also knows about all this bodybuilding stuff, right? Which I don't. I'm not an expert on it. I don't know much about it. I'm not big on it. I mean, I've been trying to work out a bit better, but I've been trying to get myself more fit. But I'm not. I'm not. Super knowledgeable about all of this stuff, right? So, but I can. But despite that, right, I can understand the point he's trying to make, right? Which boils down to basically, why are we not also talking about men? Why are we only talking about women? And now he's kind of talking about how here are all these examples of women in games that are hyper muscular, and there's no way they wouldn't be able to get to this point in real life without heavy steroid use or some other factor, right? He brings up the Abby from The Last of Us, right?
Yeah.
There's no way Abby in a post-apocalyptic, like if we were going to talk about realism versus idealism, right? There's no way that Abby in The Last of Us would be able to maintain the physique that she has in The Last of Us if not for being able to, have a fully fledged gym, working out with the gear and all the other stuff, right? So
yeah, I do.
I feel like that's the point being made. But the problem is that he's gone on way too long, and he's talking about a bunch of stuff that I think the average viewer is just not going to understand.
Yeah, because this part to me feels kind of gatekeepy in a sense. In that he kind of complains about that, complains in a general sense. He tries to put the point forward that women have have more difficulty getting to that muscular state.
Yeah,
and
which is true, kind of.
But what's
although using the video's own data, right? Because he mentioned that women can have more body fat percentage before the muscles start to show. I think it was like 10 to 15%, right? Whereas with men, you have to get to single digits to be competitive, at least, right? So fair. I mean, would that again? I don't know anything about this. I'd have to ask him.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that mean that women would have to work less, right? Because they don't have to get to single digits.
I don't think that would work that way.
I don't know. Well, I don't know. It probably doesn't, but it's just like I am blindly intuiting my way through this. I am wading in the thigh high deep depths of I don't fucking know any of this shit.
Yeah. Right? The thing is, right, this section, right, where he says women have more difficulty getting to this level of muscles, kind of feels like it's a way into women shouldn't have that many muscles in games. And in the sense of that's kind of fine when saying men shouldn't have that much muscles either. But he never really puts his stance forward on this. He kind of mentions the facts and doesn't do anything with it.
I think that's because he's not making that point. He's not making the point that women in video games should be less muscular. I feel like what's happening here is he's not making that point because what he's trying to say, he's trying to highlight the ridiculousness of the opposing argument, right? Which is, oh no, all women should be muscular and basically look like men, right? Because that's a common thing that's been happening a lot in Western games, where they just basically make the woman look like men, right?
Well, the thing is, right?
So I have a feeling what he's doing here is he's trying to highlight these women in real life wouldn't be able to reach this pinnacle level of physique without, all of this assistance. So it's to show why that argument. I don't think he's making the value judgment of, oh, these women shouldn't exist in the games. I don't think that's the point that he's making.
All right, so big semi-naked woman on stream. Don't panic.
Demonetization right now.
No, we don't even have money.
Demonetization speed run. We already succeeded because we're not monetized.
Yeah. So the thing is, right?
RTA 2.
So all right, semi-serious thing. None of these women are super attractive because they don't. Well, all right, different say. They don't have breasts. None of them. Right?
Practically none of them. No. Maybe the fatter girl.
I don't even really think so. She doesn't look.
Well,
like
she's wearing like a compressed like leotard type thing. So
anyway, it doesn't look like it.
Could be the sports bras. Could be the sports.
I do feel that I feel that anytime a woman looks kind of like any of these, it is immediately saying, "Oh, social justice, woman can't be woman thing anymore."
Well, like I said, I don't think that's the point that he's making at all. I don't think he's making that argument.
Yeah, but there is
maybe there's some anti-SJW dumbass out there that is making that argument. I just don't think that's the argument he's making.
No. I just, or maybe to summarize my problem with this little part is, this goes nowhere. Why?
Yeah, yeah. That's kind of more the core, right? Yeah. All right. Well, let's watch him go into nowhere.
Also, Maureen Blanquisco, by the way, I think a lot of people make snap judgments about what people look like on stage. You train for years and years, and you work toward a single season of being lean, and then you fall back to a sustainable body fat percentage. I think one of the most harmful perceptions that females have adopted for themselves is that the pursuit of becoming physically stronger will make them unattractive. I cannot find a single scenario where it hasn't made a female more attractive and more capable outside of the use of performance-enhancing drugs.
So there you go. Like you just made like the complete opposite point that buff women are hot. so
yeah, I don't.
So yeah.
Well,
I know. I get you. It's not really. He's kind of making a point, but it's a bit scattershot, right?
Yeah. Also, if he wanted to say, I find this hotter than the other one, why doesn't he show the super steroid breast implant woman next to this natural buff woman or something?
I like I said, I feel like you're wanting him to make arguments that he's not making.
Well, but he says, right? He says that he finds women more attractive when they get fitter, but not when they use the steroids.
Well, no. Well, he said outside of the use of performance-enhancing steroids, right? So I don't think he's making a value judgment necessarily on that. I think he's just, he's saying that women working to get more physically fit is attractive. Because his point was that one of the harmful things that society has taught women is that them getting more physically fit makes them unattractive, which is false. And he's saying that is not correct.
I never really heard that, though.
I mean, I'm not a woman, so I don't know. I don't know whether or not that's a message that women have been getting, Ellie.
Corsets were invented.
It might surprise you, but
corsets were invented because the noble ladies just sat around doing nothing, so they had to be thin by force.
Yeah, well, yeah, and that's kind of, I guess that kind of leads into the point, doesn't it? Like it's, They don't want to. They see working out as a thing that makes them unattractive, even though that's false. I feel like I would have to see some more proof of that myself, because I don't think I've seen a lot of that. But again, I'm not in the same field as this guy, because obviously he's in the bodybuilding field. So maybe that's a common misconception that a lot of women have about bodybuilding, and it's why they don't get into bodybuilding, right? So perhaps he's tried to get women into bodybuilding, and that has been a roadblock that he's encountered trying to get his friends that are females into bodybuilding, is they have this perception, right?
Yeah, but that's kind of a problem of him not being very clear, because I can get that maybe for a woman being a bodybuilder isn't attractive, because you get all tough and hard, and
a lot of work,
you don't have any breasts anymore, maybe you have whatever. That might be not attractive or appealing to them, but that's not. If he says to me, women don't want to get fit, then what are you talking about? But if he says a woman don't want to get into bodybuilding, from art, I get that. I wouldn't want. I don't think those men on bodybuilding look attractive.
You makes a good point. You don't need to be a bodybuilder to be fit. Right?
Yeah, but I feel that he means the same thing in conflates the two.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just being too charitable because I think he's based, right? But I don't think that's what he's saying.
That's the only way I can reconcile. Women don't want to get fit, right?
No. Ellie. He's not saying women don't want to get fit. He's saying that according to him, there is a societal impression that getting fit makes them less attractive.
Yes.
That's not true. And he's trying to say that that's not true. Now, I don't know the validity of his claim that there is supposedly this societal oppression that's saying that women don't, that getting fit makes them unattractive.
Yeah, but I don't. The thing is, right? I never heard anything of getting fit makes you unattractive in any case.
Yeah, but he's not making the point. Oh, you have to be a fucking bodybuilder to go and to be attractive. Making the inverse. He's not making the extreme inverse of the extreme argument that he's trying to counter.
Well, the thing is, right? There's two things, right? I never ever heard anybody say getting fit makes you unattractive. I
haven't necessarily either, and that's why I'm saying.
But I have heard people say those bodybuilders don't look healthy.
That's true.
So
I guess that's when you get into the extreme.
Yeah. So if I did big tensions. Don't worry.
Look, stop saying that, because that's what the audience is hearing.
All right, sure. I guess we're doing it too much right now. Yes. So when he says women don't want to get fit, I don't believe that. But if I interpret those words from his mouth to mean, I ask my female my female friends, do you want to become a bodybuilder? And they say no. I believe that they say that makes me unattractive. I believe that.
Yeah, I guess there's a lack of contextual information, I think, is my problem. Because I don't have enough contextual information to be able to make. I'm just saying, I'm trying to give the good faith Gary charitable interpretation of what he's saying, right? Which is, so according to him, there is a societal idea that working out makes you less attractive, which is false, and he is trying to counter that by saying, no, women that work out are attractive. It's not an all or nothing game. You can do the thing. So anyway, tangent done, I guess.
Yes.
It's good. I want to get through this bodybuilding shit, because there's not a lot I mean, I don't have a massive problem with this part of the video. I think it's important, and I think he does, the overall point is good, but there's not, again, because we both don't have experience in the field, it's really hard to argue about it,
Well, never stopped us before.
Well, it hasn't stopped us before. The gap between lift for gains and lift to prep to carry your elderly mother up the stairs. Yeah. Fair enough, yeah.
Like I said, these extremes are unsustainable, but it ties nicely into wrapping up this detour. Real life is full of bodies that are not sustainable, or even achievable for the average person, male or female. Video games and other mediums take these unachievable shapes even further from our reach. But I do think that there is a fundamental difference between how different people see this. I kind of see it as the space between perfection and reality. Two lines that you can influence and draw close, but you never can align. My thought, and I think a lot of people share this, is that if you don't have a sample of perfection to aim for, you never draw close to it. That's why a lot of guys admire Arnold Schwarzenegger's achievements and try to emulate him, even if they know they can't do it without drugs. Even though they choose to stay natural, they still want that inspiration to look up to. I'll never be as muscular or as handsome or as skilled as the male characters I play as in video games. I can't be, but it's still beneficial to know that I could look more like that.
Alright, Nretsew, can you pause real quick? He's talking about his personal ideas and ideals, right? Knowing what I know now, you know, I've seen it before though. So, but still, knowing what I know now, I'd much rather look up to that guy that didn't do any steroids than Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I can kind of agree, but the point that he's making is not necessarily looking up to Arnold Schwarzenegger. He's talking about looking up to the idealized perfection of the video games.
Well, he did mention that people
Well, yeah, there are people that, yeah, he's saying that in real life, there are people that look up to Arnold Schwarzenegger despite the steroid use and attempts to emulate, you know, what he did, even though they know they can't get, you know, I mean, it's the chasing of perfection all around, right? However, he's tying that into an overall point, which is these idealized depictions in video games should be allowed to exist because it gives people something to strive for, even though it's unobtainable, right? Which I don't have a problem with. I think that's a good. I mean, there's plenty of stuff like that you know, lots of people, you know, throughout history, you know, they strive to get the unobtainable perfection, and even though they might not obtain perfection, they will obtain something in the one. You know, there's a really big, good quote that I got from an artist that I watched on a Twitch stream once. I think it was Dishwasher. They mentioned that one of the things you should do as an artist is you should you should attempt to emulate the style of your the people you look up to, right? The artists that you draw inspiration from and have inspired you to get into drawing. You should try to emulate their style, because in failing to emulate their style, which you will inevitably do because you're not as experienced as they are, you will eventually create your own style by picking up pieces from both their style and the other artists around you that you interact with. So you're striving. So in the strive to gain the perfection of the thing that you view as perfection, right? It might not actually be perfection, but it's something that you view personally as perfection. You will obtain your own value through doing that, even if you don't reach the heights.
So
what's the famous thing? It's like you shoot for the moon, but you land in the stars, or something like that.
Yeah, the thing is, though, that's that concept. Thing though is that if we're talking about real bodies, there are biological limits, right? And
yeah, but that's not the point, though.
Yeah, well, it kind of is though, right? Because I don't really believe, or no, I don't follow the reasoning of the bodies in video games can serve as an inspiration for you to approach, or you know, a pathway to them. I don't.
Well, no, it's not a pathway or a thing. It's a you see the body of, I don't know, Ryu from Street Fighter, and you go, man, I want to look like Ryu, and then you go out and you hit the gym. That's you know, that's
yeah.
what he's talking about. But of course, I don't have that drive. I assume you don't have that drive.
But you know,
Kratos or whatever. You don't look at Kratos or whatever and go, man, I gotta literally be him, you know, and go out and fucking, you know, hit the gym or whatever.
Alright, but also not to diminish your quote, Nretsew. Not to diminish your quotes. But I don't. Nah, I want to finish first. I'm going to be mean to you for a second.
You're gonna be mean. Ellie's being mean to me, guys.
Yeah.
Alright,
No,
Go on.
I don't think your quote is really comparable to bodybuilding, because you can eventually copy your favorite artists to perfection, but
I don't think I think you can emulate the style, but I don't think you can get. It's difficult because you probably could, but I don't think it's comparable in that way.
but you can do that.
I get the point you're trying to make, right? Like biologically, you're not going to be a one-to-one fucking clone of Arnold Schwarzenegger.
No,
right?
or even a video game character. That's more of the point.
Yeah, or even a video game character, because you're not going to be out. But it's not. The problem is it's not about that. That's what I'm saying. It's not about becoming the one-to-one clone. It's having the goal to push you to want to actually achieve the thing, right? It's about having motivation.
So,
right?
And there's
You set the goal of, I want to look like Kratos, right? And then you have that in your mind, and that drives you as a human to want to achieve the goal, right? Because if you don't have that, all you've got is, your own personal motivation. And some people are just that motivated that they can do that without an external drive, right? But there are a lot of people out there that necessitate having an external driving force to get them to do shit. I know this because I have personal experience with this problem. So
yeah, but there's the small maybe it undermines everything. I don't care, or don't know, I should say, is that I don't think people look, or at least I don't have that experience. I don't know if you have, or anybody in the chat has. If you look at a video game character and think, I want to be like that in isolation, I much more believe that there is a wider societal, that your mother is nagging that, oh, you're looking a little bit pudgy today, son, or what, child.
Here's how train and dehydrate.
Yeah. So
Okay.
I don't really believe in this idea of seeing a video game character and wanting to be like them.
I have a sneaking suspicion that this is just a difference in our worldview, because I'm a believer more in self-actualization, whereas you're talking more about the collective idea of, society pushing you to want to obtain that. Whereas I personally believe a lot of this is driven more out of personal, because it has to be driven by personal want, because otherwise everyone would be wanting to achieve the same thing. And I don't want to achieve this. I don't want to look like the guy on screen right now. I don't want to look like him. I don't give a shit. I don't I want to be more fit, but that's more for my own personal, desire to want to not, get puffed after running for 5 minutes. I'm kind of more like the Mob Psycho 100 style self-motivation type thing, right? So I get what you're saying, but I feel like it's just this is coming down to a difference in perspective, right? And I don't know if we're gonna. I think we might have to agree to disagree on this one.
I have a silly theory that's not true, but maybe maybe a flavor of a little bit of autism, a lack of sensitivity to social cues.
Maybe. Look, I don't know. But that just leads back into my point that everyone's different. Some people might look at the video game character and go, man, I want to be literally him, and they'll go hit the gym. Some people might not give a shit at all. I think most people don't give a shit at all, which makes it all the more annoying when you have people that are like, no, we have to change what's in the video game to better reflect quote unquote real life. Well, what is quote unquote real life, right? Because that's kind of the point Video Man's making here as well, is like these body types are obtainable in real life a lot of the time. Obviously some of them aren't because of stylization and stuff, right? Like you're not going to look like Dragon's Crown fucking warrior or whatever, where you have a waist the size of a toothpick and fucking pecs the size of a fucking axe, right? But you can, but there is an obtainable idea of the body type, right? So I feel like the overall point being because the counter argument of these body types are not realistic, they shouldn't be shown in video games because that gives people.
Well, that's not my counter argument. It's more of I
know that's not your argument. I'm making like the hypothetical random Twitter user argument to argue with, right? I'm not arguing with you right now, right? I'm saying that he's countering that argument, the argument of these are unrealistic body types. They shouldn't, like, on the female end, right? They're unrealistic female body types. They shouldn't be in video games because the beauty standards are bad for women and such and such and such and such, which completely ignores that the same thing is 100% true for men, right? And I think that's kind of what he's trying to tie into this point here, and what this whole section's been about is, hey, we shouldn't be. Well, one, we should address the male side of the argument too, and two, these body types should be allowed to exist within video games, because at the end of the day, why should they should, the argument of it's unrealistic, so it shouldn't exist in the game is ridiculous, right? I wanted to address Jake, because he says artist here, I love emulating Mike Malanga. Autism, but I want to add my theory to what he added by leaning from Kirby, and exactly. Art is one of those things where eventually you do tend to land in your own style by attempting to emulate others. It's kind of part of the process. It's why we have artist models, right? You learn about that when you go to education for it.
Yeah, I don't see, or don't even really think the link. The strive for perfection in bodybuilding, body image doesn't really is in. I feel it would get unhealthy really fast, because you could get anorexic at very fast, because etc. etc.
I don't think people normally take it to that extreme, though. I think it's very rare.
If your strive is perfection, then it might be harder to give it up.
Well, I don't know. You can scare people straight by saying lifting and bodybuilding is math. Yeah, well, I mean, it is kind of maths. Have you fucking seen that calorie counting shit? That shit is 100% maths. Armchair psychologists will fall over. Yeah, exactly. All right, well, let's continue. He's almost done, and we can move on to a point that might be more fun to talk about.
More handsome if I work at it, and I can be more skilled if I apply myself, and there's a fundamental good in having that carrot dangled if you see it for what it is. I think it's also fine to be inspired and just do nothing with it. Like, I can play God of War 3 and not go to the gym afterwards. I don't need to be Kratos light, but it's nice to dream for a moment. Now, on the other hand, maybe you're in the camp that sees these characters and people as these impossible standards that you need to meet to be approved of by society. And my first question is this: who told you that? You want to know my second question? Why did you listen to
society.
Them? What scares me the
Yeah, well, I mean, this is a good point, though. Like, why fuck society? Who cares? Society told you that you had to meet the impossible standard, right? Like, again, there's two conflicting worldviews going on here, right? There's it's like I mentioned before. There's the individualist worldview of, I want to strive for this perfection, knowing that I'm not going to be able to make it. However, I'm going to self-improve in the process and become better for it, right? And then there's obviously the people that are going to take that to the extreme that you're talking about, that are going to become obsessed with the perfection, and it's going to destroy them, right? Because that obviously would happen. And then you have the second idea that he's talking about now, which is my collective society told me to do it. The Brotown society made me do it.
But the thing is, right, he's saying that he kind of
who told you had to meet the impossible standard?
Yeah, so the thing is, right, he kind of dismisses it. He dismisses society really easily, but society always comes back, and that's kind of the problem here, right?
Yeah, but you should dismiss it, because you shouldn't be like, oh, I need to become Kratos because of society.
Yeah, but of course society doesn't demand you of something like that. But
that's the point though. Society doesn't demand you something like that. So who's telling you that? Who's saying that society is demanding that of you? And why
society does demand other things from you, and
most people are not immune to peer pressure. Exactly. Yeah, it's like when you have all of these people telling you, oh, you need to look like this or whatever, right? It's a problem. It is a problem. However, the problem is at that point you should be telling them to stop fucking listening to those idiots. Society can't stop me from drawing plump women. See, Jake gets it. Jake's on the level. He understands.
Well, it's just my quick interjection of just ignore society, and I think, well, that's very easy to say, but I don't even really think that he can escape the pressures of society.
Well, I feel it's less society and more those individual people within society that are trying to tell you what society expects of you. Because I don't think society actually expects you to look like Kratos.
And I don't think that he actually believes that.
No, that's why he said, who told you that? Who told you that society expects that of you? Why did you listen to them? Right? That's what he's actually making that point. But anyhow, let's continue.
Most is that there are some that carry this perspective like a backpack of bricks, and they want everyone else to stop and fill their backpacks with bricks too. And if you're wondering why people, and I mean people very deliberately here, male, female, whatever, if you're wondering why people won't take on your perspective, it's because it's harmful to them. You're the one that is peddling a dangerous ideal. Video game characters are not an accurate reflection of us. Not in the physical sense. Not by a long shot. Instead, they are far more a reflection of an ideal of beauty meant to please, entertain, and provoke inspiration. They have never been a finish line to cross. You're not supposed to get to the point that you look like Lara Croft and then think to yourself, ah yes, I can finally be loved and accepted. But
yeah, but it's your interpersonal relationships, your circle of people that influence you the most, because they want what's best for you, and that will go at odds with personal choices. Yeah, Jake's right. You can handle those interpersonal relationships with what memes they memes they hold.
The actual definition. Or no, the old meme,
no,
whatever.
He's right. It's kind of like one of my aunties who won't shut the fuck up about wanting me to have kids.
That's a meme.
There's just that's your societal pressure. You know, why haven't you got a girlfriend yet, Nretsew? Why haven't you? No. Every single
degrowth is hip. Is the big thing right now. You're a member of degrowth.
Oh yeah. What what?
Degrowth.
What? Degrowth.
Yes.
That like. Okay, explain that to me. I don't know what
economy, capitalism, big growth, more. Degrowth is.
So basically, yeah. Okay, I think I
go back to monkey, kinda also.
Return to monkey. Yeah. So anyhow, I'm pretty. I don't really.
We're so guilty of this, but we're in the ivory tower right now. You can't criticize us. He's doing a lot of, feeling. I think that people carry this. He makes a lot of assumption about the big society.
Right.
And I don't.
Well, the thing is I mean. You can really he is going to bring up statistics and stuff later in the video, so I think his worldview isn't necessarily just all feels, but I do think that at some point you only have so much you can go off, right? And if he's picking up this perception, which I pick up the perception too. Sex bad is fucking everywhere, right? There's a lot of people these days that do view sex and sexuality and sexualization as a bad thing that has to be kind of destroyed, shoved into the corner, right? It's not something that should be in, in the open.
Well, we said this
somewhat.
before. Maybe. Well, this video is about sex and sexualization. Maybe let's do a small recap of a previous video. That I feel that actual sex is more accepted, but funny sex is less. The ecchi is out. The arrow is in.
I will disagree with you purely because I have the statistic of sex scenes in movies.
Yeah, but I don't. I never.
And that's not funny sex. That's actual sex.
I always thought
people are rallying against the actual sex in the movies.
Yeah, but I always thought that the sex in the movies was always so nothing.
Well, no, but that's the problem. It depends on the movie, and I think that. I mean, I'm not going to rehash the same argument we had at the time. But I feel like you shouldn't be taking tools out of the toolbox just because some people misuse the tool, right? So I feel like you can criticize an individual movie for having a poor sex scene, but that doesn't mean that we need to get rid of all sex scenes, right? Or we should shame movies that have sex scenes. There's probably a better way to put it.
Yeah.
Right?
Also, Jake, don't worry. I love my media studies fancy words.
Yeah. Which try. I'm the guy that's the street smart, down to earth. I'm not gonna try and fancy pants.
Well, you say street, streetwise, but I more think you're terminally online at times. But that's
terminally online wise. Yeah, good way to put it. It's mostly Gen Z, though you can't trust their opinions. But yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
And there is a but. Female characters are more often sexualized than male characters. So I can understand that if you're a female, maybe you don't feel comfortable with Kasumi's massive knockers knocking around on screen in skin-tight revealing clothing. You don't see the art. It's not pleasing. In fact, maybe it's just kind of gross to you, which again is difficult for me to grasp, but I'm trying here. You might also feel like female silhouettes aren't as varied as male silhouettes in video games, and I'd say that I'd broadly agree with that assessment. But if you'd ask me if it's more socially acceptable to alter the appearance of men for comedic value, I'd also agree. So we find ourselves at an impasse.
So that's an interesting point. I think he's being fair, right? Like he's not, he's understanding that there are probably people out there that do find sexualization uncomfortable and whatnot, even though he can't personally understand it, right? So I think that's fair, right? And I think it is a good point that males do tend to be exaggerated more for comedic effect than women. Typically.
I don't
because when you have a fat woman that's done for comedic effect versus a fat man that's done for comedic effect, everyone's going to scream at you that you're being a sexist fuckwit because you're making the woman the butt of the joke, right?
Well, I don't really know if I mean the Junkrat, right? Junkrat from the Overwatch. He's a super skinny guy.
He's a super skinny Australian guy who's crazy, right? And he looks crazy, and he's designed to look crazy.
Yeah,
which I think is what he's getting at, because it's haha, wacky, crazy, funny, haha. He does the funny, haha.
Yeah, but but the Street Fighter character, the one in the yellow jumpsuit, I don't really think. Maybe if you can go back a second, so they're on screen. I don't know
if it's more socially acceptable to alter the appearance of men for comedic.
There you go.
I'm not sure that really any of them are modified for a comedic effect.
I mean, you could make the argument that it's not necessarily deliberately comedic effect, but they are so absurd in the design that it is comedic.
Yeah, but isn't...
Because obviously, look at Warrior... Because like I mentioned before, Warrior Man, he's got the waist of a twig and he's top heavy as shit, So,
but also, the Amazon from the same game is also exaggerated to a ludicrous amount. Oh yeah, his name was Rufus.
Yeah.
So, and then you have, there are some, also same true for any type of body, but you have the the small as fuck grandma, or the big towering lady. You have the 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 gremlin girl. And this Pixar moms.
But that just kind of goes against the idea that there isn't a diverse amount of female body.
Well, I wanted to push back against. For one, I don't really think the bodies of these characters are exaggerated for a comedic effect. It really is just to fit their character or character design or character quirks. And other two is, I don't think that the woman body is spared this fate of being modified and stretched and pushed together for similar effects. In a sense, only in the sense that
I'll let you finish.
that the woman body is more preserved to be sexy more often, but they are not immune to be radically changed.
Bob from Tekken is comedic, but have a mean-ass, flexible as heck technique and style. I think comedic effect dilutes the character personally, which too spills over into the character design.
So he's more, his body size is more just for funnies. It's also part of their characters.
Yeah. Alright, well let's keep going.
Value, I'd also agree. So we find ourselves at an impasse here. Majority-wise, males like sexualization of female video game characters a lot. Not always, and not in every scenario, but we like it a lot. I'm not going to lie. Females don't tend to like it as much, but sometimes they do. Let's address the elephant in the room. Are most video games marketed towards males? Yes. Even though the most current survey I can find in 2023 showed 46% of gamers in the US are female, I'd...
Well, there you go. There's some statistics for you.
Yeah, but they're bad statistics. Also, I don't know what's the thing about marketing towards. I'm not sure what's the factor in that.
Well, I guess marketing towards the male demographic is. I feel like that's changing now because there's so many more games coming out now that are trying to buck they're deliberately trying to not be marketed towards men. We watched the Game Awards yesterday. You can count how many games seemed to be marketed on, look, it's another female protagonist in another game. That's, marketed.
That Metroidvania African game was super interesting, and
was marketed. I don't necessarily think that was marketed towards men. So yeah, I feel like he could have probably gone a little bit deeper into this, I think.
Because first it's all based off feels, right? He says he thinks he assumes it's mostly marketed towards men. I guess maybe, and the implication is of course.
So, sorry, I'll let you finish.
Yeah, the implication is then that that because men like sexy women. And if you want to market towards men, then you use sexy woman. I don't know.
I don't think that's the only factor, but I do want to just quickly divert a little bit about Jake's point about the phone games. He addresses that in the next video because it's true that when you dig more into the statistics, women tend to play more phone games. And not by gotcha games, but they tend to play more like Candy Crush style, more of those kind of games typically. At least based on the statistics that I've seen, a lot of that 46% tends to be. He gets more into it when he in the second video and he breaks it down. Like he breaks the statistics down a lot more into men. Typically tend to play more these types of games. Women typically tend to play these types of games, and it's very different. So
I do feel the video is maybe just a little bit too late, or published too early for this. But there's No, I don't really. No, I'm taking that back. We're in the middle of a huge push for every cozy farming sim game ever, being 20 games released in a year, 10 a
Well, it's
month.
that. It's that or space games.
Space
It's that.
games, but also Baldur's Gate massively popular with the woman because it's also kind of a relationship simulator, and
Yeah.
and they will learn every
Well,
intricacy of D&D to get their relationship
that. Well,
simulators.
here's the thing. That ties into a point that he makes in the next video, where he actually directly addresses that a little bit, and he talks about how women tend to play those relationship simulators.
Yeah, but I want just my thing is that you can put the relationship simulator in a super serious hardcore no girls allowed boy fort of D&D, and the woman will jump on en masse to play their relationship sim and will play the entire game of D&D for their relationship simulator.
All right. Well, let's continue.
Say at a glance that most games cater to male tastes. When I say that though, I don't mean it in the exclusive sense. For example, Call of Duty generally appeals more to males, but if you take a look on Twitch, you're going to see that there are tons of females playing the game. Anyways, a bit of lore here. During the 80s, video games moved.
So he's about to get into kind of like the history section. We're going to get into big history section. So
Mhm.
before he does that, I did kind of want to address, because he did kind of say, look, Call of Duty is probably marketed a lot more to male tastes, right? Big military shooter,
Mhm.
and I think that but at the same time, it's not like women aren't playing the game, because obviously women are playing the game. So
Yeah, there was.
despite the fact that it's being marketed probably with the male interest in mind, plenty of women are playing it. And I think it's the same for a lot of games. I mean, Tarkov, there's actually quite a few female streamers that play Tarkov, even though Tarkov is primarily, marketed as like a hardcore survival shooter and whatnot.
I do
So
feel that there is a big, Xbox Live, get off the internet, girl, woman, bitch, kind of legacy in that, and that the woman that would play wouldn't, talk or speak about it, and right now, girls are on the internet, guys deal with it. So now you can see them pop up more often.
I can kind of get that, but at the same time, I feel like we've also lost something. We've lost the ability to say slurs on the internet. Thanks, woman. I know that's not what you're saying, but that seems to be the outcome. Is it's like, oh, if we we have to be nicer now because the women are in the room, which honestly I think is a form of sexism in of itself.
Nah, it was just
because women can dish it out just as good as the men, right?
Well, the problem was that the women were in a minority, so they got bullied off right away.
Yeah, but fucking.
And so now, if you don't bully the slight minority of people on the game, then they're fine playing it.
I just have problems with the heavy moderation, and I think that there's this. That's like a completely different subject, though. Is that's talking more about that type of stuff. I want to kind of get back to this kind of like.
I remember having a problem in this history section, but we'll get to there.
We'll get to it in a sec, but yeah, I just kind of want to cap off this idea of just because something is marketed. I've talked about this before, I think, in the normalities videos, where just because something is marketed to a specific demographic doesn't mean that people outside of that demographic can't also find enjoyment in that thing or be into that thing. Because in that case, it was her talking, I believe, about shoujo versus shonen animes and how she didn't believe that men could empathize with women and how that's why they don't, and stuff like that, right? Which I think, yeah, I'm finding the urge to say the funny 5-letter word, yeah. So it's I think that there's a lot of problems with people thinking, oh, this is the boys' aisle, this is the girls' aisle, right? Which societally we have been kind of moving away from that, and I do agree that is actually a good thing. But at the same time, we've got to deal with the new problems that arise from that kind of intermixing that's now going on, right? And I think part of that is the fact that, end of the day, men and women do value different things in terms of what they want to consume. And so you can't cater to everyone, right? Because that just makes something bland when you cater
I
to
do
everyone.
think that Baldur's Gate is a rare, or maybe the goal that you should have.
I don't even think it's rare, because I think there's plenty of women that are into D&D already, and I think there's plenty of women that.
Oh no, more of if you want to appeal to everybody, just do your nerd combat and relationship simulators.
Yeah, but I think that if the game's good, the game's good.
That also.
I don't think it's a matter, like, my issue is when it's like, oh, we have to deliberately try to cater, because I don't think Baldur's Gate went in with the intention of we have to appeal to every single demographic that exists. I think they went in being, right, we want to make the good Baldur's Gate game, right? We want to make the good D&D game, right? Big dice roll, big relationships, big, role play, do thing good, right? I don't think they went in being like, we want to appeal to women,
I do think they have writers that would, give tips one way or the other.
I think it's more a case of they just so happened to kind of hit that gold mine. They just kind of hit the right thing there. It's not marketed to me, but I've enjoyed the genre. Yeah. Talking about there are games that are heavily marketed to girls, and they do play more. Yeah. So it's kind of like that. can't relate to the everyday life of the girls in it. Oh man, yeah. Last time I played Counter-Strike, a woman ragged me over the mic for failing to carry. Didn't stop my my R18 flag. Yeah. But anyhow, let's continue.
Moved from the electrician of stores to the toy section, and because toys were separated into male and female, video game consoles were placed in the boys section. This is one theory behind the gender skew in marketing. Furthermore, only 3% of people working in video games were female in the 80s. I personally worked in the video game industry in 2007 as a quality assurance.
If maybe he'll go a little bit more into later, but when he says that only 3% of women worked in the industry, there is a slight skewing of the data in that in the early 80s, programmers and whatnot were not in the credits.
So it's possible that it's more than 3%.
Yeah, and also a bunch of famous, or a bunch of super well-known things in video games were made by women, and they were kicked out before the game was finished, and their only credit was music, AA or something.
Well, I have a sneaking suspicion that I don't know about that. He probably doesn't know about that. He's just probably going off what he can find.
Yeah, but there is a slight,
So while I can maybe criticize for not addressing that, maybe we'll see because I can't remember.
Well, I just want to mention the erasure of women in early video games, because there were a lot more than was said. Also, just because programmers were not in the credits, so you can't even make a good statement about how many people were even working on video games in the 80s, because they got deleted.
It's a wilder time, it's like going back to ancient history at this point.
Yeah.
but I mean I'll just say that I think that he's working with what he's got. He's working. You can only work with what you've got.
Assurance tester for Orin Developments, the guys that made the RTS Dark Reign. Yeah, I know you don't remember. My experience was that the video game industry is not highly paid and extremely volatile. And yeah, I know a QA tester is kind of bottom of the barrel, but I also know what the programmers were earning, and it wasn't great. I still remember sleeping under my desk and having to wait until midnight to test a build that had to be approved by the start of the next workday. The truth is that video games weren't born as this extremely highly lucrative endeavor. Sure, the industry is huge now, and I'd hope that the value of workers has gone up, but my point is that many people that got into careers in video games back in the day were passionate people that were largely going against the norm of the time. It was never cool to be into video games. There are even records of some game devs leaving their names off of the credits of their games as to not affect their day job.
Well, another part.
Interestingly enough, talking about what you were talking about, just in a different direction.
The credits of the first Street Fighter, or maybe the second, the big Street Fighter, all the programmers were kind of anonymized and wouldn't, you couldn't say you worked on the game, and it was a woman who made the music for Street Fighter that is of course played till this day, but she got kicked out fairly fast, and a guy took over. So now. And nobody knows who she is.
Well, here's the thing, right? I feel like both sides can be true. I feel like you can have situations like what you're talking about, where the woman was kicked out because, I don't know, misogyny or whatever. But then you also have what he's talking about here, where video games didn't always used to be this like okay thing, right? There used to be the nerd thing, right? And I can understand a lot of programmers perhaps not wanting to have their names in the credits of something because they don't want that to like hurt their portfolio or whatever.
Yeah,
right?
but that really sounds iffy though, because if games were so niche that nobody knew about them, how would anybody find out that you were working on a game that nobody knows?
I don't know about that, but what I do know is I think there is some credence, because I mean you wouldn't be bringing it up unless there was some credence to the idea, and I mean he's using Hideo Kojima here as an example of that right now, so it obviously did happen, right?
Well, let him talk about it. Let him use the Kojima example, and then.
All right.
Kojima told his friends he worked in finance when he started working at Konami. It was often met with disapproval from family.
That's slightly different.
Well, let him cook.
Friends, and seen as frivolous. The view would change.
Yeah, it was seen as, frivolous, and why these video games don't matter, right? You're not gonna. It's like a lot of artistic pursuits. It's like, why don't you become a fucking doctor? You know what I mean? Like, doctor is going to get paid, you're going to get respect, you're going to get, your big doctor man, your big lawyer man, right? You're going to go places. What? You're an artist? Ugh, you're an artist?
Yeah.
You're not going to get anywhere with being an artist, right? It's the same kind of, societal pressure, going back.
Yes, all right, to mention
you love your society.
Yeah, but more than society, I love my chat, Jake.
I was gonna address Jake's chat because I actually wanted to talk about it. But one thing at a time.
Yeah, but I just want a quick mention that the games were never, for me, in my experience, were never in a boys or girls section. They were in their own section.
Yeah, me neither. I don't actually know where he's getting. I mean, he's Australian, I think. So I don't know if it was different in Australia, and maybe it was different in the 80s and the 90s, right? But I've always remembered that video games were in like the tech section,
the multimedia, next to the DVDs or something.
Yeah. It was never like a boy, like they were never in the toy section of like the warehouse or whatever. So I don't know. I also don't know what he's talking about with that, and I don't like. Perhaps that's like an American thing, and that's like he's getting that data from like an American perspective, because maybe an American in the chat would have to confirm or deny if they were around back. Would have to ask Phil. You'd have to ask Phil if the video games are in the boys section, because I don't know where he got that from, so I don't actually think that is a theory as to why the marketing is skewed. I think it's more a case of programming and tech and all of that stuff has always appealed to boys more.
Well, not really though, because
let me cook.
All right,
Ellie, let me cook. No, I think it does, because I mean we have studies that show that men are more technically minded on the average, right? Men tend to gravitate more towards things like that, right? So I feel like what ends up happening is you have a lot of men getting into the field of video games, and they want to create video games that reflect the stuff that they want to see, which typically just so happens to coincide with other things that men want to see, right?
So
naturally you're going to get a bunch of video games that are marketed towards men, right?
Alright, my rebuttal debate.
Big debate.
Big debate.
Ramble 57. Let's go.
Let's go. Debate time. Early, from what my mother told, programming lessons were taught to girls almost exclusively as a secretary thing. Also, programmers were at NASA were all women. Women did all the fancy calculations. They did all the computer work. They programmed all the stuff. Later, men came, and it became a man thing. So I don't really believe that programming is inherently male or male oriented.
Well, I'm not saying it's inherently male or male orientated. I'm saying that men tend to gravitate towards things like programming and technical stuff.
Don't really know.
Well, no, because I've seen some, like, they've done early childhood and early, studies that have been replicated on this, I'm pretty sure, that indicate that men tend to gravitate towards these fields. There's a clear difference between men and women and what they gravitate towards.
Yeah, be wary though, because not too long ago.
And of course, I'm talking in generalities. I'm not talking in absolutes, right? Obviously, it's not like a fucking all or nothing game here.
No. I just wanted to say that beware. Not too long ago, there was the big crisis in psychology that invalidated the whole swath of.
Look, maybe I'm wrong, but again, just like everyone else, I can only go off what I know, right?
No, I just just small caveat before we.
Yeah. But and I'm just saying, from what I know, it's genuinely accepted that there is a certain large subsect of men and a certain large subsect of women that will gravitate towards different things, right? And I believe that that's what's led to the stuff happening. And in your own example, you're talking about, okay, so they were learning programming as part of what, secretary work?
Yeah.
Right? So even then, it's not necessarily they're getting into programming deliberately to, it's, I want to become a secretary. What do I need to do to learn to become a secretary? Oh, I got to learn this programming thing, right? I got to learn how to use the computer, right? To do the things, to do the schedules, to do the, all of that kind of stuff, right? Whereas I'm talking about, no, you have guys that are, I want to get into video games because I'm passionate about the video games and I want to make video game, right?
So
I want to do thing in video game, and then I guess you could say that they are to undermine my own point, right? I guess you could say that it is comparable because what do I need to do to get into video game? I need to learn to program. I guess I'm going to learn to program, right? Which you could say is comparable to I want to become a secretary. What do I need to do to become a secretary? I need to learn to program, right? But I feel like that in both cases, doesn't that mean that the programming part is, secondary to the, it's a means to an end almost? It's not necessarily a case of, the outcomes are different, but the drive is the same.
Yeah, but I there is of course big shifts in what kind of thing is placed in the responsibility of either man or woman. This was first a man thing, now it's a woman thing. This was a woman thing, now it's a man thing. That kind of really that kind of puts a kind of a doubt on me whenever somebody says, doctor, being doctor thing is a man thing. Well, these days it's far more a woman thing than a man thing to be a big doctor.
Well, Interestingly enough, I think he talks about that in the second video, where he talks about how male nurses are discriminated against in the workplace.
So this is what I was going to follow up on, in that eventually there is kind of a sort of discrimination, kind of you're not being normal in this environment. So in a sense that also even to the point of the waste managers, it's a super masculine, but I don't really think that even if women would want to be a waste management person, they can't, in the sense they would get bullied out immediately.
I don't believe that at all.
I
think if women wanted to get into that field, I think they would, and I don't think they would get bullied out. Just because of the supply and demand. Because how many people actually want to become waste disposal people, right? Like I feel like most men would probably be like, "Oh yeah, sick, cool." I don't mind women working with.
Well, Nretsew, I work in a factory, right?
Well, you work in a factory, yeah.
It's kind of similar super male dominated, and I can tell you, women are the outsiders, the other. Even though the factory is short on hands, they are still the other, still the strange, still the thing that oh god damn, now we can't make our stupid jokes anymore. How annoying, if only that woman wasn't there. So being short on hands, supply and demand doesn't change.
So the question then becomes, should the entire environment of the factory be changed to accommodate women?
If you want more workers, then yes.
Well, I mean, obviously, if you want fucking more workers, then I guess you do. But at the same time, I don't know. I don't like this idea that we have to fucking blank slate everything, I guess. And I also think that women are perfectly capable of entering male fields and being able to hold their own without being handheld, at least in my opinion. Because I don't like this idea that women have to, I think it's because it's the same in both ways. I talked about the male nurses, and he talks about the male nurses in the second video, where male nurses get discriminated against by the female workers for joining the female space. So it's not like this isn't happening in both directions, right?
Yeah, and so.
But I feel like there needs to be a recognition of you're entering a space as a minority, right? You're gonna have to adapt the way that you interact with the majority.
But the thing is, right, what I'm describing is a hostile environment.
Well, I mean, I think getting bullied for being a nurse is also a hostile environment.
Yes, so in that case, yes.
And of course I'm not saying you should have to put up with workplace harassment, right? Obviously. But I think that you have to, I mean, at that point, then we're going to get into an argument of, okay, what is workplace harassment, right? Is it, the men are making like some random jokes that don't even have anything to do about you. They're just kind of being, jerky men, right? Is that workplace harassment? Is being a male nurse and being told that you don't belong in the field and being treated like shit by both your workplace and the patients who don't respect you because you're a male? Is that workplace harassment? And then we're going to get into the weeds.
Yeah, but the thing is, so moving on a little bit. No, moving on.
No, because you do have to move on, because it's like we're gonna get into this fucking.
No, I'm moving on. What workplace harassment is exactly, etc., etc., etc. Moving on, then you get into women / men aren't welcome in that field, I won't associate with that.
Right.
And then you get a
Right.
perpetuation of the thing, etc., etc.
Right.
And I
So then the question becomes, right, well, how do we deal with this? And one side of the debate would say, oh, we need to flatten everything out, get rid of the workplace cultures, get rid of, everything and make it we have to force women or men into the field because everything has to be 50-50, right? That's one side of the argument. And then my side of the argument is more, I don't necessarily think that obviously people should be getting harassed. If that is happening, there should be something done about actual harassment. However, I don't think the entire culture of a workplace should have to bend to the will of individual minorities, right?
so this
I
is
feel like you can have a workplace that's diverse and not have it be completely run by HR. Right.
So Nretsew, I'm going to be controversial. The big debate. That
oh no.
In the factory that I work, the culture is the problem, right? Seeing the woman as the other is a problem. So
obviously you shouldn't be seeing women as others.
That's also true in the male nurses, and it's true in the waste management thing. Being the other is not fun. It is maybe not workplace harassment per se, but it is the thing that makes you quit after 2 months.
It's not fun, but then what are we going to do about it?
Change the culture.
Yeah, but why should the culture? But then the question becomes, why should the culture have to change? why should we have to stop being allowed to
other people
have cultures? Yeah, why should they though? That's the question. It's like why? Because when we're changing the culture, because then eventually it's gonna, again, it's like I said, everything's just gonna become blank slate. It's just gonna be bland nonsense bullshit. 50. We have to force 50-50 polarity.
Hey! I'm saying just change the culture.
No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not saying that's your argument. I'm saying this is the inevitable through line that ends up happening with people, right? Because I've seen this argument plenty of times where it's like, no, we have to have 50-50 polarity, and I'm sitting here asking why. What do you actually gain from forcing 50-50 polarity?
All right.
Is the field of waste disposal going to be insanely benefited by having more women work in waste disposal?
I guess so, because it's not more people would work there, etc.
Well. Do we need more waste disposal workers? Is there a work shortage in waste disposal workers? Because I don't know.
Well, people always use that example, so why not?
No, I'm using that example because it's the common one that's used by people, because it's like, oh yeah, vast majority of people that work in waste disposal are men, right? But does that mean that there is a shortage? Does it need to be 50-50 polarity? Do women bring something to the table? Like, you could argue in terms of video games that the female perspective might be good to have, and there are plenty of cases of games that are sexy that are done by females as well. So obviously the female perspective is of value in that field, right? But at the same time, doesn't need to be necessarily a 50-50 split, So it's one of those things.
All right, we're talking about.
Let's look at some chats. Let's look at what's the chat thing, right? Because Jake's been saying some interesting stuff. The toy selection thing is a American fact that's been conflated to logical collective. Yeah, I find that a lot where people because of American hegemony or whatever, people tend, even though this guy's not American, it's like that American culture kind of seeps in, and people think that that's applicable for everywhere when it's not.
No.
Toys R Us had their own section. We didn't even have Toys R Us down here, so it's kind of, it kind of leads into what I'm saying.
Yeah. Intertoys is the big one.
Yeah, circumstances can move or push groups into taking on interests, and over time, it's stabilized or hits a crisis where the other group is more or less prevalent. Hiring trends can be due to complementary benefit offers and the state incentives. Looking at my own country, women get a lot of educational benefits for more technical fields. That is true. That is true. I mean, from what I understand, women are actually doing a lot better academically right now than men in general. So that's an interesting fact to that. Workplace harassment as the AC is turned off. Yeah, that's kind of what I mean, right? It's like, you know, I think there is debate, but I feel like you have to do that in like a workplace to workplace context.
Yeah,
right?
but taking that, it's a joke, I know, but even turning the AC on, knowing, because the stereotype is that women would complain about the AC, is an harassment in and of itself, right?
I don't know if I'd call it harassment.
Well, Nretsew, say the Kiwis, you're living in warmer climates, right? Slightly warmer than northern.
Well, colder actually. It's colder.
Colder. All right. So you're living in colder.
We're under the equator. So.
Oh yeah. So you're living in colder country. So if in my cozy northern European country, I turn the AC on to 22 degrees Celsius. And because I know that you Kiwis like it a little bit colder, then you complaining, you seeing me turn the AC higher, knowing that I know that you like it colder as a Kiwi, as a group of people, is an harassment in and of itself, because I want you to complain about it being too hot. So that
Well, hang on, because that's the thing is because you're doing it deliberately. I don't know necessarily if the workplaces are doing it deliberately to piss off the woman, right? Maybe they are. Maybe the woman's a bitch and they just want to piss her off. I don't know. That's why I'm saying it's contextual. Right?
Or maybe this is the other and it's fun to make fun of the other.
Well, maybe it is. I don't know. It's contextual. You can't. I can't make that judgment if because I mean you're talking about your own workplace. I don't fucking know your workplace. For all I know, your assessment's correct. I can't fight you. I can't fight you on your own lived experience, Ellie.
Yeah.
I can't be like, no, you're wrong, Ellie. Your factory loves what it's like. No, I can't do that. That would be ridiculous. The wrong step is to make the company/workplace family. But there are communal elements that can strengthen. I agree with Jake. Like it's. I feel like there are definitely considerations that have to be made, and you don't want to have everyone feeling uncomfortable. But at the same time, I think that you can't just bend the will of the many to the will of the few, right? You can make concessions for the few, but at the end of the day, the majority is still the majority, and trying to act like it's almost like we were arguing about striving for perfection before, right? Like 50-50 polarity is a perfection in of itself, right? I don't think we're going to be able to get 50-50 polarity in every single workplace, and I don't necessarily think that it's something that's necessary to strive for in a lot of workplaces. And then we'll cap off with Samu's point. So, while I think Amy has a point, I think if someone truly wants to do the job, their amount of crap they're willing to take will be a bit higher. However, I'd need to know just how much crap they are taking. Yeah. You can't really force people to work who, yeah. I hate this. You know what I hate about YouTube? I hate this fucking little heart thing.
Yeah.
That heart. It's in the way. I can't read what the fuck Sam, because he says people who will work, right? But I literally can't see the word will. It's fucking.
It's the word who for me, but.
Who. Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, work. Yeah.
Yay, la.
Yeah, spam it. Yeah, there you go.
Yay.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah. Hate the word limit. Yeah, the word limit's also a pain in the ass. But to kind of cap off this point, right, in this debate about workplace environments and whatnot, like I think that my man here in the video has a point, right? In that, and of course he also has his own lived experience, working in video games, right? So he has his own lived experience compared to other people that have lived experience. But I think lived experience can only really take you so far, and it typically tends to be unique to you, right?
That's
I
the
mean,
point of experience.
I'm not gonna say, like, I'm not gonna sit here and say, oh, the woman at Blizzard should just get over the fact their breast milk's getting harvested every day. You know, I'm not gonna sit here and say that they have to put up with that. But I do think that on some level, like, you know, I actually think it would benefit the woman to try to better understand the male culture, you know? And then it's the same thing with men. I think it would be better for men to be able to understand the woman culture. You know what I mean? Like, I think it would benefit both sides to be a little bit more considerate of each other. You know, we can all get along. You know, my unlived experience is to see the rest of this video.
Oh dear. No, I just want to. The rest. I feel I don't think I can agree with that last statement of yours. Just because the thing is that you make the newcomer is the other, the danger, the unknown, the disruptor of your cozy experience of making fun of the people that you didn't know.
Well, is it making fun? Oh, whatever. I don't know, because I'm not necessarily saying there are other cultural elements that can be talked about with that.
So, and I don't think that it's a culture worth protecting, basically.
Well, it depends. I guess that's a poor example. I think there's other cultural. I mean, liking sexy anime girls is a cultural element that these people want to fucking destroy, Ellie. So that's why I'm like,
well, that's not often a work culture.
Let's not, well, I mean, it depends. If you're at work and one of your coworkers has like 50 anime figures on his desks that are, you know what I mean? Like, is that going to be a problem? You know, like, is that what we're talking? You know, that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. You know, like that's the workplace culture is like, oh yeah, we like anime. This is an anime clubhouse, right? We like anime here. If you don't like anime, you're gonna have a problem, right? The West has fallen. Yeah. Someone does need to be the butt of the joke for it to be a joke. It's funny. I don't know what to tell you.
But
well, anyway.
Don't do it to the people that you work with in that sense.
Anyway, I'm not necessarily saying I'm making fun of the people that you're working with. I'm saying just a generalized whatever. We've had enough of the weeds. Let's get back to the video.
Change over time, but my point is that it wasn't a desirable career for anyone that didn't really want it. Am I saying that women wouldn't have what it takes to work in video games back in the day? No, but I think that there was a high level of risk, male or female, and I think even as a guy, I'm not confident that I would want to take up a high-risk, low-paying career for personal fulfillment if I had other options, or if I could find that personal fulfillment somewhere else. I'm not using this as a catch-all for why females didn't really engage with the video game industry. I just wanted to illustrate the mindset of the time and give it a frame. I think it's pretty common to look at the numbers on the page and say, oh, women aren't doing this thing as much as men. That's bad. Maybe it could have been better. Maybe it should have been better. But while we're balancing out genders in every career, we should probably help out sewage disposal. As you can see, gaming is doing way better than the sewage sector.
Look at that. Look, 3% non-binary. We got to get that up, Ellie. We need more non-binary people in game development. We need to make that. We got to have it all thirds. Third male, third female, third non-binary.
I forgot he actually used sewage disposal as an example.
No, he did. Yeah, I remembered. Yeah,
I forgot.
I remember that he did.
But no, I think that the more...
He went a little quick there. I just kind of
on the page and say, oh, women aren't doing this thing as much as men. That's bad. Maybe it could have been better. Maybe it should have been better. But while we're balancing out genders in every career, we should probably help out sewage disposal.
So this is game developers.
Yeah, he showed the graph was small on the right, on left.
So we got... Yeah, I want the small one to come up is what I want, but I would just like, so let's just...
It was on screen for me, but...
Well, the other thing is the source is displayed now, so you've got the IGDA.
Oh, not for me, but anyway.
It shows up on the video, don't worry, it's fine.
You can see gaming is doing...
Boom, there you go.
Hey.
So we got sewage disposal worker by gender. We got 4.5% female. That's not good enough. Needs to be 50-50. Can't have field alley.
For one, nobody makes it that argument, but two.
Well, they do. They do for other things, Ali. That's the problem. we need parity in the genders. We can't
To that, I from working in a factory, I can say culture is the big barrier, not some.
I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't think that culture is the reason that women don't want to pick up shit for a living. I'm not sure about that one.
No, that any woman who would apply or would want a job at all, the big reason why they why they don't stick around, why equally disparate women as woman as desperately as a man,
well,
why the women don't stick around is because the male, the hostile male culture pushes them away.
the other problem you have here is you're making the assumption that 95% of men also want to be working as a sewage worker.
Yeah, because
I think it's more the case of this is the only job they could get that pays them enough to do the. I don't necessarily think that there are people that want to spend the majority of their life. I mean, look, there's probably some people that make a career out of it and they're into it. More power to the scat lovers out there. All right, but I'm just saying, like, I think there's too many assumptions going on here. I think there's too many assumptions about we're assuming that the workplace culture is the problem at the sewage working disposal, and we're assuming that it's the type of job is the problem.
Well, I kind of assume the problem there's a culture problem in any job where the gender parity is disputed.
That's the problem. I don't have enough information to make that determination, so I'm not going to do it. I'm not gonna make the assumption that there's a massive workplace culture problem at the sewage disposal plant, and that's why only 4.5% of women get into sewage. Because you would have to actually find that 4.5% of women and just fucking ask them, why did you get into this?
I do think that lived experiences can't defeat that, Nretsew. Is that
but
they would more often be in the administrative position in those.
That's an interesting point. Yeah, like, would they be in administrative versus going out there and getting their hands dirty? That's a good point. But again, I think it's annoying because I don't. I think that a lot of this removes people's personal decision making in the process.
Well, it's their personal decision to leave because they get kind of bullied.
But it's like, is it it's their personal decision to get in there in the first place as well.
To try it out.
I feel like it's a bit too. I don't know. I just don't think that the cultural problems are necessarily as prevalent as people make them out to be. I think there's other reasons why people don't like. Cultural problems could be why they leave, right? But I don't think
stick around.
But I don't think cultural problems are why people don't consider it in the first place, right? I think there's a distinction to be made there between getting into it, having a shit time, and leaving, versus I'm not going to become a sewage worker because the culture of the sewage workers is terrible. I don't think that's what's happening. And maybe that's where our disconnect is, and we're talking past each other a little bit. Because I'm thinking more about, like, okay, well, why are women not getting into the field, right? And I don't think it's cultural. I don't think it's a cultural problem somehow. But anyway.
Well, the thing is, a lot of jobs, female for the females in older times was backbreakingly hard. So labor isn't really the factor that's pushed them away. Hard labor.
Perhaps it's less. Well, I mean, a lot of those jobs had to be done, I guess. And now in modern society, you have a bit more freedom to choose what you want to do, right? So that could be a component of it, is that there's more freedom of movement in terms of career pathway. But anyhow, let's continue. Let's see what Video Man's point is.
Way better than the sewerage sector, with 24% of developers being female in 2019 in comparison to only 4.5% of sewage disposal workers being female in 2023. Moving on, the next question is, why is it that only 24% of game developers are female? Why isn't it closer to 50% like the stat for gamers? Well, I think it's because they don't want to be. A lot of people online would like to assert that we have nurtured women away from video games, that the hobby has been gatekept by males, and that careers have been denied and therefore there aren't more video games targeted at females. I do think there has been gatekeeping, sure. I mean, I know Blizzard has been in the news for its frat boy culture. Even when Blizzard hired Jen O'Neill as co-leader of the company, she soon stepped down from the role because she realized that she was there as a token gesture for solving the current lawsuits. You can
So he's not ignoring the problem. Like, he's saying that, yeah, there is, and I agree with him, like, there is clearly gatekeeping and cultural problems, especially when we're talking about these major studios, right? So I'm not, when I'm making my points, right, I'm not necessarily saying that, hey, it's not happening, women just need to harden up. I mean, I'll do that as a meme, right? But I'm not necessarily saying that there aren't problems that need to be addressed, because clearly there are. I'm simply saying that I think that we can address these problems without completely destroying the culture of these developers, right? And fundamentally changing not just like the people inside the companies and how they operate, but also the games that they make, right? Because I'm not satisfied with the way that AAA has been progressing and how the changes being made at the corporate level are trickling down into the game design level, right? Where
So
we can't
Nretsew,
well, let me finish you always jump in when I'm literally about to finish my point, right? Because I am literally about to finish. I am literally about to finish, and then I was going to give it to you, right?
yes, dear.
I don't. Yeah. Shut up. I don't like the current trajectory of, we can't have sexualized characters in video games. We can't have sexy characters in video games because that's sexist against the womans, and allowing, and this idea that, because we're now allowing more women into the quote unquote AAA industry or whatever, we have to cater to those women by not having the sexy video game characters. So
Yeah.
I'm done.
So it's a bit of a tangent, but what would you think is a cool workplace culture?
I think that a good workplace culture, right, is one where I think you're allowed to be casual, right? I think and when we're talking about video games, because there's a difference between fields, obviously. If you're working in a more serious field, things have to be a bit more serious, right? But when we're talking about video games, I think it actually does a lot better for video games to have a more casual sort of, custom, like I've seen like plenty of like videos of devs, and they all kind, like if you look at stuff like Micah Team, right, they'll have anime figures on the desks, they'll have sort of all kinds of things in the environment. They have a fucking like cat room with the cats in it.
Ooh, that's nice.
You could go, yeah, like they've got like it's like a big tall glass. It's like floor to roof glass thing with a big tower, and the cats can climb the tower, and you can go in there and hang out with the cats, right? I think the Azura Lane developers also have done a lot of studio tours where they show off how they've got like an entire fucking like catering service, and they have like these big rooms that are all kind of relaxing and types, like I'm thinking, like when I'm thinking about like a video game corporate culture, I want it to be like laid back, right? I want it to be like we shouldn't be worrying about nonsense, right? You still have to work, obviously, but I think that it should be a casual culture. And I think you lose some of that when you start kind of being like, you can't have anime figures on your desk because they're sexy, right? You can't wear that shirt because it's offensive. You can't, do this, and this because it's a problem, right? And that's where I think we're kind of running into this disagreement here, where obviously the harassment and the stuff that happened at Blizzard was wrong, and I think they should get more flack for that than they are, right?
Yeah, just getting
However-
bought by Microsoft and all, everything is fine now, I swear.
Yeah, but I feel like the overcorrection to that and the shift in culture, as you know, because we've gone through like the feminist frequency era and the consulting and the and how, like, I think the push for more of this feminist type stuff, in my opinion, has led to worse outcomes. In terms of how they've pitted the sexes against each other rather than attempting to find a middle ground where they can coexist, right?
Alright, you're getting a little bit off of the workplace culture.
I'm kind of am, but I'm having trouble, like, kind of thinking about what I would want in terms of that stuff. I'm kind of more thinking about, like, okay, well, where would I want to work, right? Like, what kind of environment would I want to work in? And I would want to work in a place that's a lot more casual and freeform and doesn't necessarily restrict people in certain respects. So, yeah, that's kind of where I'm at.
Alright, so my hottest take for today is that
I don't think it's going to be... You're going to say that again in like 5 minutes.
workplace culture is a myth.
Okay.
That the only times a workplace culture is a thing is when it's a toxic environment.
I don't know if I'd agree with that. I'm not
It's
sure.
Otherwise it's only structures placed by management.
I don't know. I mean, I would need more experience, I guess. Is kind of my problem.
So my personal
because my work doesn't necessitate having a workplace environment. Because I don't typically talk about what I do in real life a lot, but I do a lot of I go to people's houses and help them with tech stuff, right? I'm not in like a cubicle at an office, right? I don't have a office, right? It's a bit different.
So I have two major workplace experience. One was for an American company, and that was very focused on quotas, meeting your quotas, and that meant that the workplace culture was meeting your damn quotas, and I kind of doubt calling that an actual workplace culture, because that's more of a mandate placed on you.
I see what you're getting at, and I kind of agree in that respect. But I guess, like I said, I think it's hard because it's contextual, right? And if you don't have experience with it, it's hard to really talk about it, I guess. Because, like I said, I don't work in an environment that's like that at all.
Yeah,
like
so
it's harder for me. It's harder for me to be like, well, I have my like idealized view of what I would want if I was working at like a game company, right? I have like the idealized idea, but because I don't have any experience actually working at a company, I can't make a judgment of, okay, here are things that could be done better, here are things that couldn't. I mean, there's obvious shit like, don't steal the female co-workers' breast milk, right? Obviously, but you get what I'm saying, right? I feel like I'm critiquing myself here a little bit, right? I have a knowledge gap, right? That I've not filled, right? And I will touch on Jake's point here, which is the type of critique FF had was of the industry top for them to shift the top companies' standards to trickle down to smaller structures. San Fran is crazy like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So to finish the hottest take for the moment is that then workplace culture is only how much gossip there is, how much backstabbing there is, how much making jokes for the guy with bald hair.
See, I find it interesting because obviously you're seeing it as like solely negative, right? It has to be a negative. Whereas I'm kind of like, I don't know. I feel like there could be some positive.
Yeah. So, but the kind of caveat that I can then place on it is that
what he means by trickling down is through like the GDC. Yeah.
No, the caveat that I would then put on my hot take is that culture then is just the people you work with.
Yeah.
More than
obviously if you're working with toxic people, you're gonna be.
Then the place is toxic, right? And if enough toxic people work there, then the entire culture is toxic. But if it's a good workplace culture, then it's just you don't get massively overworked by the boss, and the people you work with are fine and good, or maybe you like them. And
it is a very nebulous concept, I have to admit.
So that's why I say workplace culture is a myth to me, and
that's why I'm saying it's contextual, because Blizzard's obviously got all these fucking problems, but that's not to say that another game company, it's pretty fucking hard to beat what Blizzard was up to. Let's be real, it's pretty hard.
The Bill Cosby room.
The Bill Cosby room, yeah. Let's continue.
Also, Ubisoft in there too. I'm not here to argue that racism and sexism doesn't exist and that it doesn't need to be rooted out where it's found, but there is something that the gatekeeping narrative doesn't account for. See this game? This is Bright Memory Infinite. It's a first-person shooter with awesome action combat set in China. It only runs for 2 hours, but what's remarkable about it is that it is made by a solo male developer. You don't know this game? Okay, have you heard of Minecraft? Developed in 2009 by a solo male developer, Marcus Persson.
Oh, I remember this.
But Stardew Valley, Cave Story, Turbo Overkill, Roller Coaster Tycoon, Choo Choo Charles, Mechs vs Kaijus, Getting Over It, the list goes on. The one thing that all these games have in common is that they are created by solo male developers. There's no gatekeeping in solo development. I mean,
that's here where I start really disagreeing. I remember now.
I kind of want him to finish the point.
Yeah, right.
Go off. So that's why I haven't paused, because I know you're ready to go. I've got the leash. I'm trying to stop you from going off. But let's let him finish. I know a good point to stop, so I'm going to stop when I get it.
All right.
Raced an environment in a company where you are the CEO and the only employee. So then where are the games made by female solo developers? Well, they do exist, but they are few and far between. The Ranch of Rivershine is one. I found 2 others, but one was for mobile only and the other was still in development. I wish them the best of luck. The point is that when our general population is left to their own devices, the people that really want to make video games and have the drive to make them successful are males. Again, I don't want to throw shade at the few female solo developers here. Can women do it? Absolutely. But most of them don't seem to want to do it enough to make a dent in the comparison. Researching this video.
So, and he's about to get into how in his research he couldn't find any. So I think this is probably a good point to pause out and talk about it, right? So to kind of recap, right? His overall point is that yes, there are problems in the AAA corporate culture, whatever, right? However, solo dev is a thing, right? Obviously. Well, maybe not. Let's like say solo dev plus like indie dev entire. Like let's put that all under one umbrella, right? Because making a game on your own is fucking more difficult than having like a small team, right? Clearly, there's less restrictions in solo dev, as he points out. You could, you are your own CEO, right? You're not beholden to the corporate grind set, right? And so why is it that there are not as many women in solo dev as there are males, or at least in terms of, I guess, successful examples? Because he brings up some examples of male devs, right? Or male solo / indie games, right? However, he, in his own research, couldn't find a lot of, female solo / indie devs. Now, I have a suspicion that there is more than obviously he could find, but I can kind of agree that he probably had a bit of a hard time finding them, because even I have a hard time thinking of examples off the top of my head of, female solo devs. Like I can think of examples like, I mean, the Azure Lane company is ran by a woman. So I could think of examples like that, but I can't necessarily think of direct examples of like, okay, here's this popular game that's big, or hell, even like a moderately successful game that's solo devved by a woman. So, and I mean, to bring up the cough, I think this video predated Andy and Lele, sadly, so he doesn't bring that one up. But I mean, that's an example, I guess, of a female led dev. But anyway, yeah, Ali, you got big problems, so let's.
I have huge, huge problems. No, one is that the solo dev means they are free from any societal pressures or industry pressures. I don't. That's not true.
I don't know if I'd say. I agree with you that there are other external factors, right? However, I think that when you're a solo dev, you have more freedom to tell those pressures to fuck off. Because I don't think, like, do you think that the coffin of Andy and Lele, faced a lot of societal pressures, right? Like, do you think that they made that game with the idea of societal pressures in mind when they're making their game about murderous incest brother and sister? I don't think so. I think they made that game because they wanted to make that game, and they didn't really consider what society thinks about that, right? That's my theory, right? Anyway, so while I can agree with you that those pressures do exist, I don't necessarily. I think that they could be mitigated by not giving a shit, right? That's that's kind of what I'm thinking. You have more freedom. You have more freedom to not give a shit. Is kind of what I'm getting.
Yeah. Right? So, but there. So the thing is that own boss? Boss. That I don't think you can discount the pressures that still exist, and also what I besides pressures, there are still pre-existing starting positions. Exist.
Well, yeah, you still need to know how to make game, obviously. You still need to be able to make video game. You can't just like, everyone's gonna have to start somewhere, obviously.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. So, it's all fine and good when you're solo dev, but you're still pressured. There are still support groups that are still male oriented, or if you questions or your type of game that you like to make is less supported. There's less documentation. The documentation is hard to find. They're in groups. They are in.
But I don't necessarily think that that's exclusive to gender roles, though. I think that male devs are going to suffer the exact same issues going into it. I don't necessarily think that that's exclusive.
Yeah, but so my biggest problem, right? I've now my two biggest issues with this point are still pressures from society, big society, and just big society and small Discord servers.
Small disc.
Yeah.
I feel like you put too much weight and stock on big society. I think that there's plenty of people that just don't give a shit. Because I mean, I don't give a shit.
Well,
society tells me that the incest Andy and Lele game is gross, disgusting, degenerate shit. Like, fuck, I don't. Who cares? I mean, I guess they care now that they've gotten doxed or attempted doxed, and fucking all kinds of other shit. The harassment and stuff. But I don't necessarily think that's because of women. I think that's because of the subject matter, right? So, because when we're talking about specifically, okay, why are women specifically not getting into the field?
So
You could make the argument, which would be somewhat of a sexist argument, but you could make the argument that men are better equipped to handle that kind of harassment, which could be a determining factor on whether or not they get into the field or not. I don't personally believe that, but that's just an argument that you could make.
yeah, so Jake is is also mentioning two things. Well, one more than a second. That family will stop you from being silly and making games. However,
That
there's more of us it's more acceptable for males to take more risk than a woman, and they would be and a woman would be stopped sooner from doing a risky.
yeah, come on, Nretsew. Cole's clearly a man. You know, women don't enjoy the segs. You know, yeah.
So
Exactly.
a woman would be stopped faster, would be harsh, strongly worded, asked to
I
reconsider.
I don't know. I don't think it's as strong as you think it is.
But
I don't have anything. I don't have anything to back that up. But I trust my gut.
all right,
I
trust your
trust
gut.
I trust my gut because my gut is telling me that there are just as many barriers to entry, right? For men and women.
Just as many. I still think.
I think there's just as many. I think there's just as many barriers to entry. They might be different barriers to entry, but I think there's just as many. And I feel like it's hard to kind of like not be sexist. And I don't want to be sexist, right? But not sexist in like the women are inferior kind of way. I mean sexist as in there's clearly something going on here, right? That there's that and I feel like it just comes down to personal choice. I think the women just don't want to have to deal with the type of shit that comes with being solo game dev as much, right? Because you do have a lot of stuff like we're talking about, the harassment that was given to the Andy and Lele dev. We're talking about like the family factors and people not taking video games seriously. We're talking about the level of knowledge that is required to be able to even make a video game from the ground up. We're talking about all of these things, but a lot of these things apply to both ends of the spectrum, right? It's not like just a female problem that you require you require knowledge to make video game. It's not just a female problem that harassment happens on the internet. Male devs get harassment just as much as female devs, right? Might be different types of harassment, but it's still happening, right? So
yes. So
I don't want to be dismissive of the problems. I just don't think these problems are gender exclusive.
Oh, wait on that. For what I was going to say, I'll just continue for a second. Yeah, so I find this kind of insidious. I'm going to say that he kind of he considers the idea of women having no drive to make games, and he could do a better job looking for it. And if he's just looking for solo devs, why is that?
I agree with you. I think that there's plenty of solo devs out there. I think the part of the problem is you just don't know about.
Yeah, but he looked at Steam. He could look at itch.io or something.
But does that like indicate like you've got First off, the problem with that is I don't think. Does Steam have a fucking like little icon on every single game that says, "Oh, this is a female dev"? How are you gonna find out?
All right, so
because here's the thing: if you just Google female lead, because I assume that's what he did. He was just like female solo devs in games list, right? And he probably got like 3 or 4 examples, and that was like the best that he could do, right? Yeah, check the tags. Yeah, you can do that. But are you gonna there are hundreds of thousands of games on Steam. You're going to check like all of these tags on all of these games. You're going to have to filter through all of this research to be able to do it, right? You know, even if you're going to say itch.io, right? Plenty of devs on itch.io are anonymous. They don't have a listed gender to them. They're you know,
Well,
you wouldn't know at all.
I want something more, because his conclusion is kind of maybe they don't have the drive, and it's kind of you know, very strongly worded.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. But the thing is there are plenty of men that don't have the drive too. That's not a gender exclusive problem, but it seems to be it just so happens that there are a lot of men that do have the drive, right?
So,
and
but
do it.
So
I don't necessarily think that it's I get what you're saying. That his point about it being drive. I mean, even I personally, I'm not necessarily convinced that it's just drive, but at the same time, I don't think it's all of this societal, cultural. Oh, the women are these oppressed babies that need to be, you know, carried up to the higher heights. It's no, I don't think that's the case either, right? I think that it does at the end of the day come down to personal choice, and I think when men and women are faced with the same obstacles, just, you know, some, you know, less women want to put up with those obstacles, and they go and find different fields.
I do really think that women are stopped more sooner, more easily. It's more acceptable for a man to get homeless, or you know that, right, Nretsew? It's women are put sooner in homeless shelters. That means it's less acceptable for a woman to get homeless. That means you have to stop her sooner to get homeless. Kind of flawed reasoning, but you know what I mean by that. So that's why women are less. They're not as accepted to take as much of a risky job, or you know, a venture as a solo game dev. That comes that compounds with them not being as accepted at first. There are more barriers to learning something like programming. So even before they want to make a game, they are less likely to know programming. And once they know programming, they are more easily pulled out of solo deving by family, by friends, by big society.
Well, I mean, it can also be just pay. You know, solo deving takes a lot of time and
but that's part of it, right?
Self-investment. But this is what I mean. But again, none of that is exclusive to women.
Well, it's more of the like I said, this women are far less likely to know programming now today than men.
But are they though? Because again, women are doing better academically than men right now. So how can you make that assumption that they don't know about programming? For all we know, they might. There's a generation of women right now in school learning programming as we speak. Like, I don't feel like you can make that assumption.
All right, so they are then pushed into more stable jobs in the studio before being allowed into solo devs.
But everyone is though.
But
that's the problem.
But don't
that's
you?
The problem. That's where I'm failing to that's where it's failing to click with me. Is I just don't think it's a gendered issue. I think that everyone faces that same pressure.
Do you think that if you have a man and a woman, the woman is stopped sooner for taking a risk than men?
I don't know. I don't necessarily think. I don't know if they'd be stopped sooner. I just don't know. Like I just don't think it's sexism. That's my thing. I just don't think that there is this wall of sexism that's stopping these women from, you know.
It's more of a very thick push.
Well, and by sexism, I mean like society, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't think that there is this mystical Illuminati conspiracy to stop women from getting into video games, right? I just don't think it is. I just don't believe it.
All right,
I've seen no evidence that it exists.
to flatten this discussion, I would say there is something that would amount to that has the effect of a conspiracy against women that puts them, that doesn't allow them to be solo devs.
Yeah, but I just don't see it.
All right, but Nretsew, my biggest thing of all, the hat reveal, the hat trick revealed. My biggest problem with this part is that he doesn't consider it at all that these things can be factors.
I don't know. I think
because
he's not considering them at all because he's in the same position that I am, where he doesn't believe that these factors are gendered.
So
because I don't think they're gendered either. Because I don't think it's a matter of women are being deliberately stopped from getting into solo game dev.
Well, in risky ventures more generally.
Yeah. Well, in general, yeah, you could say it in general too. I just think it comes down to personal choice, honestly, and I think it's women weighing up the pros and cons and the drive of wanting to do it, and they're deciding, no, I'm going to take the safer option, which is perfectly reasonable and perfectly fine.
But what makes the woman consider the safe? What made the woman? No, the woman is here the odd one, right? The one who doesn't.
Not necessarily. No, but my point is that they're not the odd one. They're making a perfectly logical choice, just like a man would. The only difference is that there's more men that are willing to make the illogical choice, which is to pursue solo game dev at great personal cost to them, right? Because again, the resources, the money involved, the requirements of the networking, all of that's all personal cost to them. Game devs, solo game devs will, put themselves through hell to be able to make their games. And I don't necessarily think that that's just a woman issue. I think that it's an everyone issue. And I think that it just so happens that when faced with that logical choice, there are more women that are going to make the more stable choice than men. And I don't see that as a problem. I don't see that as necessarily a problem because there are still solo female devs. There is so much fucking support out. There's probably more support out there to try and get women into gaming than there is for men. Grants, opportunities, scholarships, all kinds of shit like that. Diversity hiring, all kinds of shit like that exists right now to try and get more women into video games, right? But I just don't think that, despite all that, I think that there are just not that many women that want to do it, and so that's why I'm.
Nretsew, you do know that you're kind of reaching into biological determinism with this, right?
Well, maybe a little bit, but I just don't see it. I just think that there are. It's annoying because that's the thing, right? Is it a bad thing that women don't want to get into video games? I don't think it's a bad thing if they don't want to do it. I don't think that they should be forced to do it. I feel like there's this problem where people think that it's automatically good, right? To try and push women into something that they might not want to do.
Then what? Nretsew, how? All right.
But let's say they do want to do it, right? Let's say they do want to do it, and then they look at the reality of the situation, right? And they go, okay, I did want to do this, but it's not for me. I can't handle this. I don't want to take the time investment. I don't want to do the monetary investment. There's some other factor that's involved at play that causes them to stop.
All right, Nretsew. Big debate question. How do you know when it's biological determinism, kind of, and when it's...
I'm not saying it's a biological thing. I'm not saying that it's...
Well, no, but you say that there is there is a quality of game dev that makes women not want it, right?
No, I'm not saying that at all.
All right, what do you say?
You've completely. That's completely not my argument at all. Because first off, it's not. I don't think it's a biological thing at all. And I've been trying to say that for the last hour because I'm saying that the sex and the gender has nothing to do with it.
All right, what
right?
quality then makes women not game devs?
Well, there's plenty. It's like I said. It's the same things that men face.
All right, but what makes the woman not do it and the men do it?
I don't know. Ask them. I don't know. Because if it's an individual decision, then you have to ask them on an individual level, don't you? You can't just be like, oh, well, I mean, they're obviously not getting into it because of sexism. Well, how do you know that? How do you know it wasn't something else came up in their life? How do you know it wasn't, oh, I don't have the means right now to do it? How do you know, oh, they still want to do it, but there's a reality in the situation that causes them not to do it, right? Maybe they'll come back to it later. Maybe they won't, right? There's so many factors at play. And that's why I hate these generalized ideas of, oh, women are just not getting into games because of sexism. Or, oh, women are just not getting into games because there's not enough support.
But
there's plenty of support. They're just choosing not to do it. And I don't know. Maybe it is biological. Who fucking knows?
Nretsew,
I'm not saying it is.
Nretsew, is this current situation good or bad of game developers, solo devs?
I think it's neutral. I don't think it's bad, or I don't think it's good. Because again,
how would you see it if the situation suddenly flipped?
I mean, if good games are getting made, then who cares? If good games are getting made, then it doesn't matter the gender of the person making the game. If they're making a good game, then it doesn't matter to me, right? So that's kind of what I'm trying to say. Is I don't think that it's a gendered issue. I don't necessarily think that it's a gendered issue, and it's hard to kind of explain that in a way that doesn't come off as if I'm trying to make the biological determinist argument. But that's not what I want to do. I'm merely saying that I don't think the barriers to entry are gendered. I don't think that there are specific barriers to entry, especially now. I think back in the earlier days, I think you could argue that there were, right? But nowadays, I think there's way more opportunities for women to get into video game dev than there are for men. I think that there's so many different courses and stuff. Like hell, there was a Pacific female game dev exhibition at a local museum where I live, right? Specifically for women, right? To highlight specifically female game dev, right? I don't think you can tell me that there isn't a massive backing to try and get women into gaming and that there aren't women getting into gaming, right? Obviously. I just don't think that those barriers are gendered now.
Alright, so this is where we vehemently disagree on a violent level.
Violent level. We're about to kill it.
Extreme violent level where I say yes, there are gendered barriers for solo devs, and this is I think I remember the video correctly. This is where I very much part with this video because it continues on the assumption that women just don't choose. They just don't want to, and therefore every situation that currently exists is fine as it is. And that sounds just really, I don't find with myself as that.
Well, here's the thing. I agree with the video then that I don't think that the barriers are gendered, and I don't think that there is this mystical idea that women are just not getting into games.
Well, you have the invisible hand of the game dev that only picks men.
Yeah, I don't think that exists. I don't think that exists at all. I think that there is.
Well, you do. You say that for some unknown reason, only men or almost only men get into game development.
No. I don't say some unknown reason. I say that if you boil everything down to its logical conclusion, it does come down to personal choice and weighing the pros and cons of entering the industry and whether or not you want to do it or not, And it just so happens that more men choose to get into it than women, for whatever reasons that might be on an individualist level. I just don't think that it's this.
There's no societal pressure that prevents or promotes anybody.
I think the same societal pressures work both ways. I think it's the same societal pressure both ways.
It's the same pressures for both men and women?
It might not be exactly the same, but I think that it is the same amount. I think that there is this. I do not think that there is a patriarchy, and I do not believe that there is this. Like you're saying, I believe in the magical hand. You're believing in the magical hand. That's saying that no, women must be stopped, right? That there is the magical hand of sexism that stops the woman, and I'm saying no. I don't think that that's the case. I don't think that's what's happening.
Well, I'm just having a little bit difficulty where you say that it's all personal choice, so you kind of would expect a 50-50, but there isn't.
No, you wouldn't expect a 50-50 with personal choice, because I think the dice lands where it lands. I don't think that you would expect a 50-50 based on personal choice, because not everyone is 50-50.
All right, so right? What influences that dice?
A number of factors. A number of factors influence that dice.
And none of those are gendered?
I don't think very many of them are gendered, Ali. I do not think that it's enough of to be a massive persuasion. I simply don't. Just like I don't think that there's a massive a massive sexism stopping women from getting into sewage. I just don't think there is. I just don't think there is. I'm sorry. I've not seen enough evidence to prove that there is this massive problem of this stuff. Like, if I'm watching the Game Awards and I'm seeing that every single fucking game is like a female character protagonist, every single fucking game, they have a female up on stage every second, the host is female, there's plenty of female devs showing up on the stage. You can't sit there and tell me that that the industry is just hates women. Just no woman allowed in the boys club, right? No, it's clearly women are allowed in the boys club, right? Clearly.
Well, I think
I'm sorry.
We're going to be big disagreeing with each other, I believe.
Yeah, I think that it comes down to our worldviews. I think we both have different. Like, you have a more. I don't want to do the meme that you're a leftist, right? But I feel like because you have the more collectivist worldview, and I have a more individualist worldview, I think that's the core of our disagreement. It's not like I actually don't think that the actual debate is about sexism in video games, more women getting in or not. Our debate right now is collectivism versus individualism, is what's happening. That's what I think's actually happening right now. But let's check the chat. What does the chat think? What do our esteemed members of the chat believe?
Yeah.
Right. So Jake says, men and women are involved in different forms of social concessions. Where one gender is likely to put cohesions. Autism. I shouldn't be the one reading these, but I read faster apparently. Where one gender is likely to put down or raise up one of the same gender, but this risk of factoring becomes unique due to the individual. Yeah. So you see, I think Jake, at least at this point when we were talking, kind of gets where I'm coming from.
Well, a little bit above.
A little bit of both, yeah.
Above.
If I'd had to stake let me read Samu's chat, okay? If I'd had to stake a guess, I'd just guys are willing to make very far-fetched decisions in terms of success and failure. Girls might make games, but only after they'd get a stable income, while guys may risk their whole life for it. So Samu's kind of leaning into what I'm saying too. The source of the error is to measure what constitutes sexism in a quantitative study is the questionnaire formulas and the members participating. I think it's warranted to be cautious of that. Yeah, Yeah, like what defines sexism? Is sexism having the anime figure on the desk? Is sexism, you know, the guy approaches you and says that you're hot? you know, is that sexism? Is that the sexism we're talking about? Oh no, it's Shantae's yeah, Shantae's dices. And now Samu asked a specific question of me. So, question: do you think people see a man versus woman failing at anything the same way? Like, will the reaction by society to a woman and a man failing be the same? I'm a bit of both. I'm bi. Good one. That's good, Jake. Interesting question from Samu. Let me consider that for a sec. So, do I think that men failing versus women failing is seen in the same way? Hmm. I don't know. I think that I think there is a societal difference there. I think that as Ali brought up with his example of homelessness, right? There's more of an impetus to get the woman off the street than to get the men off the street, right? Is what that was your point, right? I don't want to
Yeah.
dismiss it too. I don't want to misinterpret your argument, right? So I guess I should probably preface, and I'm not saying necessarily that there isn't like a sexism factor or a men view women differently societal factor, right? I just doubt how much of a decision making factor it is compared to all the other decision making factors that have to go into it, right? Because, like I said, you have to factor in how much personal cost, both time, monetarily, you know, whether or not you're able to have a stable job while you do solo game dev, whether or not you're able to put up with the bullshit. Like, you have to deal with bug reports, you have to deal with people shitting on your game, you have to deal with all manner of shit, right? There's so many factors going into it. I just do not think that the society factor is as big as people think it is. I think there's so many other logical reasons why someone would stop. And I think you would have to ask people on an individual level, right? Well, why did you not pursue this? Right? Why did you not go into it? And that comes down to me and Ellie's disagreement of, I'm more individualistic focused, right? I prefer to think of people as individuals. They get into things for their own reasons. They leave for their own reasons. Whereas I think Ellie is trying to make the point, and correct me, I'm going to let you correct me if I'm wrong, right? Ellie is making the point that no, there are these big society factors. You can't ignore them. These society factors weigh into people's decision making. I think that the disagreement comes with, I think people have more of an individual ability to say, no, fuck that. I'm going to do what I want to do. Fuck society. I should, and I think people should be allowed to do that, right? So yeah, that's
all right. So I'll just do my big thing, I guess.
And then we can move on.
Then we move on.
Doing the timestamps for this video is going to be a fucking pain in the ass. Listen, guys in the chat, if you want to help me out quite a lot, comment in the video later with timestamps of things that you want to see timestamped, because that would make my life a lot fucking easy. But anyway, yeah.
All right. So there is more of girls are more protected than boys, and that attitude will continue later in life. Protect them from poverty, from domestic abuse, from whatever violence and abuse or harassment, etc., etc. So that will continue into preventing women or stopping or strongly suggesting them to not go into risky ventures with unstable futures like game development, because society, I guess, in some sort, also says in a general sense that women can have children And that's a thing that every woman needs to consider. That there may be a time in the near future when they don't just have to care for themselves, but for a child, for a baby. Men generally don't have to think about suddenly having a baby in their hands in a year's time. A woman could conceivably conceive such a thing. That makes them have, warrantedly less of an appetite for risky ventures that might fail, leave them homeless in the next year. That is the big society parts. And then the smaller society part is that gaming is more of a boys thing, an old boys club, where there are and the club is less welcoming to women than to men. That makes them less, this is another factor that makes them slightly less, another small barrier to entry into programming, into coding, into tech support and all that stuff. And these two are already gendered. Now I think this video itself was kind of lazy in searching up women developers, solo developers. There are more. We both know there are more. But my point, more than I want to say that the cause is sexism for the entire disparity, I just want to bring in these sexist reasonings, these barriers exist, and this video dismisses that, says that doesn't exist at all. And at the very least, I want to say there are these barriers that exist only for women.
So I agree with some of what you said. I disagree with some of what you said.
All right, but
well, I'm not gonna. I'm capping this off so we can move on. I'm not gonna dig into it. But I will say, my closing thought is, I think that the stuff that you brought up that is, like I could take back what I said about, okay, yeah, there's no sexist barriers, right? Clearly there are. What I actually mean by that, I think, is just as many barriers exist for men. And I could probably come up with some barriers that I don't have any off the top of my head. I would have to think about it more. But I think that you could probably find just as many barriers that might just only apply to men or are gender neutral in a sense that could apply. So I'm of the belief that I think that there are just as many barriers both ways. And it's not necessarily a matter of, oh, there's this sexist barrier stopping the woman. I think there's just as many barriers, and men tend to be more inclined to take those risks, right? And I don't necessarily think that's a biological thing. I mean, it could be. I don't know. I would have to look into the science behind it, right? I just think that seems to be what my intuition is telling me based on what I've seen, right? And based on my interactions with people, right? But anyway,
yeah. I'm not going to recounter or something.
No. Well, we've made our closing statements. We're going to have to agree to disagree on it. But I think it was a fun debate nonetheless, right? It was.
All right, 1 hour, 25 minutes, and 40 seconds is the end.
Oh God. Anyway, let's continue.
Video took me about 5 minutes to find the games made by male solo devs. By comparison, it took me over an hour of combing the internet to find the one female solo dev game in r/gamergirls. Now
Okay, so that's an interesting thing to consider, is that so he spent an hour combing a Pacific subreddit specifically for gaming girls.
That's kind of
right.
Why if you don't find anything in 5 minutes on the specific Reddit, go search somewhere else.
That would have been my counter as well, as I feel like, again, it's like I don't disagree that he could have probably have done, and I think he knows that. I remember he might have addressed this in the second video, which we're obviously not going to watch today, but we might watch it. But because he addresses a lot of the points that we're criticizing in the second video, so it makes sense to cover both of them, right? I think that a valid criticism of this is, yeah, he should have probably have done a little bit more to he should have done a little bit more research into it. Probably have done it a little bit harder, maybe use different sources. I'm not expecting him to comb Steam and look specifically for female developed games or whatever, right? I mean, it's probably
but you know, if
I'm not expecting like hardcore. Like, I'm expecting, okay, he did a Google search for men, he could do a Google search for women.
yeah,
right?
I mean, if you just search article for quote made by female dev / developer, then you get a lot more than looking at a small ass Reddit that is probably that.
Hardcore research. Let's go. Yeah. All right. Let's continue.
Don't really have theories here. I'm not a psychologist. I'm certainly not tinfoil hat enough to assert that women have been brainwashed into thinking that solo dev games are only for men. So I have nothing to offer here other than I think women are less attracted to video game development than men, even on their own terms. Some people will only be happy once the number of female devs is 50% or greater in their favor because they believe that finally video games will heal. They will finally reflect the quote-unquote right ideals. It will finally be your turn, right? I'm not so sure about that. You might recall this is...
See, I agree with that.
You know,
See, I agree. There are people out there that are 100% doing the push. They're not doing the push for equality, for the merits of equality. They're doing the push for equality either to further their own ends or to push their own ideals, right? And I think that's bad. I think that's bad. So, yeah, I agree with this point.
No, this kind of goes on not to relitigate, as they say, but it's kind of it's an extension of what our previous big debate, where it kind of feels like he kind of sees it as a potential problem when it might be forced, when this current state will change. So imagine a future where men are pushed out of the industry, either by just shifting cultures or by force. Would he? I feel that he would kind of think it's bad. I don't know.
Well, I mean, it would be bad, wouldn't it? Because then you're just going to have the same problem in reverse.
Yeah.
So it would be bad, wouldn't it? Because if you had a situation where all of the men have been pushed out of video games and it's majority women developing video games and they're making video games, for women by women, quote unquote. Obviously, women can make video games for men. That's not, there's no fucking restrictions there, right? I would view that as a bad thing. I would view it as a bad thing that there's not, some parody going on there. I think that the problem is I am not idealistic.
Really...
I am not. Let me finish. I'm not idealistic enough to believe that a 50-50 parity split is possible, nor do I think that it should be forced, right? I think that the chips need to fall where they may, right? And if there, I'm not going to try. I'm trying not to rehash the same argument, but I'm making the point that I do think that if the current state is bad, the opposite state also has to be bad.
But
right?
The maker of this video doesn't think the current state is bad. It's natural.
Right.
So if the situation would change somehow, if it would reverse somehow, is the situation then bad?
Well, I mean, yeah.
Why? Because if this state where we're in, where there's a majority male developers, is okay, it's normal, it is what it is. But if it would somehow be flipped in the next 20 years, right? Suddenly it's 80% women who make games. Is that bad?
Okay, I see what you're saying now, because it's a different argument, because I'm coming at it from the perspective of the current argument now is that things are bad, right? So obviously the inverse is bad, but his argument is obviously if things are the status quo, I guess, is okay, right?
Yeah.
So naturally changed to the status quo, it would be bad in his view, right? I'm of the mind that I think that there should be. I don't think there should be a. How do I put this? I'm compartmentalizing my scattershot brain,
Don't worry,
fucking
I'm
random
drawing. I'm having
ideas.
fun.
And yeah, I see you. I see what you're doing, you little shitposter. You. I I think that we could eliminate more barriers to entry, right? On both ends. I think that societally, I get, to use your favorite word, societal, right? I think we could have a more of a push to have video games be more accepted as like a proper, you know, thing to be taken seriously, I guess, right? In a sense. And I think that there could be, and I actually think that we are making. I mean, in New Zealand right now, there are a ton of grants. I mean, I saw in the news recently there was a local game studio that got like a whole bunch of money from the government to start making games, right? I think that there have been initiatives done to eliminate different barriers to entry within video games, be that via government funding or private funding, or via more education. Like I'm looking at doing a Unreal course next year that's come up at my local thing. So I think that the barriers are. I think we're on the right track, is what I'm saying. I think we are on the right pathway in that eliminating barriers for both ends is good and should be looked into. And if we find that there are specific barriers that women have that men don't, I think we could maybe make some effort to eliminate them. I you know I just think that at this point, yeah, I'm getting a bit side tangent from the original fucking question, I guess, right? Which was, if the inverse was, is the inverse good or bad, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that the inverse would be bad, but I don't necessarily think that the path that we're on now is bad. If that makes sense. I think the status quo does need to change, but I don't think the status quo needs to change in a sexist way, which would be the inverse. The inverse would be just as sexist.
Ooh,
right?
that's
Well. Here's the thing: if we're running under the assumption that more women equal good, right? Less men equal good. I think that's a sexist assumption, isn't it? Naturally, because you're saying one of the genders bad, one of the genders good, aren't you? Right? Essentially, right? So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that I don't think we need to go down we don't need to do a sexism to counter a sexism, right? I think that the path that we're on now, in terms of eliminating boundaries on both ends of the spectrum, is good. Status quo pathway division, okay. We don't need to go down a sexist road to stop a sexism, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I asked that question because it would reveal your true thoughts about.
Oh, I'm a big sexist.
Yeah, because what is natural is kind of the my secret question, right? If it's natural for men to be game developers, is it then unnatural if it would become a female-dominated field in 20 years?
Well, that's the thing. I don't think natural has a whole lot to do. There's a whole lot to do with it again, because I mean, is personal choice natural? Like if we're gonna start getting into the weeds of what does natural even mean, right? Like, would people making their own personal choices?
Yeah, I'm just
it gets really you could get really into the fucking weeds with that, right? Is free will? Do we have free will, Alex?
No. I'm just more.
You know, like how we, you know,
No,
like,
Nretsew.
like,
This is just a lot of professions changed which gender majority they had, and I would imagine that throughout the ages it was argued that one was more naturally suited for the one sex than the other, and then when it flipped 100 years later.
How about I put it this way, right? I don't think relying on natural is a good argument. Let me put it this way, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think, and I know you think that's the argument that he's making, but I don't think that's the argument that he's making. I think he's making an individualist argument, not a naturalist argument.
Well,
because
unfortunately, making just individual.
Unfortunately, they kind of sound the same, right? Unfortunately,
yeah.
But I don't think he's making a, the same kind of argument you would expect from like tradition, right? Tradition of game dev been men, so men only can game dev, right? So that's where I'm coming from. Is I feel like this is a more individualist problem, right? And I think Jake makes a good point in the chat. Personal choice, if viewed as bad, is the last discriminatory ability to fail. Yeah. It's one of those. It's one of these things where, yeah. I think that you can't lean. Okay, let me reset.
All right.
I don't think that leaning on a naturalist argument is good, but I don't believe, because I'm more individualist, I think that he's trying to make an individualist argument, not a naturalist argument. I don't think he's fighting for status quo in the sense of he thinks that male good, girl bad. I think he's merely saying these are the chips that are on the table. These seem to be the personal choices that people are making. I don't know. I feel like he would if you asked him, hey, let's remove some barriers to entry. Let's see if that adjusts how things go down, right? I think he'd be in favor of that, just like I'm in favor of that. Now, of course, I'm making an assumption. You'd have to ask him, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I'm saying, I think that's the argument. That's where he's coming from. I don't think that he's making a tradition style argument.
I'll keep it short. Just relying on personal choice all the time doesn't explain anything. That's kind of my small frustration with just saying it's personal choice. Then when you ask, all right, why did all these people make the same personal choice? The answer is no. Just ask every single person why they all made their own personal choices. At some point,
the issue is you kind of have to.
At some point, you have to say. You look at the factors that are the same for all these people who made the same choices and compare them, etc. And then, it turns out that only women make these personal choices altogether, simultaneously, independent of their own, make their personal choices. All right, are they all their own individually, 100% independently personal choices, or is there a push from a society, from a culture that makes them behave in a certain way?
Well, to cap it off, all I can say is you're not going to find that out unless you ask. That's the problem. You have to accumulate the data. You have to actually do big research, big study, big ask question, big thing, right? And a lot of this, there are some surveys out there. Some of them are not that great, like the Dove study, which is fucking terrible. So the which we don't even have access to. So like that is the thing, right? Is you're not going to be able to make your big, it is a societal thing unless you actually do ask the people on an individual basis.
Alright, Nretsew, then maybe quick controversial question. Is the culture the reason why Western media is bad? Or is it personal choice?
I think that there is definitely there's a forced cultural choice happening, and I think that you could make the argument that there is
The first personal choice or a...
I think it depends, because I feel like I don't think that there is a mystical Illuminati cultural force that's causing people to kind of... I think people are making personal choices based on what they perceive the culture to be. I guess you could make that argument. But there is also the factor that there are people that are attempting to use that cultural shift to their own ends, which I think is more likely the answer, is because people want to get the bag and they see the profit to be made from pushing those certain factors. Right?
Is there a difference between making personal decisions based on the culture you see around them and making a decision based on the culture?
Difficult choices. I think you could make that argument. However, that now we're starting to get into that whole like, oh, do humans even have free will argument?
I'm not going to that far, but
which I mean, but that's the logical conclusion, right? Is you're going to get to the point, like if you keep going down this line of questioning, we're eventually just going to start arguing about whether or not we actually have free will and determinism, right? Because at the end of the day, that's honestly, I think, where this disagreement is going to...
Yeah, I mean, I'm just kind of testing you on what's the extent of your personal choice.
But I think that there is definitely, like, again, I'm not saying that culture and society and whatnot isn't a factor. I just think it's a factor for both genders. I think it's a factor for both, you know, and people have to make that decision based on what they want to do. And there are plenty of people that are going to look at those societal pressures and they're going to tell it to fuck off, right? I don't care about your societal pressure. I'm going to create the art that I want to create. I don't care if it's considered to be taboo or whatever, right? But there are also plenty of people that are going to look at those pressures and that's going to be the stopping point for them, right? It all comes down to the person.
All right, I'm out of inspiration for my drawing, so we have to move on.
Yeah. Well, I want to, because Jake specifically, he's pinging me in the chat. I can see the big yellow, orange Nretsew, right? I sense Nretsew's stance is inclined on being a large proponent of opportunity, regardless of individual collective. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I'm equal opportunity, right? I'm big. Everyone should have the same opportunity as everyone else, right? But it's what is it? It's equality of opportunity is not equality of outcome, right? Just because everyone has the same amount of opportunity doesn't necessarily mean the outcomes are going to be the same for everyone, right? So I'm a big proponent of, look, if we can eliminate certain barriers that are possible to eliminate, we should attempt to eliminate those barriers to entry where they occur, without necessarily being unfair to everyone else, because there's the big debates about, affirmative action and whether or not that's actually, fair to lower the standards or higher the standards based on, race and whatnot, and holding certain races to higher standards than others, right? So I think there's a bit more. That's like a off tangent, way out in the fields debate that we could have about, equality of opportunity versus equality of outcome. But my inclination is to lean more towards opportunity, right? So yeah, I would agree with that assessment. So anyway, let's I'll give you a minute to get rid of your fancy art.
Oh, it's one click though.
You can get your broke boy. I'm gonna wait for it. Yep, there we go. All right, let's get.
It's just a detour. We're here to talk about why games tend to cater more toward male tastes when it comes to sexualization. So yeah, more men making games is definitely a part of it, but, and this is an important but, men are simply easier to please. I mean, it's literally as easy as removing some of the armor or showing more skin. Going back to Bright Memory Infinite, look how easy it is to get money from us.
So this is an interesting turn of events. Now he's being the big sexist towards the men.
It's very hard because it's is them making it or making lazy skins proof that somebody bought it?
Well, I mean, maybe someone bought it. I don't know. I mean, Dead or Alive has like fucking $700 something worth of skins.
Yeah, but you know, you usually buy only the skins for the character that you use or like.
Well, yeah, obviously you're only going to be like the expectation is obviously that you're only going to buy the skins for the character that you like, right? Or the individual skins that you're not going to. I don't think they're expecting people to pay for every single skin in the game, right?
Yeah,
but his point, but the point he's making here, though, and he's framing it kind of in the way that a sexist would frame it.
it's
right?
kind of in a kind of Islamic way, if you know something about.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, he's kind of framing it in sort of a look at how easy it is to please men. Look, men care about the sex in this particular way. Look at you know, we just want the ass and titty. We're so easy to please. I mean, look, he's not wrong, is he? I mean, I like my ass and titty, and I'm a man, you know, and I'm easy to please. You know, the
You know, but Nretsew, maybe I'm harder to please because I'm not. I've seen, you know, Goddess of Victory, Nikki, and I've yet to more. I guess it's more of a case that the game really repels me more than I'm attracted to the characters.
Well, maybe, Ellie, we have this thing called individuality, and we have different tastes in things. You know, maybe that's where he's about to go in his point. Let's find out.
I forgot everything about this video.
Yeah, I pay my ISP to tug the. It's good. Yeah, thought it was 15. I don't know how much it exactly was, and it's going to be different based on the currency anyway.
Whenever the Nretsew, before you go, you pause again. If the amount of DLC is proof of how attractive something is, how do you explain Train Simulator?
I don't necessarily think that's the point.
Work, it wouldn't be here. Not convinced? What was the biggest marketing point for Resident Evil Village? I'll give you 2 hints. This is a horror game.
No.
Lady Dimitrescu.
Can I pause? Lady Dimitrescu wasn't the marketing push for Resident Evil Village, or Village. It was later when it was discovered that she was super popular. Quickly they pivoted towards Lady Dimitrescu, but she wasn't the start.
Well, that's true. However, there still has to have been something there that pushed that, right? People gravitating towards it, right?
She's only the only attractive female character in any way.
I think he's still. Well, I mean, I don't know. Some of those other witches honestly look a little bit hotter to me. But,
well, if you can see that the witch on the right, she doesn't look very appealing.
No, I saw that one. There's like one that's got like the blood coming out of her mouth or something. Maybe she'll show up in the footage. I don't remember. But like again, that kind of comes back to someone has a train fetish. Again, that comes back to the whole personal choice. Different tastes, people into different things. But I think that he does still kind of have a point that, regardless of like, okay, it wasn't the initial marketing push, right? But you can't tell me that. I don't know. What did they deliberately lean into it? I think they did a little bit, didn't they? Like a little bit. They'd lean into it. I think it was more like, I thought it was more like game journalist types and soy boys kind of leaned into it a lot more than, because there's the whole safe horny aspect of it where it's like, oh, the only time you're allowed to actually lust after a female character is if they're a big fucking dommy mommy, right? So, I felt like it was kind of pushed a bit more by certain proclivities of certain sectors, right? I don't remember enough about the marketing of the game officially to remember if they actually leaned into it or not. So
also, this is my anti-society bit. Watch out.
You've been pro-society for so long. Now you're going to be anti-society.
I am anti-society. I am the anti-social. He's making big generalized statements on all men, right?
Which I think is the point of this segment. I think he's doing that deliberately.
All right, go ahead. I forgot this entire video apparently.
No, I think he's doing that deliberately because I think he's playing a bit here where he's saying, look, the generalized statements can be made about the men too, right? So that's what I remember. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I remember. Is like the point of this segment is to say, hey, look, there's the men have these generalized ideas of what they are into as well, just as much as women, have the generalized ideas. So let's continue.
Barely in the game. Also, I thought that people were tripping when they found her really attractive, but then she picked me up and strung me up, and it was like my world changed. I was so confused on whether I should run away or spend forever in her chambers. Moving on, why was Megan Fox dressed like this in the Diablo 4 marketing? Every GTA game...
Diablo is silly.
Well, it's interesting how he's bringing up GTA, because that's one of the things that's being talked about right now, is that the protagonist of GTA looks cute. Or something. I honestly don't see it. I don't see it myself. I don't really.
The only good GTA is GTA 2.
Yeah, I don't play Lodge. I don't really care about GTA at all. So, but I get his point though, right? Why is this a thing?
Also, that San Andreas woman is not being attractive at all, but.
Cover art from Vice City onwards. Here's some DLC for Dead or Alive 6. So yeah, sex sells, but it's way easier to sell sex to males. Literally edit some art assets, change some poses, get a voice actor to make a suggestive line or two, and it will pay dividends. Sometimes this can backfire, but I think it largely works if you don't go too far with it. And yeah, it's not necessary, but it's free money if the shoe fits, or if you can make it fit. Comparatively, how do you attract females to a product using sex? Like, this is a genuine question. Do you add genitals and give them physics so they move around under the clothes?
Well, considering all the people that were going off about Baldur's Gate adding ball physics,
the answer is yes.
The answer is apparently yes. I mean, it's a fair question. It is a fair question, though, because, I mean, I believe that there is some indication. I mean, here's the thing, right? Is it biological determinism to say that women have, on the average, different interests than men? Is that biologically determinist? Because I don't think it's biologically determinist. I think that there is, based on what, because I mean, there are plenty of like trashy romance novels, right? For women that have like they'll have like the man with the abs, and it'll be, the story of the bad boy and the princess, and they go on, he whisks her away on his horse, and they go into the stables and they cuddle, or what, you know what I mean? Like, Twilight was such a massive phenomenon among, women and girls and whatnot.
Yeah.
So I think that you could safely say, right, that women are after different things than men romantically, right? That there's like men typically, we like the tits and the ass. We like the physical, the tactile, right? The tactile aspect of things. Women seem to be more about the context, right? The story, the narrative of the romance, right? I think you could say, like, again, generalizations are generalizations. There's always going to be outliers. There's always going to be people that buck the trend, right? But I don't know. I think it's safe to say, that when you're marketing something to women, it's different than marketing something to men. And I think that's the point that he's trying to make here, is that, and that's why he's asking the question, because him as a man, us as men, we don't necessarily know what appeals to women completely, right? We can take guesses, right? We can think about it. But unless you actually ask a woman, what are you looking for in the thing? It's kind of difficult, isn't it?
Yeah, I was thinking for a while, and I've read my more 100 pages of emotional built-up fan fictions. Those are fun. I've read my doujins. I even get into the habit of actually buying stuff from DL site instead of pirating everything.
And I think that I'm not. I think it's annoying because when you make a generalized statement like that, everyone assumes that you're making an extremist stance of, oh, well, that must mean that you're saying that that men don't care about the context in the thing. And it's like, no, I think men do care about the context of the thing. I mean, otherwise, stuff like, what is it, emergence, and doujins that actually have
Stories,
some
yes.
semblance of stories, like those wouldn't be popular otherwise, would they? Right? Like, I don't think that it's a case of, oh, men just don't give a shit about the context and all they give a shit about is the tactile. But when you're talking about this on like a granular level, right? When you're talking about this on a general sense, you have to talk about it in these generalities.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that the opposite isn't true.
The thing, the problem I'm struggling over is the kind of the biological determinism, because a lot of cultural layers exist before you get to any base biology. So and there is, of course, culture that says, "Oh, the boys are looking at porn, ha ha ha," but there isn't the same acceptance for girls to look at that porn. It's nasty. It's whatnot.
Yeah.
So
yeah, no. So yeah.
I'm having difficulty ascribing it to pure biological determinism, because there are cultural layers that exists.
Which is why I asked the question of, is simply stating the generality biological determinism? Because I don't think it is.
No, I'm just very careful whenever we start talking about biological determinism things, or even cultural determinism things.
Ellie, listen, don't worry. I'm not the evil big bad man.
No,
I'm not the evil trad, or all women are biologically hardwired to be sluts, or what, like that bullshit from.
No, they have to be sluts, but only for you. Otherwise, they're terrible.
Yeah. I'm not. I would not say that, and I don't agree with that shit, right? But what I do think, right, there is some generalities that do exist, and they exist for reasons, right? I might not be smart enough to perfectly articulate those reasons or have enough data to be able to articulate those reasons, but I feel like if you look at the data, right, clearly men on the average have different interests than women, right?
Yeah, but also women like the color pink. Why? Because it was marketed that way. It's a culture that way. There's nothing in pink that it's nothing in pink that is feminine, and yet that is the culture worldwide. So that is an example why I remain cautious.
I guess the thing then becomes this, I guess that's why the culture wars are such a big fucking deal, right? A lot of people dismiss the idea of the culture wars, but I feel like, the amount of power that can be wielded, right, by being able to go, yeah, no, we can determine that pink is suddenly a girl thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a lot of power in that, right? Which is why I think these kind of fights and debates are very important to have. Another example that I think you'd probably agree with me on is the color purple, because purple always used to be the color of kings.
Yeah,
I think there was a joke a friend of mine in high school used to say. It would be like, pink is the color of kings, gays, and pimps. Because it used to be like a royal color, because it was such a rare color.
Yeah, blue also, I believe.
Yeah, it was such a hard color to produce because of the ingredients involved in creating purple. It used to be used in a lot of, rich. It used to indicate wealth because you were wealthy and
Yeah.
could afford to have purple, cloaks and stuff. But then over time, it's become more of a, it's more trashy, I guess, because it's been associated with pimps and
Also,
gangster
purple
style
became the
stuff.
color of corrupt, as corruption, as kings
Yeah,
became corrupt.
Well, yeah, well, and it's interesting how that plays out, right? How that sort of happened. Christ, hey, we started early because we were going to go longer. This is what you wanted. This is what we're giving. Yeah. Oh yeah, man. There's more too. I'm gonna drop some hard truth on the chat right now. We are halfway through the video.
We'll go a little bit faster. Our big disagreements.
We got another 4 hours to go.
The second half won't be as long. We hashed out our big disagreements.
Well, here's the thing, right? YouTube only gives you 12 hours, so we got 12 hours.
Oh no!
To get through the video.
Oh,
so.
But this is good for our future monetization because we need that amount of work.
Hey, we've streamed so many fucking times this week. But anyway, Jake's gonna dip because he's been up for 24 hours.
Go ahead.
It's been good. It's been good having you in the chat though, man. It's all good. Yeah, 12-hour long Nretsew alley debate. Yeah. All right, well let's power on. Let's get on.
Male characters, do you take characters' shirts off? Do you make them wear turtleneck sweaters? If it was for my wife, I'd dress the character like they're from a K-drama, and I'd make them do chores around the house without being asked. But I'd leave one dirty plate on the table, and then when the girl goes to pick it up, he quickly grabs her hand and pulls her in, and piano music starts to swell. He smiles and looks into her eyes for exactly 3.5 seconds before saying, "I'll take care of it. Spend more money online, please." Like, I know this would be interesting to my wife, but what about my neighbor? What about my female work colleagues? How many women would this work for? And how long do these interactions need to go for? How much money would I have to spend to put this in a video game that has nothing to do with
Nretsew, okay, pause real quick,
for example,
because
Dead or Alive.
So he's being very specific and maybe even pedantic. The thing is that emotional attachment, right? That's the thing he wanted to point out.
I think it's more that he's pointing out the fact that it's difficult. Like I think because he asked the question, what is it that women are after, right? How would you market something to women, right? What is the necessary way that you do that? Right, and I feel like that's him. He's doing a big funny, right? He is doing a big funny there. But I think the overall point is he doesn't know how you would market something to women, right?
Well, he already gave the answer. That's kind of the thing, right?
No, I don't think he's giving an answer. He's giving an estimation and an assumption based on what he thinks.
Well, yeah, but in the same way, people plaster sexy anime girls on product, and the product still sells terribly.
Well, yeah, it depends on if it's good or not.
So yeah, so the thing,
I think there's some level of nuance to the discussion here.
Yeah, if girlfriend / wife of video man here likes the K-drama and for that that emotional dependency, that the reliability, he only needs to replicate that kind of thing in a video game, and you're done, right? It would be it would be the same as plastering an anime girl on the box, but having 3 lines of dialogue in a game has the same effect of creating what he just did. Because I've remembered that he's making the generalized assessment that women are more for the emotional attachments kind of deal.
650 is also leaving. So
oh damn!
We're losing everyone. Everyone's dropping like
man down.
Nah, it's all good. It's all good.
Yeah.
Let's continue.
So, if I remember something about, women are more attracted, more receptive to the emotional parts of it, and men then are more to the physical, to the visual. Then he only needs to repeat cheesy drama scenarios, and he's golden.
But is that really what women are after, though? Is the question. That's
Well,
the question.
if it's repeated 1,000 times every episode in every drama, then yes, right?
Well, but that's the thing. I don't know. I don't know if that's actually what they want.
I've watched a lot of EastEnders.
I'm just saying from like a general sense. Like I don't necessarily know. I'd have to do more research into it. I'd have to actually talk to a woman. I know, scary, right?
Oh no.
Talk to a woman. Oh no, talking to women. Oh god. So like, that's what I mean, right? Like he can. That's why I think that what this point is actually doing is it's trying to be like, right, well, he's trying to emphasize the fact that he doesn't necessarily know what women want, but he does know what kind of he wants as a man, right? Like I know what I would like to see as a man, right? I want to see more sexy girls in my I want to see more sexy girls in my video games, right? I'm sick of this bullshit, this California bullshit of we have to make all the video game characters deliberately unattractive because realism or whatever. No, I want.
All right, Nretsew, my biggest hope for the big game of the year, Baldur's Gate, is there's just more sexy video games.
I hope so too, and I also hope that more boob slider options. Let us make the big badonkadonks. Let us have the big
more dick physics.
Yeah, and look, I want all of it. I want all of it. I want the handsome men. I want the handsome woman. I want us to be able to have the big boobies. I want us to have the big ass. I want us to have the big balls. I want us to have the long dick. Right? I want all of it. Right? I'm equal opportunity Nretsew. Okay? Give us all of it. Right? Stop being prudish motherfuckers. Right? And just let us have actual equality instead of bullshit diversity equality. That's what I'm saying. Right? That's where I'm at. But anyway, let's continue. I'm also gonna make a note. I'm probably gonna order myself some food in a minute.
No,
so
no.
If I dip, well, because I can't be fucked. I can't be fucked.
Like I said, I think we're going to speed.
I was gonna cook something tonight. We have some hot chips tonight, but I can't be fucked. So I'm probably just gonna order some fucking.
Also, Samu, yes, there are women. Look at the title of this video.
Yeah, woman. Yeah, there are women in my video games. But anyway, let's continue.
There's a fighting game, people beating each other up, but you can make it sexual for males very easily. What is the cost of doing the same for females, and how much will it eat into the core design and game pacing? I'd actually love to see it done. Imagine a boys over flowers fighting game. So yeah.
the pretty Koreans fighting each other. I would like to see that too. That would be hilarious.
You know how you do that? You have just a scenario where the main girl is either captured or distressed or something, and the boys are fighting for her love or something, and then at the end,
Ellie, you can't do that because that's objectifying the woman. That's damsel in distress. You can't have that. That's
just once.
You're a big sexist man, Ellie. How dare you?
There's one scenario out of the 50 that all the dramas have.
Yeah, but that's the first scenario that you came up with. So you're a big. I'm fucking with you.
I will argue till the end of time.
Yeah. But you know that's what some fucking rando would say, though, right? That is because that's the feminist frequency fucking thing. It's like, oh, the woman is objectified because she's the one being sought after as an object, and she has to be saved as a damsel in distress. It's like, yeah, fuck that. But,
kind of half-baked feminist analysis.
Yeah. I hate that shit so much, dude. You don't. Yeah, it's annoying. But anywho, yeah, let's continue.
My point is that if I was thinking about game development in terms of cost of both money and time, I think it's just far easier to use sex to sell to males and try to strike a balance where it doesn't hurt. I mean, there's a chance that if I make it hypersexual, I can get even more money, even if I get less sales, thanks to DLC and whale culture. I think that at the end of the day, women's tastes are far more, let's say, complex and individually specific. I mean, they are totally specific, but I think that they are more specific than it is for the average male. And hey, that's not a bad thing, but it's an expensive, high-risk decision that makes it unattractive for most businesses that are trying to make a video game. This sounds like a lot of opinion, but here's where I'm coming from. In 2013, a study was carried out where they showed 4 wristwatch advertisements to both women.
Actual studies.
Big study time. Big study time. Which one is this? Is it? Actually, I'll wait for him to tell what it is because I can bring it up and I can link it to you in the chat. So, because I have his video up in another tab.
Oh yeah, every screen is used at the moment.
Yeah,
on my
I'll
end.
I'll link it to you in a sec. So it's
and men. These advertisements had various levels of sexual content and prices attached to the wristwatches. To summarize, women found the ads with sexualization distasteful but were slightly more accepting if the price of the watch was higher. Men's reactions were more accepting of sexual content, duh, and the price of the watch had no bearing on their reaction. I'm going to quote this part here as it relates to what we're talking about. To quote, "In order to appeal to women, marketers using sexual images in their ads should therefore display sex in the broader context of committed relationship, rather than promoting recreational sex," according to authors of the study. They linked the findings back to the sexual economics psychology theory, which infers men see sex as an end in itself, while women link sex to a relationship commitment. The ad could, for example, position the product itself as a signal of commitment, such as a romantic gift from the man to a woman, although there was no improvement in attitude if the gift was offered by a woman to a man, or show the idea of intimacy or a relationship prior to any sexual image being shown. End quote. Now, I said that most businesses don't want to.
I hit the wrong thing again. So I've brought up the source for that, and it seems to be a Market Week article. I don't know what the source on the study is. There's not actually a whole lot to kind of go over.
What's the last line of the abstract? That's the most important part.
It's not. Well, like I said, it's not a link to the study. It's linked to an article about the study. That's the problem. The study by marketing professors, so and so and so and so. Yeah, women who saw the ad. I'm trying to find like. Yeah, I'd have to find a link to the actual study because he's only linked
1 second.
Yeah, he's only linked Marketing Week. So you would have to look up what the.
All right, I found the article. This paper draws on the difference between men's and women's attitude about sex, either as an end to itself, men, or intrinsically linked to relationship commitment, women, to understand attitudes towards gratuitous use of sex in advertisement. In line of predictions, 4 experiments showed that women's spontaneous dislike of sexual ads softened when the ad could be interpreted in terms of a commitment-related resource being offered by men to women. In contrast, men's positive attitude towards sexual ads were relatively unaffected by the salience of the relationship cues. The results not only offer insights into consumer reactions to sexual advertising, but also inform theories on how men and women conceptualize sexual behaviors, and relationships.
Yeah, and then there's also the part that he quoted in there as well.
Guessing the conclusions.
Yeah. So what do you think? What's your take?
Seems in line with stereotype, what you kind of would expect. I am kind of curious if there was actually some if the product itself was more positively received, or if people were more inclined to buy it. But it's maybe some more of a personal thing.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I agree with you that I think it does fall in line with what is kind of to be expected. And it's like what I was mentioning before, like the idea that women are much more affected by the context of what's going on rather than the act itself. Because as I believe it said in the quote, right, women reacted more positively to the advertisement when it was shown in the context of a relationship rather than, oh, simply here's sexy woman on screen, right? It's more the man is buying the gift for the woman so that the woman can feel sexier for the man in the context of a relationship, right? So I think it's a very interesting difference. And I do think that difference does exist, whether or not, you know, it's annoying because we keep looping back to that same argument.
No, I'm not. I'm reading a lot.
We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that again. But I do think that there is some validity to this. Is all I'm saying. As I do think that there is some validity to it. Let's continue.
Dabble in sexualization to sell video games to females, but I never said it doesn't exist. Dante from Devil May Cry 3 might be the best example of an attempt to sexualize a male character in a way that is more appealing to females. Also, there is a whole video game genre, ottome or maiden.
Hey! He's batting in your ballpark now, Al.
Where I just see the contract image.
Sign sign here. He's talking about ottome games. He's batting.
Oh. Sorry, I was reading the paper.
You're reading the paper. He's talking about he directly said the term ottome. He didn't say dating sim. He said ottome games. So yeah, get yourself out of that paper. Listen to the video for a minute because he's talking about. You can get back to your paper in a minute. I want you to listen to the part that pertains.
But
to
science.
Some science! Alright, anyway.
Games are video games that usually take the format of a visual novel where you are trying to romance one or more male characters. These mostly play out in the same way most romances play out in written form. I think a lot of people will not strictly call these video games, but hey, that's for you to decide on an individual level. While the male characters in these games are not usually sexualized, they do exist for the sole purpose of romance for women. This is as close as we get to men as rewards. I'll caveat here to say that RPG games that allow you to make your own character and allow you to create relationships and romances tend to be the best middle ground. A good recent example of this may be Baldur's Gate 3,
Hey! Baldur's Gate represent. So what did you think about that? About how ottome games are close to men as rewards, similar in the way that I made fun of the feminist frequency woman as rewards trope. Of, oh, the woman is something to be, you know, sought after, an object to be obtained, to be saved, right? How do you feel about ottome being viewed in that same lens?
It kind of depends on because if we're going to saving the sexy princess at the end and getting rewarded with hardcore sex is kind of, you know, the reward is the body, not the person. While in an ottome game, in a dating sim, in a visual novel, you're forced by design to appreciate the person as a whole.
Right. I guess you could say that that's a difference, but is it a fundamental enough difference?
I think it is then. But it kind of goes into some weird weeds. Some weird.
It does.
Where the character, where the reward is sex. The character.
Well, here's the thing though. Like,
no, let me cook. I'm going.
Okay. I'll let you cook.
I'm
sorry, Ellie.
Well, where the reward is sex, the character is sex. Where the reward is a character, where the reward is a person you know and love. You get to know a person you know and love. So it kind of gets iffy. When saying that one is always bad and the other is then good because they're kind of made for different purposes.
Well, I would argue that they are similar but different. Of course, I wouldn't make the argument that one's bad and one's good. Right? That's not going to make that argument because that's dumb. I think both are good. Right? Both are good. Right? I think they're similar but different because I think on the one hand you could make the argument that yes, the like the hyper-Pacific example you're using of okay, you go through the game and then you get the princess and then you're rewarded with a sex scene or whatever, right? I mean, in most cases it's not a sex scene, right? Unless you're playing like a Critical Bliss game. but like, you know, if we're talking about, I will use that example, but I'm just saying that's not a common example, right? Like most of the time it's more like people think about Mario, or at least classic Mario, where it's like, oh, the princess is in the castle and you know, you're not necessarily rewarded with a sex scene. You're rewarded just with, you know, oh, Mario saved the princess and they all live happily ever after, right? So it's not, you know, it's not that extreme. But to use the example of the extreme, right? I would argue that the opposite extreme would be, okay, yeah, so you are, and a lot of these Ottome games, now you will have to correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't play a lot of these games.
Yeah.
I don't have as,
Well, I played them with some visual novels. They are basically the same, but reverse.
Yeah. So,
inverted.
but there is still the sex in the game, right? The reward for going through the dialogue trees in the specific way that you have to go through them by learning the character and making the right choices within the game still gives you the reward of sex, right? If we're talking about, okay, one game, let's say let's specific the example a bit more and say it's a fight, like a fighting game, right? You're playing the fighting game and you're going through each level and you have to fight a more stronger boss each time, but then at the end of the game you get to, you know, fuck the princess or whatever, right? I would argue that that's kind of the same as you have to go on dates with this guy and you have to get to learn, oh, he's the broody loner type and you have to make the right dialogue choices to advance the story, and if you fuck up then you have to go back, or you get sent down a different pathway that might not necessarily lead to having sex with him, right? I think that you could make the argument that these things, while being somewhat different, are actually more similar than they are different, right?
So the small caveat is that the sex scenes in visual novels in general don't always are at the end. They can be in the middle, can be very early on, they can be very late.
No, that's true, yeah.
So, it really depends. It kind of depends.
Yeah, it's contextual, isn't it?
No, well, it kind of depends on what kind of character you have, but in the end, the reward is a emotional closure, of when playing a book. Essentially, at the end of the story, you have closure with that character and a happy ending, maybe.
Okay, but my argument would be that that's the same thing. Is my argument. My argument would be that it's different, but it's the same. You're still using this character as a reward, right? For making the right choices, or you know, in the opposite case, when it's not necessarily a choice, it's skill based, right? For having the good enough skill to beat the game, right? I mean, I guess you could say like making the right choices in the visual novel is still a skill in its own right. So I guess it's, yeah. Again, it just comes back down to they're not as different as they seem, right? Which is why I hate the idea that one is, you know, quote unquote better than the other, right? Like, you know, I think both can work. Speaking of Baldur's Gate for a minute, one of the criticisms of Baldur's Gate that I've heard from people is that the companion characters, right? So, you know, you've got your vampire man and your the shadow heart waifu that everyone's gushing about, and you know whatnot. People have complained, or at least I've heard this complaint, and I want you to kind of talk about it a little bit because you'd be able to talk about it more than I can. You've played the game a lot. People have told me that they're a bit too horny. They're a bit too you know, you're playing the game and you're making friends with them and you're talking to them, and then all of a sudden they just kind of want to suck your dick.
So
you kind of have to tell them no. You kind of have to tell them no. I don't want you to suck my dick. Let's go on a date first. You know, let's calm down a little bit.
So there are two things. First is that Lae'zel, the green skinned
The green girl who's
behind the logo.
Yeah.
She's the horniest of all because her species, her race doesn't sexually reproduce or reproduce with sex automatically. Therefore,
so there's a reason she's horny. Okay.
So she can't just be horny for the sake of it and not care. If she wants the sex, she can have the sex, and therefore
everyone else.
She smells you and says, "You smell nice. I want to smell you later at night."
You reek of semen.
I will.
Your balls are emitting big pheromones. We must deal with this problem immediately.
Why not? I can't get pregnant anyway, so why not have?
Yeah. It's time for your daily dick flattening.
That she would be very into as a very haughty superior. I am superior to you attitude. But also there was indeed a bug that made them a hornier than they should be.
Okay, there was a bug. Okay, yeah, because that was one of the early things. I don't know. Yeah, I didn't know if that was resolved or not.
So first off, I would buy that Lae'zel would be into you day 2, as it happened to me, and I thought, all right, that's in character. Yeah, she would fuck me on the second day. That's very in character. I believe it. But then it was a bug that was meant that she was into you a little too soon. It would be on day 3 that she would.
and I'm guessing that probably applied to some of the other characters.
Yeah, the other characters was basically a general. Their likability of you increased too fast. Something.
All right. Well, that's good to know then. I just wanted to. That was a side tangent, but I just kind of wanted to bring that up because interesting stuff. But anyway,
there are many others. The key ingredient is that the more relationship building there is, the more likely it is to appeal to females in a sexual manner. Anyways.
So no, I know. We just pausing again, but interestingly enough, wasn't that something that was said as one of the reasons why Baldur's Gate was so, popular?
Well, that's what I said, but also I don't.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what. Are you being a biological determinist, Ali? I'm gonna bully you with that for a little bit.
No. Also, can you go back? That line was very weird. What he said.
Which okay.
Like the line of
that was but too far.
Yeah. Go ahead from this point.
I want Baldur's Gate to come back on this. Okay, we'll try it from here. We'll see.
Relationships and romances tend to be the best middle ground. A good recent example of this may be Baldur's Gate 3, but there are many others. The key ingredient is that the more relationship building there is, the more likely it is to appeal to females in a sexual manner. Anyway.
So the more likely... So the more relationship building elements that there are in the game, the more likely it's going to appeal to women in a sexual manner.
Does it though?
Well,
that sounds like a very odd.
Well, that's the question though, is it? You'd have to ask, right? Like, is that relation? Is it like a sexual thing, or is it more something else? Right? Is it more like they just enjoy that style of gameplay? Like, I know that one of women there's a higher percentage of women that play stuff like The Sims, so simulation type.
The relationship thingies.
Yeah. So I don't know whether or not they're I don't think they're play. I mean, unless you look at sex mods for The Sims, plenty of. Right. I mean, maybe he's onto something, right? Maybe he is on.
Well, the thing is, he just says that women play romance, relationship games because it's sexual to them, and that sounds very off.
I get what you mean. Yeah, I don't know about that one either. It seems a little weird, but interesting to think about nonetheless.
We've established that more males are in the game development industry than females, and I think I've established my point that it's easier to target men's wallets with sexualization. I think this is enough to explain why there are more sexualized female characters, but we haven't yet talked about concern number 2. The concern that this sexualization nurtures men toward misogyny and incentivizes men to hold women to an unreasonable standard as sexual objects.
So, fun fact. When I was looking at this video, I saw the length of it, and I was like, oh, is this really going to be another one of those fan service bad videos that I'm
Mhm.
going to have to deal with? So I jumped, because he has timestamps, God bless the man, right? I jumped right to this point, and I watched this point first, right?
Mhm.
Because I was expecting this to go in completely the opposite direction to the way that it goes. And so when it went the way that I wasn't expecting, I was like, okay, maybe this video is actually worth watching. Because wait a minute, this is based as fuck. So I just figured I'd kind of interject that there just to kind of preface, like, that was my introduction to this video, was actually this section right here. And this is one of the sections that I was very impressed by. So let's continue.
At this point, we need to take a step back because there is a difference between sexualization and sexual objectification, and we should probably talk about women as rewards. An often quoted example of a female video game character that is sexualized but not objectified is Bayonetta. Even though Bayonetta is full of innuendo, sass, and, well, female nudity, she isn't considered as an objectified character. For starters, the designer Marie Shimazaki is a female. Actually, kind of a stupid point now that I think about it.
So I want to touch on that because he's right. I think it's a common gotcha that people like to use online, especially on Twitter, to be like, oh, you're mad about the fan service. Well, guess what? It was made by a woman. Checkmate, atheists. Right?
Also, I might have said that Bayonetta is a good, powerful female feminist character model, etc. But I've stepped away from that point for a while now. I don't think that Bayonetta is particularly female empowering in a sense.
Well, spoiler alert, he's going to get into that. But I wanted to touch specifically on this idea of, I think that it is an okay thing to point out that yes, women design and create this stuff just as much as men, and women are into this stuff just as much as men, right? And I think that despite the whole statistics, generalizations, yada yada yada, women can be into the sexy. Like, for fuck's sake, lesbians exist, bi people exist. You can't tell me that these groups of people don't exist and they're not finding the things sexual in the same same ways, right? So they're clearly I don't want to say biologically, but they're attracted to the titter in the ass on a look at thing, get dopamine, right? You know what I mean? So while I do agree that you can bring up the whole the woman design the stuff too, I don't think it's a very effective rhetorical argument, right? And by what I mean by that is just spamming that at people on Twitter is not effective. Right? Just going, but the Bayonetta designer is a woman. Ha ha! Checkmate, man! I win the debate. Ellie, I've won the debate.
Oh, you won this time. All right, good.
Yeah,
good on you.
Oh yeah, I've won all the debates that we've ever had because guess what, Ellie? The Bayonetta designer was a woman.
Oh no!
Oh. So that's what I mean by that, right? Like, I feel like while it is a point and it is a tool that you can have in your toolbox, right? I think what ends up happening a lot of the time is people will take these kind of like one-liner arguments and they'll just kind of spam them at nauseum to the point where they become ineffective, right? Because I don't think the people that argue against fan service really give a shit about the fact that women also enjoy fan service. I think that they're either going to come at you with, oh, it's just internalized misogyny, or they're going to just outright not give a shit, right? So I think it's a matter of people need to kind of be a little bit smarter with how they use these arguments. I don't know if you have anything else to add to that, but
no, I mean it's a point of consideration of if you say that the whole team, the person, or the studio or the game was misogynistic. It is something of value to say the woman that the designer was a woman, but it doesn't make it that it doesn't excuse it. It doesn't make it invalidates it.
It's not a checkmate. It's not a instant win button.
No, it's more
It's-
like
it's-
a pawns is in the way now, kind of.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of. I mean, I agree with what you said, right? It's you can't really necessarily say that the whole company is nothing but misogynist, sexist incels, right? When someone that is in a head creative position is a woman, right? It's like the Azura Lane example, where the CEO of the company, like the literal CEO of the company,
Yeah,
that
but
likes
in the
literally everything,
personally,
is a woman, right?
I wouldn't. The woman, the head, the CEO being a woman, I wouldn't really think that matters much for the game being then sexist, right?
I think,
It's
I think she's also here. Something to consider about that is, at least in China, a lot of the times the CEOs are actually heavily involved in the game development.
all right.
Micah Team is a good example. I mean, I know it's different in the West, where it's like, how involved in the game development is the CEO of Activision?
Yeah, I mean the example here was right. Blizzard,
yeah.
Blizzard hired a woman. Now they're no longer sexist.
Yeah, exactly, right. Like, it's a little bit different in different countries, where I believe the CEO of some of these Chinese game companies tend to be a little bit more like creatively involved in the games. I mean, I think it was Yuzong from Micah Team is like the head world builder / white writer for GFL, as well as being the CEO. So it's complicated, but I guess to cap off the point so we can move on, right? It's not an instant win button, guys. Come up with some other arguments, use it when it's relevant, but don't spam it.
Yeah,
Okay?
sure.
Yeah.
Moving on, the argument is that Bayonetta's sexuality as a character is intrinsic to her confident personality and explained to a satisfactory level by the lore of the game. For example, Bayonetta's outfit is actually her hair, and all scenes where she is naked, she is using her hair to summon a demon, and her hair is literally the mask of the demon. Further arguments are that her sexual displays aren't for the benefit of any male characters in the game, and that her sexuality is self-serving, powerful, and somewhat mysterious. By contrast, let's look at Rappy from Nikkei Goddess of Victory. This goes for all the Nikkei characters in game, all of them are female. So we can see Rappy sort of has a military uniform and some guns, so you can surmise she's a soldier, but the stockings and the skirt that reveals her peach every time she turns around have no context to the story of Nikkei or Rappy's personality. In fact, her attire is totally at odds with her straight-laced personality and affinity for order. This would be a case where a video game character would be considered sexually objectified. She is presented the way she is, not because of the story, setting, her personality, or character, but because her sexuality is a reward for the player. She is an object to be enjoyed. As you earn or buy currency in Nikkei, you then use that currency
Can
to
you pause
have
real
the
quick?
chance to
Our trademark critical critique. That mouse on the screen is very distracting.
Well, I think it's because he's. I don't know when he recorded this footage.
Yeah, it's some PC emulated phone.
It'll be an emulator. Yeah, he'll be playing it on it, which is fair enough. But this is an interesting comparison point, though, because he's bringing up the difference in the thing. See, I'm of the mind that I don't think that one of the arguments, the anti not anti sexualization, but the counter argument, right, tends to usually be these characters are objects anyway, right? They're fictional characters. They're not real people. They're not actually like, you can't objectify them because they're already objects, which I actually do kind of agree with. I think that you can't, like, if it was a real, like there's a difference between, like, you see a woman in the street, right? And that woman is like super hot, right? And you're gawking at the woman, right? It's kind of rude to steer, right? A little bit, a little bit. You can look a little bit, but you're not just gawking at someone is kind of rude, right? This isn't a real woman. This is a video game character. She's designed for you to gawk at her. She is a literal object, right? So I think that, the idea that this is objectification and it's bad, I think kind of misses the point a little bit, right?
All right, so
that's my intuition.
I'm going to maybe disagree, maybe different take. Is that there is some the problem, the viewpoint is more of a somewhat of an emotional investment, right? A understanding of the character, a respect for the character, the person behind the character. The person on the street is, to you, to me, an object. Maybe even kind of a literal object, in that you have to walk around the thing to get to where you want. But then when you talk, oh, sorry, I bumped into you. Now is the person. Now you have some, the respect to apologize because you bumped into them. And that, so that's kind of the real life thing, right? So when Bayonetta is being Bayonetta, you can get kind of an understanding, a respect, an admiration, an idea for her character and what she is and what she stands for, that elevates her out of just objectification. When but in the case of Nikkei, all the fun personality of the character is undermined by the big contradiction of them just being objects of sex.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I haven't played Nikkei. Apparently, this guy likes Nikkei, and he's played Nikkei, and he's really into Nikkei, and he's made claims that the story in Nikkei is actually really good. So, I mean, I can't attest that. I mean, I can use my own experiences with GFL and Lane and whatnot. But I think it's a problem where it's annoying because it doesn't have to be two extremes here, right? Because you have the one extreme where it's like these characters are literally people and we have to treat them as if they are literally people, right? And then you have the other extreme, which is no, they are literal objects that are there to be objectified and it shouldn't matter, right? Where I think the truth is somewhere in the middle. I think.
Well, it's more it's a spectrum, and it moves back and forth, because to go back to the streets, when I am done apologizing for bumping into them, they're back to being a background object.
They're literally an NPC.
They're literally an NPC, gone forever, and then I'll never see them again. And
completely forgotten from.
Yeah. So in that case, the real people in your life are also pure objects, non-existing entities that pass by, and they can become real persons again. They can fade into not existing again.
Kick your local NPC.
I'd rather not. They become real if you do that.
So to tie this back into like the video game characters, right?
Mm-hmm.
I personally am of the mind that a lot of I think that we shouldn't be restricting creative freedom. I think that actually, this is a better way to put it, right? I don't think making the characters in Nikkei as sexualized as they are is actually detracting from them, right? I don't see the sexualization as necessarily bad, right? I think
it is somewhat of a barrier.
Yeah, maybe, but is it being a barrier a bad thing? Is the fact that some people might not like it a bad thing? That's kind of where I'm getting at. Like, I can understand some people having a problem with it and not liking it, but that doesn't mean it shouldn't be allowed to exist. That doesn't mean that Nikkei has to tone down its sexuality and its sexualized content to cater to people that don't necessarily like it, right, in the first place, right? I think that games like Nikkei should be allowed to exist as they are without being constantly criticized.
Yeah, Nretsew, you don't have to make that argument with me, though.
No, I'm not making that argument with you.
I'm
making that argument to the hypothetical audience watching the stream VOD 5 billion hours processes, right? I'm not necessarily like. I think you have to understand. Sometimes I'm more just kind of whimsically talking to myself than making a direct argument to what you're saying, right? Like and I'm just kind of, this is my thoughts on it, right? Like, my thoughts on it are, these games should be allowed to exist without being constantly questioned on why they exist, right? Why should this sexualized content be allowed to exist? It's bad, right? It's making. I mean, he's going to get into the studies and shit about it in a minute, but like, there's always been this kind of like these things have to justify themselves, where I don't think they need to justify themselves. I guess is kind of where I'm.
Alright. How much of the video is left?
Quite a bit.
Ooh. Let's speed through it.
All right.
Own one of these characters. In Nikkei, you are their commander. All of the Nikkei like you and display some level of romantic interest in you. They basically adore you. These characters are the reward for playing the game. Therefore, women as rewards. The idea is that video games teach males through gameplay to see women as objects, because there are women as objects in video games and there are women as rewards in video games. These males will then go out and emulate this objectification and reward expectancy on real women. You know, misogyny. In 2022, a meta-analysis was conducted on 18 studies. This meta-analysis was titled, "Does Sexualization in Video Games Cause Harm in Players?" A meta-analytic examination. Meta-analysis basically compiles and compares multiple studies in search for correlating data to draw a wider insight on an issue. Here is the abstract of the study, to quote, "Whether video games with sexualized content do or do not relate to mental health and body image problems in players and or sexualization and hostility towards women is an issue of broad public interest. However, evidence from empirical studies has generally been mixed. To examine this issue, we explored the degree to which sexualization in games was related to both well-being, body dissatisfaction, and sexism, misogyny among players in two separate meta-analyses. Results revealed that sexualization in games was neither related to well-being, body dissatisfaction, or sexism, misogyny. Better designed studies and those that showed less evidence for researcher expectancy effects tended to find less evidence for effects. As appears commonly in other realms of media effects, the evidence is weak that sexualized games influence player attitudes and behavior."
Well, there you go. Well, there you go. That's
Yeah, there is of course, meta studies are only as good as the studies they are metaing from.
true. However, you can only work with what you've got. You can only work with what you've got. And I mean, look, I think that the same is true about violence in video games, right?
Well, it says the influence like commonly in other realms of media effects,
which I'm guessing is meaning violence in video games,
and
right?
other promiscuity or whatever.
Because I think it's comparable, right? And because I think that most of the science at this point has been because there was back and forth on that for a while.
The Jack Thompson eras of the.
And I think that it even says, and he's about to talk about it in a minute, about how studies that go out to prove a point typically tend to find more evidence to prove their point, right? We look at this when we talk about the porn studies,
Yeah.
The studies that are biased and are clearly looking for a conclusion are going to find evidence that pertains to their conclusion, right? So I have to I've always kind of been on the field that if violence doesn't cause, if video games don't cause violence, then video games can't also cause misogyny. It's not like sex and sexuality is this magical thing that is somehow different, right? Because there's this idea that, sex is magic. It's more like drugs, right? There's something about sexual content that's somehow different to violence in some way that causes more or less harm, right? And I just, based on everything I've seen, I don't believe that. I don't believe that it's any different whatsoever.
So there is a small caveat that this is not based on a big study, but it's something that I feel in my bones. The most trustworthy.
See, we both got our gut feelings.
This is the most empirically correct thing, of course. Your feelings.
Yeah.
In that, sex deals with attitudes, and violence is a outlet. That's kind of this is kind of a difference that I feel is important.
Well, I mean, they are different, but I mean, I'm talking more about like the effects, right?
Yeah.
Like I don't think that there's a lot of difference in the actual effect that it has on someone.
No, I won't. Of course, I'll agree with the effects are minimal until
Yeah.
proven otherwise. But I'm just having a small caveat in that the attitudes in games, that games have, right, can be a reflection of attitudes we have in our big society, and
Well,
amplify or reinforce those
they
attitudes.
can also be attitudes reflective of the dev too, right? But
Yeah,
then
I
again,
mean,
now we're starting to get into like, the person is political, everything is political, yada 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 yada.
well,
right?
I won't go there. I'm just gonna say that, of course, the game is a reflection of the people that make it, and they may or may not reinforce things that of the developers of society, and those ideas maybe the bad ideas or the good ideas, who knows. And
Alright,
violence, and the small difference is that the violence in video games is not a reflection of society. That is a real fantasy.
Right. Okay.
So
Well, let's continue. Oh, sorry. I'll let you finish.
yeah. That's so the difference is that violence is not a reflection of society. It's a fantasy outlet. While how characters act with each other is something that the developer thought how people would act with each other, and those attitudes can then go over on the people. That does not make people more misogynistic in this case. It only reinforces existing beliefs in that case.
Yeah. I mean, it's the same thing with somebody that's already mentally disturbed that plays like violent video games or whatever is more inclined to.
Yeah, so I
and
personally don't expect studies to show that video games make somebody more misogynistic. I would more see that that attitudes in video games that are somewhat normalized in whatever way would be reinforced by those video games.
Alright, well, let's continue.
End quote. What's interesting here is not only does sexualization not have a measurable effect on body image or sexism, but it actually exposes that we've been lied to. If you didn't catch it, studies that showed less evidence for expectancy effects tended to find less evidence for effects. This is scientist for studies that had an agenda made up evidence for their agenda.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like this characterization of being lied to, because
I'll be back in a sec because my food has arrived.
oh no. So alright. Expectancy bias is something that I'll have to look up, but my feeling says that expectancy bias can only be really determined by somebody else. Somebody else will have to come along and say how much bias did the researchers put in, because you can't measure your own bias in that way. So it's not then that the researchers are lying to you on purpose. They are with good with morals and a will to change the world. Thought they proved something, but instead it was their own bias. That bias can go whatever which way. In this case, they more often led to say that games were misogynistic or harmed body image in some way. That's all to say that it's very harsh and kind of unfair to say that those researchers were lying. They have studies.
I don't necessarily know. I don't necessarily know if it's lying, but I would say that it is it's confirmation bias.
Yes.
Which I think is more. Which I think what he's talking about when he says lying is he's less talking about like, okay, the studies are lying. I think he's talking about the people that parrot the studies are lying.
But
Like,
with those people who parrot.
Well, hang on, let me finish. Because if he's talking about like, if he talks about like feminist frequency, and he's talking about things like the people that are anti-fan service that will use those studies as some sort of way to, because I mean we see that with the guys that are anti-porn, right? They'll use those studies as an attempt to, like, they'll take the studies out of context. They'll not provide information from the study that might look bad, because you know, the study might have some stuff that's contradictory to their point, right? So they won't talk about it. So that, I think that's kind of more what, I mean, you'd have to, you know, I'm not a mind reader, but I'm going to assume that that is in good faith, that that is what he means when he means, you know, we've been lied to. You know, he's talking more about people that are being dishonest in how they utilize the data from the studies.
Thing is, you don't know what those people believe, right? So,
well, you don't even know if those people have read the fucking study. You know, people just toss a study around and act like it's, you know, it's like the female game devs exist / make sexy games thing I was talking about before, right? It's not an instant win button. You know, you can't just go, oh, I have a study, that means I win, right? You have to kind of go, ooh, what's the study actually saying, right? But anyway, now that I'm back, put my food on the bench. We can continue.
Or
no,
if
wait, I was drawing flowers in Leon's hands. So instead he was giving flowers to the old lady instead of killing her.
Oh well.
Oh well.
Movements like body positivity or feminism, they were bullshit. I have some thoughts on this.
So.
Oh yeah, well there you go. Well there you go. He just said, you know, the whole feminism pushing.
Yeah, but the thing is, feminism is much more so kind of, you know, saying that feminism is bad because
yeah, but you're gonna have to fucking deal with the, like, I'm sorry, but the public perception of feminism is the crazies at this point.
I think that is more in the sphere of the terminally online that says that all feminism is crazy.
Yeah. Nah, well, no, I'm sorry, but you look at how the feminists act, and you kind of got, nah. Even offline, it's kind of like, nah. Anyway,
that people Bayonetta is not a sexually objectified character are leaving out a major variable, and that is you as the player. Ultimately, the sexuality of Bayonetta is for the player, male or female, to be enjoyed and admired. The mental gymnastics people go through to characterize it as wholesome in comparison to other forms of sexualization is baffling. All these people are really doing is bullshitting themselves because the idea that a female designer could sexualize a character in a way that
Alright, boss. Okay, because he's being very how you say it, Nretsew?
Well, here's the thing. I agree with him because I've interacted with Chainsaw Man fans, and they're exactly the fucking same. Because listen, they will bend themselves into pretzels to try and tell you that there is no fan service in Chainsaw Man, despite the fact that there is literally a 2-page spread lesbian orgy in Chainsaw Man. And there is an entire arc about Gingy, or however you pronounce that, wanting to touch boob. His goal is he wants to touch the boob, right? And then he touches the boob, and then he's not fulfilled, and then he touches the other boob, and now he is fulfilled, and now his goal is that he wants to go on a date, right? So I mean, that's simplifying it, obviously, and there is, you know, more nuance to Chainsaw Man, and there, you know, blah 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 blah. But to make the claim that the author of Chainsaw Man is, you know, he there's no fan service, and he's not putting his fetishes and his, you know, likes into the work is absolutely fucking ridiculous, right? And that's the same kind of point the guy's making here, is you have these people that'll bend themselves into pretzels to say, no, Bayonetta's one of the good ones. It's not the evil sexualization of the cat. And it's like, no, it is sexualization. And if you are of the proclivity that all sexualization is bad, you don't get to pick and choose what you think is good and bad, right? If you're going to be one of these hardliners, you have to, you know, you don't get to pick and choose. You're going to lose on the stuff that you actually like if you're a hardline like that.
So the annoying caveat is that art is subjective.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Yeah, the art is subjective, and my art is amazing, objectively. But so if people don't, if what people don't get out of a piece of work is that Bayonetta, or the piece of work being Bayonetta, if people get out of a piece of work that it isn't sexist or sexualized, then that is kind of not sexualized, unfortunately.
I don't agree. I don't agree. I don't agree. I don't agree. Also, to answer NSMP in the chat, he's saying that people that go, "Oh, Bayonetta is one of the good ones because X, Y, and Z," are deluding themselves into thinking that Bayonetta is not sexualized when it is. He's pro-sexualization. I should probably say that. So his argument is that you shouldn't be picking and choosing. You don't get to go, "Hey, this form of sexualization is bad. It must be censored. It must be destroyed," right? And then in the other hand, have something else that is also sexualized in X, Y, and Z ways that gets a free pass because of X, Y, Z reasons, right? That's what he's saying here.
Well,
and I agree, and I agree with him, because people do that all the time with things like Chainsaw Man and whatnot, right? Where they go, oh, but my problem is the hypocrisy. It's people that vehemently hate fan service, they vehemently hate sexualization, they want it censored, they want it destroyed, they whine about it constantly, they won't stop going on about it all the fucking time, right? But they quiet right the fuck up when it's something they like, right?
yeah,
They suddenly it's okay when we do it, right? Even though it is exactly the same thing, right? Now, I get what you're saying about subjectivity. People find different things within art. People can like things for different reasons. They can like some things and not others. That's all well and good. But I'm of the mind that if you are an actual moral person that has actual beliefs and values, right? Then you shouldn't be a hypocrite. Or you should at least strive to not be hypocritical, right? We don't always succeed in that, but I do think that you should at least try to eliminate the cognitive dissonance when it appears, right? And so if you absolutely fucking, like, if you're so anti fan service that we're talking about people where it will ruin an anime for them, right? Absolutely, anime ruined, can't watch it, censor it, ooh, gross, yucky. You don't get to suddenly go to your yaoi fucking, boys love, hot men kissing and hugging each other shit, right? And be all like, no, that's okay though, right? That's fine. That's allowed. But these big booby girls, ooh, gross, bleh, right? Samu says, the mental gymnastics IMO is basically so that they can say this is sexy. However, the character, this, sorry, I have to read it properly. So they can say that this is sexy. However, the character, I think, is an adult and consenting to the sexy. If one of the cretins criterias aren't met, then I won't like it. Right? Yeah. Okay. I kind of get what you're saying, Samuel. It's like they have a tick box, and they have to hit all the different tick boxes in order for it to be okay. And if they don't meet a certain 50% of the criteria, suddenly it's not okay. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, I'm still keeping to my vagary of art is subjective. Ooh, it can mean what to.
Mystic subjectivity.
Ooh, art is what it is to what it means to you.
But you can agree with me that hypocrisy bad though.
Yeah, hypocrisy is bad. Unfortunately, people have different opinions and will defend those opinions to say no, it's not because it's not like that to me, and that can be.
But I don't. I think the problem is when you are specifically calling for censorship. That I don't have a problem with it if it's like, oh, that's just my opinion, bro, right? Like, oh, whatever. But these are people that are attempting to create cultural change, right? They're playing the culture war game, and they want to get rid of the sexy. That's where I have a problem, right? You don't get to be a hypocrite if your goal is actually to get rid of the sexy, and that's what you're claiming that you want out of your media, right? That's where I have a problem. If it was just, whatever, dumb opinions. Everyone has dumb opinions, right? Whatever. But I draw the line at when those dumb opinions are attempting to create cultural change, right? That's when I'm like, no, you don't get to be a hypocrite at that point. Because they get off on stuff. They get on stuff like Yuzaki-chan for sexy, but she is consenting, and they don't think she portrays an adult. So yeah, it's stuff like that. But anyway, let's continue.
Objectifying is incongruent with their belief system that relies on the idea that all women are equally repulsed and afraid of how men view women in video games. Oh.
Yeah, so he's kind of getting into what I'm saying a little bit, right? Like, their moral belief system is built upon this thing, right? And this idea. Like, he's not making it the exact point that I make. He's tying it into a different point, but that's kind of what I'm saying. When your belief system is that tied in, it's kind of like the Ali, you'll like this example. The priest that's secretly going to the gay bar.
Yeah.
Right? It's that kind of thing, right? It's on the outside, he's the big priest man, holier than thou.
Yeah, God. Oh no, God says you're bad.
God says you're bad if you're gay. He's the evangelical, goes out and holds the God hates fags sign or whatever. But then you find out he's sucking dick in a back alley, right?
Yeah.
That's the kind of people I'm talking about, right? That's where I'm at. So anyway,
you're a female. Well, I guess it's empowering now. The God of War 3 sex minigame with Aphrodite was also designed by females. You know, the one that hypersexualizes the woman in the scene, where they beg you to pleasure them and then praise and reward you for your outstanding skill. Is this one empowering now, or were the women that made it confused, brainwashed, or evil? I have so many questions.
Or just told to make it, I don't know.
Who knows? But anyway, we want to get through this. So
don't get me wrong, I can tell the difference. Like, yes, it's all explained. It's her character, yada yada yada, but I don't care. I can still undress her like a Barbie doll. You see what I'm getting at here? The other is that all video game characters are ultimate.
Yeah.
Only if you fight, though. But alright.
No, but you get what he's saying, though, right? Like, at the end of the day, you're still objectifying her. You're still, there can be I mean, you know what the best example of this is? Quiet from Metal Gear Solid 5. Or what's it? Is it 5? Yeah, Metal Gear Solid 5. Quiet.
One of them.
Metal Gear Solid. No, it's the one with the one that everyone got mad about because she's like dressed in like a bikini or whatever.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I remember when that was going down, right? And it was like everyone was super mad about it, and they were like, it's like there is a justification in the story, right? There is a justification in Metal Gear Solid 5 for why because she has to breathe through her skin or whatever, right? So she has to wear revealing clothing, otherwise she's going to,
suffocate.
She's going to have the problem, right? So you can argue that is a justified reason or not, but for a lot of these types of people that are anti the fan service, it wasn't a justifiable enough reason, and they've still molding over it. There was a news story recently where like the VA came out and had to like fucking struggle session herself because some journalist asked her a question about it for some fucking reason, right? And she has to like be like, oh well, I mean, I was fine with it back then, but I'm not as I don't know the exact quote. I have to go look it up, but like, it was something like that, right? I'm not fine with it now because of society change or whatever, right, or something, right? And that's where I'm kind of like, like, I'm sorry, but it's like that's fucking ridiculous that they're still molding over the fact that Metal Gear Solid 5 had a girl in it that was in a bikini and was sexy. Like, come the fuck on, right? But yet, Bayonetta here, who is literally being undressed when you use the special moves that do the most damage by, with her hair or whatever. That's okay, though. Yeah, but that's okay though. That's fine. You're allowed. That's fine because that's quote. Apparently, that's justified by the story or something, right? But it's nonsense. It's nonsense. I
Well,
think it's literally.
There is the.
Sorry,
You never played Bayonetta?
I played Bayonetta actually.
Alright, so you know. Yeah, I mean, the context, the all important context. Oh, praise the context. The context is, of
The
course,
god of context. Yeah.
she's at her most powerful when she summons those demons. So
Yeah.
she's kind of, when it's kind of a if you want to put some feminist spin on it, it's her nudity grants her bearing herself makes the others, die, I guess.
But this is the thing. You're like you have to twist yourself into a pretzel to kind of
Really? I don't
try.
really think so.
Yeah,
Because
because I don't get why you have to justify it like that. Why does it even need to be justified? Why can't it just be she just likes being sexy? Why does
she
it have to be
does.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But that's what I'm getting at. It's like why isn't that not enough?
Well,
Why
it
is it not
can
enough?
both can be true though.
Yeah, both could be true, but not to these people. That's my point.
Well, you can still
those-
think that those are silly reasons.
we've been going on for a while, David. Going
Yeah.
on for a bit.
You can multiple reasons can be true for different reasons
Yeah,
can
no,
be
I
true
agree
for
with
different people, and multiple reasons can exist for the same
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I'm just saying that the problem comes with the double standards. That's where I'm having a problem, right? That's where I'm like, no, this is not good. We can't have this. Suddenly it's okay in Bayonetta because you can look at it through a feminist lens or whatever and justify it like XYZ way. But then you look at Goddess of Nikkei and suddenly Goddess of Nikkei is not okay, even though, I'm sure if you twisted yourself into enough of a pretzel, you could probably come up with some random ass justification.
Yeah, but the thing is, right? I don't need to twist myself in any way. It's that woman gets more powerful when she's more woman. That sounds very feminist, I guess.
I'm exaggerating when I say twist into pretzel. I'm talking about like justification at all, right? At all, right? I just don't think it needs to. I don't think
really, because and just in general, so I like justifications for why characters do certain things when they do the things, right?
Okay, hang on. I think we're talking past each other. Let me try and rephrase my point, right? So what I'm saying is I don't believe that you need to be forced to justify the existence of sexy. I don't think that it's required that you have to bend over and be like, here is the hyper Pacific, or even just the basic like, I mean, to bring it to Yoko Taro, right? The man just likes girls, right? That's his justification. That's all he needs. That's all you need. He shouldn't even need to justify that. He should just be like, yeah, right. I designed them that way because I wanted to design them that way. That's
all the androids can change their sex and become futas at will because they're robots.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, whatever. Like whatever, right? Like, and that's what I mean. That's I think it's because I'm talking about it from the perspective of there is a culture war going on right now where we are fighting for the continued existence of sex. Right? And I know you find that cringe as shit or whatever, right? But believe me when I say that is what's happening, right? We are seeing so many people attacking the very idea that sexy should be allowed.
All right, Nretsew, I'm going to be honest for a second.
And look, wait, let me finish. I'm not saying that's your position, and I'm not arguing with that as your position. I'm just saying that I don't believe that the sexiness needs to be justified to, exist. It should be allowed to exist, right? That's my.
All right, Nretsew, time to be honest. It's almost 3:00 at night. We started early, but this would be almost 4 hours if we started normal time.
Well, let me have a look. What's he's at 30? What's 3150? Okay. If we go, it's kind of annoying because if we went for like another 3 minutes of the video, we could get to one of the timestamps of the video that he transitions into another point.
All right.
So if we go, because we're right now we're at 31:51, and then the next point changes at 33:03. So if you want to stop at 33:03, and then we could just come back another time.
Yeah, just to the next timestamp or something.
Yeah, because
Next argument.
I can understand if we've been going for like close to 6 hours, and that's. I mean, I can keep going, but I understand you
Time zones.
All right, well let's go to when he transitions his next point, and then we'll cap it off.
Objects. These are not real people. You can't go up to Tifa and tell her that you had dirty thoughts about her cleavage. Cammy.
See, he's making the point that I was making before. Remember about
not real.
objects.
Well, you watched the video and remember more of it than I do.
Oh, well, apparently I've got better memory than you, I guess.
Yeah, I guess.
Doesn't know that I lost the match because I was distracted by her ass. Even if I scream it at the top of my lungs. This is so obvious it hurts. Most people know that video games are a work of fiction and that there is a distinct difference between what happens in a video game and the social expectations of real life. How many studies are there that prove that you can shoot everyone in the street in GTA and
Alright,
turn off
so
the PC and
real quick pause just for the new people in the chat slightly, that I still why I do agree that games wouldn't make you more misogynistic or more violent, and though I don't believe games would really also even really reinforce violence, because the appeal of violence in a video game is violent video game violence. Real violence is so fundamentally different from video game violence that it's not really able to be able to compare it. If I like shooters, and I love shooters, I played all the time Apex, COD, Warzone, Fortnite. I played
big shooty
every COD release, every time, all the DLC, all the expansions. And then I go to a gun range, right? And I hold a gun and I shoot it, and ow, it's loud and my hand hurts. I don't like this. My love for video game shooting does not translate in actual shooting.
Yeah, you're not gonna be able to shoot properly if you just shoot in video games.
Yeah, but even
brings us back to the normality days. Yeah, the good old days.
So yeah, the violence you do in video games is not translatable to real life violence. Your attitudes towards sex and women and how you treat people, etc., those could be translated. So I'm more open to the fact that video games can at least reinforce those behaviors or your attitudes.
I don't necessarily like. But I guess the problem with that is obviously you would have to have that attitude to begin with, right?
Yes.
And so I guess the argument is more about the idea of, okay, is this actually reinforcing the argument, or is it confirmation bias, right? Is it you already believed these things and this is just more on top or whatever, or is it actually influencing, right? And I'm more inclined to believe that fiction and reality are different, and I think a lot of these arguments have come from this new idea, or not new idea, but there's this growing contingent of people that seem to not understand the difference between fiction and reality, and actually legitimately believe that things that happen in fiction are real and emotional. It is actually emotionally affecting them the same way as if it was real, and I think it is actually some kind of new psychosis that we're gonna have to deal with as a species because it's a fucking problem. I'm sick of dealing with it. But anyway, we're almost at the next section, so let's get to we'll get to the next section, and then we'll kind of sort of wrap up. And then, I don't know, we'll have to set in a time next week where we can come back, because I do want to finish this video and do the second video too. So it's going to be a long one. We're going to be here well, maybe not right away, but we'll
yeah.
anyway, let's continue.
Walk an old lady without having a single murderous thought. Does it not then stand to reason that you can sexually objectify a fictional character and then not project that fantasy into your day-to-day life? And doesn't it then click that you can sexually objectify a character in a work of fiction without it turning to sexual arousal and then acting on it? These are easy questions to answer, but I don't think anyone was truly listening, which I find pathetic. I think the great tragedy here isn't that males making video games are creating misogynists, but that there are a loud minority of people that don't understand how the average male even perceives sexuality, which is kind of funny because it's really simple, but they still manage to miss the part where we're generally not animals. Kind of sexist now that you think about it. Now, all this does nothing.
So yeah, so now it's
Well,
3305, 3307. So
alright,
it's
I'm going to
transitioning into
close then the video with saying that he first says that all you have to do to a critique of the guy right now. He says all you have to do for men is to show a little bit of sex. And now he says we're not animals.
I think the problem you're having is when he was doing that, he was doing a funny.
I'm too tired to distinguish.
Yeah, he was being a bit facetious because I remember because we just watched it and because I know the video. He was being facetious at that point. He wasn't actually like I don't think he was, and I mentioned this at the time too. Like I don't think he's actually making the point that men are so simple and blah 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 blah. He's like I think he was presenting the argument as if it was coming from the other side, right? Like the way that the anti-side of sexualization perceives our arguments, right, about sexualization, right? That's what I think he was trying to do there. But anyway, Ellie's about to pass the fuck out.
Yeah.
Big tired. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna type 3307 in the chat. 3307. And what will happen is this is going to be a first for us. We will come back to that point later. Maybe I don't know. We could do it. I don't know when you want to. You'll put times in the calendar, and we'll decide when we'll stream again. And we'll finish off the video because we still got about like 15 minutes left. Yeah, it's going to be a 3-parter, maybe even a 4-parter if the second video takes just as long, right? But I think it's just because we had quite a lot of very in-depth discussions.
We're big debates.
We had big debates, big discussions. Timestamps are going to probably not come on this video for quite a while, but like I said, if people want to suggest timestamps in the description, I will take people up on it because it'll help me out quite a bit. So yeah, anyway, I guess we'll cap it off here. We'll next time around.
Just fixing a little bit of OBS highlights on this screen also. Yeah, highlights are fun, by the way.
Yes, they are.
Did you catch me drawing some fancy flowers?
Oh, yeah. You've been being very artistic.
Hey, thanks. As the artist, I always want your approval on matters of art.
Another couple of hours in your stream would be the same, just same duration with an actual working hour. Yeah, I mean,
Yes, the video that Nretsew sent said we had to stream at least 3 days and 4 hours or something.
It was like it's like 3 days, 4 hours consistent is the meta for streaming.
Meh.
So. All right. Well, anyway, we'll catch you boys later. Have a good one. Keep an eye on the community tab and all of that stuff, and we'll announce when we're going live.
Yeah. Later.